ओ यहाँ च्याट राखौँ न। है च्याट कहाँ पढ्नु? यहाँ पढ्नु च्याट? हानौ न त। कहाँ? अह यहाँ होला पप आउट गर्नु। अनि यो पछि क्याप्चरमा त आउँदैन होला हैन? हेलो गिरो। हेलो 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 मेरो आवाज ठिकै आइरहेछ? घर अब बेलुकातिर भर्खर सुतेर उठेको हो रे। भर्खर उठेको एक आधी घन्टा यति बेला। आहा सुनिरह। हेलो पङ्कज सुमित सफल सुमन हेलो हेलो हेलो। सानो आएको छ भोइस रे। अब कस्तो छ? हेलो हेलो हेलो। छैन छैन ठिक छ अरे। ल है आफ्नो फोनको बढाउ रे ए। हरिदामीको मुभी हेरे रे। हेरिसक्यो? सेट हेरिसक्यो रे नि त अनि अब हरिदामी। अब कसरी हेर्ने त मुभी हामी? के हाम्रो 18,000 सब्सक्राइबर पुग्छ त आज? डब्लुबिडी क्वालिफाई होला जस्तो छ। पिएमडब्ल्युसीमा एसआइएममा क्ल्यास हुने भयो रे। ठिक छ त। खै हङकङबाट क्वालिफाई हुने हो र? होइन होला हौ। उता चाइनाबाटै भनेको होला। सकिन लाको जिगर लाइभ आइदिएर अब एकछिन कन्टिन्यू हुन्छ अरे। हरिदामीको मुभीको स्टोरी नै बुझेन रे। हरिदामीले बुझाउँछ पछि। कहाँ राखौँ त यो च्याटलाई? यही राख्छु। मलाई चाहिँ किन आएन द इन्भाइट रे? थाहा छैन केटा हो त्यो थर्ड पार्टी जस्तो हो रे अब। त्यो कुन बेसिसमा इन्भाइट गरेको नि थाहा छैन कि। को छ बुटक्याम्पमा? बुटक्याम्पमा सबैजना छ म। कोही गएकै छैन। छुट्टी भनेको कसैलाई जाने मन लागेको छैन कि स्काईको आज बेलुका फर्किने रे। म नि प्याकिङहरू त भइसक्यो आज बेलुका जान्छु। आइहाल्ने हो त्यो पनि 2-4 दिनमा। अनि एयरपोर्टमा आउँदाको त्यो मोमेन्ट एक्सप्लेन गरौँ न रे। के होइन रिस उठेको थियो 3-3 चोटि फर्किँदा चाहिँ। चाइनाबाट दुईटा टिम पिएमडब्ल्युसी अलरेडी क्वालिफाइड भयो अब हङकङबाट स्लट थियो र। खै यार मेरो घर त यही हो। यहाँबाट 5-10 मिनट हो कि। म त घर जाँदै आउँदै गरेर हो कि। यही त हो। केटाहरूको चाहिँ टाढा हो अनि अब आज जान्छ होला। अझै 40 मिनट लाग्छ हो गेम हुनलाई रे हो र अनि ठिक छ त हटेको 1.5 घन्टाको ब्लग छ त हेर्नलाई मैले त हेरेको छैन थ्याङ्क यू सो मच सञ्जय अर्याल फर द 6 यो के हो ब्रो युरो युरो कि पाउन्ड हो थ्याङ्क यू सो मच लभ फिजिकल ग्राइन्ड मोर मेक नेभर प्राउड थ्याङ्क यू है केटा हो सञ्जय अर्याल ओपी स्प्याम गरिदेऊ ड्रप चेन्ज गरेको छैन को नट फिक्स्ड येट के गर्दैछ त्यो ब्रो अन्त रोशन दाई तपाईँलाई म मेरो ई सेवा दिउँ कि ब्याङ्कको क्युआर दिउँ मैले बिर्सेको छैन तपाईँले बिर्से पनि 1 लाख रुपियाँ हालिदिन्छु भने जस्तो लागेको थियो वर्ल्ड कप पुग्यो भने टप 3 आयो भने नो पाउन्ड्स रे युरो हो सन्चै हो मनिष के छ उपेन्द्र ब्रो के छ ए अब यस्तो होइन त्यो जितेकै जस्तो त हो नि ठिकै छ अहिले त हामीले के गरे छैन के रे होइन म त क्युआर पठाउने हो तपाईँलाई अहिले इन्स्टामा मलाई त थाहा छैन म्यान अफ द वर्ल्ड हो कि होइन है हेरौँ है म्यान यु रोशन है होम जाने होइन रे होम जाने होम गएर आएको हिजो राति पनि अब जान्छु इलेक्सनमा यो वाच पार्टी सकाएर होम जान्छु ग्राइन्ड गरि नै रहेको हो नर्मल्ली एक्लै एक्लै सँगै त अब टुर्नामेन्टै 3 तारिकदेखि छ अरे 2 कि 3 तारिकदेखि अनि त्यतिन्जेलसम्म त यो केही गेमै त छैन अनि त्यही 2-3 तारिकदेखि खेल्न सुरु गर्ने हो पिएमडब्ल्युसी स्क्रिम चाहिँ छ क्या डाइरेक्ट मेरो नामको अर्को आइडी रहेछ क्या सबले त्यही भन्दैछ त ए यसो नभनौ है तपाईँ नै हो मलाई थाहा मडले भनेको हो यही आइडी हो म थाहा पाउँदिनँ 1 लाख त अब मलाई थाहा छैन है आज त्यो बेला पनि रातो हाल्ने भन्दा फेरि यो महिना टाइट छ अर्को महिना हाल्छु भने थियो अर्को महिनाको अर्को महिना भयो अब 1 लाख ब्याङ्कमा एन्ड्रोइडमै प्र्याक्टिस हो तर एन्ड्रोइड कुन हो फिक्स भएन क्या अब यही हो भने त यसमै खेलि नै रहेको छौँ तर फेरि अर्को भयो भने चाहिँ किनिहाल्नुपर्छ क्या अनर हुनसक्छ भन्दै थियो अब त्यो भयो भने चाहिँ किन्न गइहाल्नुपर्छ चक्लेट त कति लिएको उताबाट रे चक्लेट किन्नलाई पैसा राखेको थियो नि त अनि त्यसले किनेको क्या चक्लेट त टन्न टन्न थियो 17 18 20 30 प्याकेट थियो होला हालेको छैन केटा ए अब यस्तो होइन थ्यात तेरिका रहेछन् दाइ भयो म त केही भन्दिनँ चक्लेट कुन चक्लेट त्यही ऱ्याफेलो अनि अर्को त्यो किन्डरवाला चक्लेट लिएको थियो त्यही त होला नि होइन किनिने ओइ मलाई पनि हालिदेऊ न एउटा लिउँ न नयाँ हामी पनि पाऊँ न चक्लेट किन न मसँग 15-20 डलरमा मलाई यो भाइ अलमाटी पुग्दै भएको पैसा सकियो भनेर टेन्सनमा गेम बिगार्छ कि जस्तो लाग्थ्यो रे पैसा त सकिएको थियो नि हालिदिनु भयो पछि 50,000 हालिदिनु भयो अनि त्यही पैसाले के एक पिसको कति हो एक पिसको खै कति हो यार 15 डलर परेको थियो त्यो पनि एउटा बट्टा त कसले गाडीमै खोलेर खाइदिएछ मेरो त्यो गाडीमा छोडेको थियौँ नि यहाँ खोलखाल पारेर चक्लेटै थिएन हौ अलिअलि चक्लेट मात्रै थियो भने एउटा प्याकेट त अँ बट्टा खोलेको रहेछ हडदामी इन एएसटी रे हडदामी हो रमै छ केटा भर्खर यहाँ पछाडि हिँडेको देखेनौ लियोको जर्सी लाएर हो र स्पोर्ट्सको बुट क्याम्पमा बसेर तिमीहरू एएसटीमा गयो भन्छौ त्यही त यहाँ तपाईँको कस्तो म डेन्जर मोटा छु त्यो अपरेसन पछि जिम छोडेको नि त जिम नगर भनेको थियो अनि बस्यो खायो खेल्यो बस्यो खायो खेल्यो अब साउदीबाट आएपछि चाहिँ जिम जाने हो निन्जा र म निन्जा र म एभ्री डे केटा आज हामी 18K पुग्न सक्छौ सक्दैनौ भने अहिले सक्दैनौ भन म आशै गर्दिन बुट क्याम्पमा सबैजना छौँ हामी निन्जा छैन के अरे होइन स्लिपी गइसक्यो स्लिपी गइसकेछ निन्जा छ निन्जा घर गइसक्यो स्काई म हटे नो हुँ भाइ यस्तै हुँदा लास्ट दिनमा भन्दै खेल आफ्नो पर्सपेक्टिभहरू छ नि त अब मैले भने त फर्स्टको 3 गेममा त्यस्तो उ लागेको थिएन लिडमै थियौँ नि त अनि फोर्थ गेमदेखि त खेल्नै पाएन अनि त्यहाँदेखि लिड बढाउँदै गएको नि त फोर्थ गेमसम्म त हामी नै थर्ड गेमसम्म त हामी नै फर्स्टमै थियौँ लिड चाहिँ कम भएको थियो त्यो सेकेन्ड गेम चोक नगर्नु पर्थ्यो क्या हामीले चिकन त्यसले कस्ट गर्यो बट त्यो 5 प्लेयर छ त्यो होपफुल्ली होस् अब यही त हो नि ब्रोको ट्याटु चाहिँ भयो छ अरे मेरो ट्याटु खास इन्कम्प्लिट हो क्या यहाँ यहाँ इन्कम्प्लिट हो क्या यहाँ यहाँ मैले के भनेको थिएँ भन्दाखेरि मैले यो फर्स्टको ट्याटु पिएमपिएल फाइनल अगाडि हानेको थिएँ एसबीमा हुँदा अनि त्यसपछि पिएमपिएल जितेँ त्यसपछि यो अर्को पिएमपिएल फाइनल अगाडि हानेको थिएँ अनि त्यसपछि थर्ड भएको अनि त्यसपछि अनि यो ट्याटु चाहिँ जिसी अगाडि हानेको थिएँ त्यो सरी साउथ एसिया च्याम्पियनसिप अगाडि हानेको थिएँ अनि त्यसपछि यो कम्प्लिट चाहिँ म जिसी पुगेपछि गर्छु भनेको थिएँ 2 वर्ष भयो जिसी नै नपुगेको अनि कम्प्लिटै भएको छैन कि 2 साढे 2 वर्ष भइसक्यो अब जिसी पुगे वर्ल्ड कप पाएन जिसी नै भनेको थिएँ क्या मैले जिसी नै पुगेपछि मात्रै कम्प्लिट गर्छु भनेको थिएँ विष्णु पागल फ्री फायर नयाँ त तपाईँहरू खेल्न मनसँग खेल्नु मन छ खेलौला न एक दिन आज वाच पार्टी गर्दैन कोच आउँछ अरे अहिले आउने होइन कोच है रबिन कोच आउँछ होइन बुट क्याम्प गोल त कम्प्लिट हुँदैन त्यही पनि हाल्छु ल 1 सुपर च्याट हाल्छु म $10 हङकङ टुर्नामेन्टको प्राइस फुल यस्तै 400 चान्चुन $1000 थियो केटा यार यो त पैसा कमाउने राम्रो इभेन्ट थियो 3 दिनमा 1 करोड जित्न सकिन्थ्यो 1 करोड भन्दा बढी होला जिगल नो फ्यामिली मिटिङ यस यस आफ्टर वाच पार्टी विष्णु ओके छ त रोशन दाई स्काई खतरा हो क्या मसँग खेलेर होइन हानेर खेल्न पायो नि त। होरमा आउँदा कस्तो फिल भयो जुट्स रे। खुसी लागिरहेछ यार, म त रुन मात्रै सकेको छैन। थ्याङ्क यू सो मच मलाई लिनु भएकोमा। सञ्जन दाई, स्काई, नो फियर, माफिया निन्जा सबैजनालाई धन्यवाद। अलि ढिलो सोध्यो यो क्वेसन यार बुलडग। स्काई माथि छ, माथि रुममा। आज बेलुका जाने रे। गिफ्ट दिनु भयो त भाउजूलाई? छैन नि, भाउजू अहिले घर जानु भएको छ। भाउजू आएपछि दिन्छु। भर्खर उठेको हो क्या। कस्तो देखिरहेछ हो मलाई। उठेकै त भर्खर हो, एकछिन भयो उठ्ने बित्तिकै अनि मुख धोएर यहाँ बसिहाल्यो क्या। अहिले टेबललाई आयो बुट क्याम्प अनि सेटअप गर्न लगाइहालेको। विष्णु जेललेस हुन्छ अरे। हो विष्णु। हिजो म फिल्म हेर्न गएको थिएँ क्या, सितारे जमिन पर। अनि त्यहाँ विष्णु थियो क्या। मैले रेकर्ड गर्न मन चाहिँ थियो तर गरिनँ हलमा। विष्णु ल हो क्या त। के अरे शर्माजी र विष्णु त सेम हौ। बोल्ने तरिकैदेखि सेम के। केटाहरू कोले हेऱ्यो शर्माजी र विष्णु सेम होइन त। म त एकछिन फिल्म हेर्दा हेर्दै हाम्रो विष्णुले पो एक्टिङ गरेर है क्या हो। के बज्यो? हो रे, हो हेर विष्णु। रुक म शर्माजीको क्लिप भेटायो भने देखाउँछु रुक है तिमीलाई। शर्माजीको
Ok, amigo, muito legal.
भनेका नि
ल ओइ तर नि यो मैले यो देखाएँ भने त कपिराइट खान्छु होला नि त। छोड्दे देखाउँदिन। तर जे होस् छ है। विष्णु बटु त बिचरा बोल्नै छोड्यो त्यहाँ। विष्णु जिस्केको विष्णु। फोटो भन्दा पनि फेस मिलेको होइन क्या, बोल्ने बोल्ने तरिका चाहिँ क्या। अनि बोलेको सुनायो भने त कपिराइट हान्छ नि त। यस यस थ्याङ्क यू ब्रो। फोटो त्यस्तो मिल्दैन। फोटो मिल्दैन क्या। तिमीहरूलाई फोटो त के हेर्छौ, फोटो त मिल्दैन। रुक म त्यही पनि देखाइदिन्छु रुक है। यो हो क्या, यो सबभन्दा गोरो छ नि। हेर त लेफ्टको सबभन्दा गोरो। कस्तो लाग्यो तिमीलाई? यो ब्रो कता कसो देखाम। यो विष्णु विष्णु जस्तो छैन। तर यहाँ यसमा यसमा त्यो हेर्दाखेरि छैन कि, तर बोल्दा फेरि चाहिँ सेम विष्णु छ क्या। म त पुरै फिल्म विष्णुलाई सम्झिँदै हेरेको। यो यसो हैटु जस्तै यस्तै होइन तर यस्तो छैन। हैटु ह्यान्डसम छ। हालिदेऊ न ल। ल विष्णु रिसाइसक्यो जस्तो छ, यु पागल भन्दै सरी सरी विष्णु। बिगर प्लेटफर्म आउँदैछ त अब त्यहाँनिर खेल्यो भने भइहाल्यो कि। पछि गरौँ होला। ल के लेख्छ यार विष्णु भट्टु। हो तिमीले अहिले लेखे जस्तै जसरी नै बोल्छ क्या त्यो पनि, कसैले बुझ्दैन। कुन चाहिँ भन्छ क्या। उसको बुट क्याम्प भयो यार केटा यार। हेर न राउटर साउटर जताततै फ्याँकेछ, घरमा त सफा छ हो। चुप रे। हामीसँग चाहिँ केटा आधी घन्टा रहेछ कि। हामी हट्टुको भ्लग हेर्ने कि मोन्टाज हेर्ने तिमीहरू भन त। तिमीले जे भन्छौ, जेमा धेरै यो भन्छौ त्यही गर्ने ल। वाउ हान्न त मिल्दैन क्या, अब यो पिसीबाट गरेको हो अनि एन्ड्रोइड जोड्नै मिल्दैन। रुक म पोल हाल्छु ल, पोल हाल्छु केटा, त्यहाँ नलेख, रुक पोल हाल्छु म। ल भन त केटा तिमीहरू। फुल वाच पार्टी हान्ने, कपिराइट स्ट्राइक नखाउन्जेलसम्म हान्छु। त्यहाँ पोलमा केटा हो, पोलमा गएर गर त। चार सय जना छौ, 400 जनाले त भोट गर न एटलिस्ट। ओइ कमब्याक हान्दैछ है भ्लगले, हान्दैछ है। पचास पर्सेन्ट चल्दैछ त यार। ठ्याक्क 2:23 म एन्ड गर्छु है केटा। 50% चल्या त हौ। जिताउ न, एउटाले त जिताउ न। हटे पोल हेर त त्यहाँ। ठ्याक्क 23 हुनसाथ एन्ड गर्छु है, जुन माथि छ त्यहीले जित्यो है। 51-49 चल्दैछ, भ्लगले जित्छ जस्तो छ। भ्लगले जित्ने भयो। ल टाइम अप, भ्लगले जित्यो है त। के गर्छौ केटा हो, मोन्टाज नि हेर होला अब, इक्वल थियो जस्तो झन्डै।
गाइजहरु स्क्याम भएको छ। हाम्रो टिकटमा 3 बजेको फ्लाइट ल्याएर रहेछ तर यहाँको 3 हैन दुबईको 3 ल्याएर रहेछ अब सबको फ्लाइट छुट्यो नेपाली टिमहरु हामी जब चाहिँ फर्स्टमा आएको हाम्रो फ्लाइट छुट्यो भनेपछि यहाँको 1:20 को फ्लाइट रहेछ 12:54 यही भइसक्यो हामी 3 बजेको फ्लाइट भनेर बसेको 1:20 को फ्लाइट रहेछ दुबईको 3 बजे रहेछ के फेरि त्यही भएर जिजी भयो सब नेपाली टिम जिजी
अहिले तिम्रो त पिसी नै ह्याङ भयो केटा हाफ स्क्रिनमा हेर्ने के गरी हेर्नु यार यो त यार बर्बाद भयो त ओए रबिन इगललाई बोलाउ न यो यति मात्र क्याप्चर गर्नेवाला हुन्थ्यो यार कसरी गर्ने थियो क्या त उसले गर्थ्यो यार पखला केटा हो मलाई आउँछ सायद ओए हल्टु यहाँ न तिम्रो च्याट गर्दै गर केटा हो च्याट गर्दै गर त म च्याट हेर्दै गर्छु डिस्प्ले क्याप्चर हो क्या डिस्प्ले क्याप्चर हो क्या मैले यो यति स्क्रिन मात्र लिङ्क हालेर गर्न मिल्थ्यो क्या ठुलो त पार्ने ठुलो पारेपछि च्याट हेर्न मिलेन नि त मैले चाहिँ भनेको ब्याकग्राउन्डमा जाँदा पनि यो चाहिँ देखिराखियोस् क्या त्यसो नै गर्ने थियो पर्छ नि यसरी त यार
फ्लाइट अब आज एयरपोर्टमै बसिन्छ जस्तो छ तिमीले मलाई देखाउँदै होला हैन त्यहाँबाट ब्रो सब आइरहा
फाइनल गेमको इनसाइड हेर्न मिल्छ भने हेरौँ न रे
दाइ हाम्रो क्यास साट्नु पनि छैन के नि त्यही त काजाको
भ्लगमा इन्ट्रेस्टिङै छैन रे हौ हैट तिम्रो भ्लग जोत लाग्न थाल्यो रे मान्छेहरुलाई हाइलाइट हेरौँ यार केटा मलाई पनि त्यही फिल आयो यार गफ मात्र गर्छ अरूलाई मात्र देखाउँछ कसको हाइलाइट हेर्ने त एन्ड्रोइड वाला हाइलाइट छ भने एन्ड्रोइड हेरौँला केटा आजकल मैले एन्ड्रोइडमा खेल्न थालेदेखि मलाई आइफोनको हाइलाइटै मन पर्दैन यार हाम्रो होइन क्या हाम्रो मैले हेरिसकेको छु क्या अरूको भन न हाम्रो सबको हेरि नै सकेको छ अनि फेरि हेर्ने डोक्को हेरौँ डोक्को नि हेरि नै सके मलाई हानेको छ एउटा त ट्रिक्सको हेरौँ हौ ट्रिक्सको चाहिँ हेरौँ अनि त पुरानो हालेको जस्तो छ टप द गोटको हेरौँ रे यसपछि हेरौँला नि त टप द गोटको एक वर्ष अगाडि हाल्यो हौ टप द गोटले तिम्रो गोटले टिरिक्सको हेरौँ है टिरिक्सको
मात्रै आउनलाई
फुल स्क्रिन भयो त होला टिकट हैन
देखते यार मुझे लो था यो शांति लास्ट गाय 1v1 डीजी को लास्ट है ना ये घुमाएर बचाउन आयो यार यो त बब्बर आऊ मेरोमा
Location.
हुन पाइदिन अनि फायर स्पिड
Watch out!
कस्तो लाग्दिरहेको यार यसमा हेर्दा फेरि चाहिँ कस्तो
Watch out!
टिमिक्स ब्रो
खुसी
ओ
ल हामी वाइप हुँदैछौँ हेर त केटा हो त्यहाँ
त्यो बिल्डिङमा पनि
सेट।
हुन्छ क्या हो
वाइप हुँदै रहेछौ
ओहो यिनीहरु झर्दै केटा हो माथि त
किल फिडमा
गन छ हो त्यसका म्याम
यिनीहरु झर्दै केटा यिनीहरु झर्दै
Help!
डेड
ब्रोले भयो जति क्लिप जस्तो
केटा
जस्तै
त नबेले उठा एउटा
फुडाइन्छ नाइस
ड्याम बे
अब एउटा
स्मोकमै
फुट्यो
एडा
अझै अर्को भाइ मिठो वाला
मलिक पनि मर्यो
ए फुट्यो
ओपनमा आयो। यो मुजीले फेरि सर्ट
कति मुख छ
केटा टिमरको साइडमा कम्फर्ट आयो
कम्पाउन्ड
बीपी
बेबी टु म्यान
अर्को त भयो
Watch out!
सात फुट के छ
टास्क छिर ब्याड आइज
ओपर यार
तर के
आउ न त खेल्दै
हर्दामीको हेर्दिउँ न रे अब यसको छ के जस्तो लाग्दैछ मलाई चाहिँ
देखे
मनी आउँदैछ ल
ए खाचै केटा यसले खाचै ग्यारेज भित्र बोल्यो भित्र ग्यारेज भित्र अब
हेलो गरो गई जी
छैन सीमा हान न
आउँदैन
त्यसले सबै गोली हान्छ
सपट आयो बल्ल
हो गया हेलो गरो गट्री
लास्ट डायलॉग
सँगै ल
लो छ केटा ऊपर हान्दै
टच
हल्का लुट्न आए केटा
हेलो लुटे नगो
Their vehicle is smoking!
के भएको उनी
नेता नै होटल
अदरी हाम्रो
तल
Help!
बफरिङ भइरहेछ हौ
केडा हो
नाइस
गाडी झिक्ने
मलाई हेर्नु मजा आइरह अरे यसरी कहिले मोटा चाहिँ हेरेर बस्दिन यसरी लाइभमा यार के भन्छ अब
मेरो आयो केटा मेरो नभए
मजा आइरह रे ल
मेरो भन्दा आयो
गेम सानो गरौ रे
ऊपर एक हेर बाहिर आउँछ बाहिर आयो भोट्यो जुरे हात
ब्याक आउ
जुरे हान्ने
कहाँ थियो भन्नु गए
चारे
आम्बो
Watch out! Marked an open door.
एउटा हिल आइरहेको पछाडिबाट अब्बर यार के गरे यो रन्डीले
ओए यो लास्ट फटा रहेछ यार रिक्त यार
अगाडिको त्यो उतो बिलमा गरे
ए यो सोलो चिकन हानेको थियो यो गेम मैले हेर्छ हामी नै ओइ त्यो माथिको त हामी नै दिम त हामीलाई मुख छाडेको रिक्दलले सेट
ए हान न नेड हाने
ये हो क्या
Awesome.
मुझे पहुंचा
बिना बम कर
थोड़ा
ल म मेरो गेम प्ले देखाउँछु केटा पखायो पछि
भाइ
बमले मर्छ यो त बमले मर्छ
Our vehicle is smoking.
आइफोन को क्लिपहरु रहेछ यार 6 प्रो को यार सकिन आँट है फाइनली
अर्को मानिस बी कम्पाउन्डमा होला अगाडि मेरो अगाडि कम्पाउन्डमा लास्ट कम्पाउन्डमा छैन कम्पाउन्ड मतिरै आयो एउटा गाडी त मेरो अगाडि केटा एउटा गाडी
अनि आउँदै छौँ राइटबाट
हामी हान्दै छौं है अहिले चाहिँ किल फिड
कता गयो
ए अगाडि त एउटा गाडी
Watch out.
ऊपर
अबे
राइटबाट
केटा हो
कता ट्रिगर
Watch out.
अब हाम्रो मेरो गेम प्ले है हामी मुखै छाड्दैनौँ के टाइपै भएन रहेछ त्यो केटाहरूलाई यो च्यानल त कतिलाई त थाहा नै छैन होला यार शिट ओए आउँदैन पनि त अहिले त अनि अन्डरस्कोर कहाँ छ ए हाम्रै केटाहरूलाई सिकेको हेराउँछ तिमीहरूलाई म सट्टीमा तिमीहरू मात्र हेर है ए तर मेरोमा फेरि म्युजिक छ नि त यसै नि कपिराइट क्लेम लाग्छ
इसकी अम्मा बहन की
मल्लु हो क्या अब त्यस्तै छ यहाँ पछि त मैले कति फोन चेन्ज गरेँ यार 15 एन्ड्रोइड 16 फेरि 15 14 मा पनि खेलेँ लिजार्ड वाला आइडी खोल्नु पर्यो यार अब लिजार्ड खेल्छु आफ्नो मोटा हेर्न चाहिँ मजा आयो यार अघि त अल्छी लागेको यो आइडी रको आइडी हो क्या फिर्ता गरिसकेको No idea na. यति बेला हाई सेन्स खेल्दै यार म यो चाहिँ PMSL क्वालिफायर्सको क्लिपहरू हो साउन्ड सानो आयो भन्छु चाहिँ तिमीहरू चाहिँ केटा यार कि मेरो साउन्ड सानो आएको अब ठिक होला ओ यसरी गर्ने रहेछ नि त बल्ल जाने मैले यार भयो भयो यति नै हो यो एउटै चिज धेरै हेर्नुहुन्छ तिमीलाई म कुन देखाउँछु यो देखाऊँ यो लास्ट हेरौ ल त्यसपछि त म यता आइसकेको थिएँ यही लास्ट हो
त्यो गाडीमा चढे बगी चल्दै थियो अर्को बगी आइले खेलाउन मत
साउन्ड यो चाहिँ साउन्ड म्युजिक बिनाको उता सुरु भयो भने भन ल केटा हो
पछाडी गयो
यो चाहिँ बिरामी भएर सुतेर खेलेको गेम हो यो चाहिँ
छो छो छिटो गइदै म त्यसलाई गइदै गो अर्को टिम पनि आयो 7 नम्बर हो सातको छुट्टै हो
उता पनि हेर्दै गर है केटा एकजनाले स्टार्ट भयो भने स्टार्ट भयो
यहाँ आउँदैन हो
त्यो मरे अब
Watch out!
ए रिगले त मुखै छाड्दो रहेछ यार मेरैमा पनि छाडेको रहेछ यार
त्यसलाई कस्तो गोली नहानेको ल म्याचिङ उल्टै पो नगरे
आनन्द के आउँदाखेरि हान्छु हैन बगी आउँदै है
Watch out! Watch out!
कता
रिग त डर लाग्दो रहेछ यार
डाँड हान्छ क्या
Watch out!
त्यही यताबाट
अब हामी यही डाँडामा झर्दैछौँ
बगी पछाडिपट्टि
राइटबाट हाल
कता नखाँदै जानु
रिभाइभ गर्दै हा
यहाँ हो जाऊ तिमी घुमाऊ
ऊ नक रिभाइभ पो है
मार्यो स्मोक गरेर आना न अब
त्यही स्मोकतिर हाल
डेन्जर स्मोक छ त
जम 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 जम
जानु पर्ला त
यति नै हेरौ है ल केटा अब के हेर्ने भन यहाँ हेरौँ न
확실히 뭐 지금
코리안
농심을
플레이어도 레벨만
잡기보다는 다음 동선에 대한 생각들을 좀 더 해주고 있는 것으로 보입니다.
그래서 가는 타이밍이 좀 늦어요.
지금인가요?
이거 늦었어요.
예.
타이밍이 늦었는데 그래도 수적 우세를 가지고서
정리하고
싸워본다면 이미 엇박 타이밍!
잘 잡아냈어요. 기절시켰습니다.
엇박 타이밍에 치고 들어간
예.
자, 손은 지금 안쪽으로 들어왔고요.
체력은 농심이 안 좋습니다.
형이 바깥에 봐.
빨리 안 차게요
안에 개피. 라스 하나.
이러면
올라왔어.
TG가 텔 잡아냈고
한대
이러면
맞춰놨어.
1대1 상황.
뒷발골.
1대1.
체력이
TG
많지
체력
않아요.
진짜 없어요.
네. 그리고 구급상자도 없거든요. 돌부처 TG!
यही गेम
야,
ले
튜즈미라.
कमब्याक हानेको के
이걸 살려내요 TG.
वर्ल्ड कपले
확실히 튀네요.
예.
와, 위기의 순간에 그러니까 체력이 어차피 안 된다라는 걸 아니까 그냥 타이밍으로 자기 샷건 에임 믿고 간 거예요.
예. 어차피
10번이야. 딴 팀이다. 12번 10번이었어.
रतन टीवीएस आना हो जारी न इंग्लिशमा लगाउन जुट्टिने ट्रान्सलेट गर्दै हेर न कस्तो राम्रो खेल्छ यार सबै कोरियनहरुको हाइलाइटमा वहाँ गएपछि के खेल्छन् हो अफिसियल टुर्नामेन्ट त बर्ड जसरी सुत्छन् काका लाभा हुन्छ जहिले
2번. 쭉 긁어줄게. 3명이서 세워. 나 봐, 얘. 또 봐. 또 봐, 뒤에. 옆쪽 봐, 얘. 기절이 하나 더 있을 거야. 2번 하나 더 있을 거야. 형들, 나 끝났어. 해야 돼. 뒤에. 그렇지.
कति अड्केको यार
단차
लबी
붙이는
चेन्ज भएपछि गेम प्ले चेन्ज भएको होइन हाम्रो लबीमा भनेको होइन चाइनाकै अफिसियल क्या यिनीहरूको प्रो सिरिजमा खतरा खतरा प्लेयरहरू लाग्छ त्यहाँ कस्तो जोत यो एनएसकोहरू ओभर क्रेजी हाइलाइट हाल्दैन नि त यिनीहरूले तर राम्रो यस्तैले राम्रो खेल्छ हौ टिआरएक्स टिके यिनीहरू यति त हो
때 우리 아까
또 옥시हरूको टिम राम्रो थियो क्वालिफाई भएन
형들 이제 쿠폰라인 섰어 여기.
그죠?
क्वालिटी राम्रो भएन रे यो यसको त्यस्तै हो यसको नि
또? 조심하고. 아, 골로 와봐. 똑같이
अड्किरहेको के तर यो इन्टरनेटले गर्दा के लोडै गर्न सकेको छैन
오른쪽 하나, 그 지금 총소리 하나, 롱쪽 차 두 대.
हिट नभएको होइन हिट भएन नभए नि कोरियनको तिम्रो भाषै एउटै बुझ्दैनौ एउटै कुरा हो कि केटा यिनीहरूको हनाइ हेर न यिनीहरूको हेरेर सिकिन्छ हौ
알았어, 나. 그거 갈게.
ए यसरी हान्नुपर्ने रहेछ जस्तो हुन्छ कि
13번. 됐죠?
아래 타기.
됐어.
피아를 끊는 거야. 개피다. 새끼절. 오.
एनिमी पनि कस्तो लाभा तरिकाले आइदिने
됐어. 하나 더 있어, 맞지? 왼쪽 아래 라스야. 왼쪽 맞죠, 왼쪽. 연만 있을 거야. 차도 있을 거야. 차 터트리자. 아, 못 살렸다. 거기 내려온다, 거기.
यो फर्मुला 1 बाट नि केटा हो मैले आजसम्म एकजना झारेको थिएन के हुन त अहिले त डाउनलोडै गरेको छैन मैले सुरुमा डाउनलोड गर्दा फेरि एकजना झारेको थिएन क्या 3-4 दिन खेलेको 3-4 दिनमा एउटा फर्मुला 1 बाट झारिन्छ डिलिट गर्दै
왼쪽으로 너무 싸우다.
새끼들 라스트. 나 2층 올라갈게. 바로 앞에 나왔다. 포탑 있다. 포탑 기절.
डिपिएस ब्रोकन हो है कहिले यत्रो हान्दा नि मर्दैन कहिले हाने जस्तो नि लाग्दैन नक भइरहन्छ
오른쪽 끝. 자리 차인다. 누구냐? 오케이. 이제 바로 앞에. 기절. 나올 거야? 잠겼어. 하나 더 있어. 오나 하나 더 있어. 이놈이.
टाइम कति बाँकी छ केटा हो स्टार्टिङ सुन भन्दै छ
나온다. 거기다. 한국부터 잡아도 돼.
रमाउँछ नि त रमाउन चाहिँ फेरि यिनीहरूको जस्तो रिची हुन्छ एउटा न्यू जिन्स भन्दैछ नि रुख है केटा यसको हो क्या क्रेजी हुने त यार सबभन्दा धेरै भ्युज भएको हेरौँ है
이거 준하님 발로 뛰고 있을 거야.
ए फर्स्टमै एनएसए क्लच हानेको हो के अरे
하나? 보인다. 준이. 나이스. 할만해 오케이 하나.
एनएस ठुकी होइन एनएस होइन को छ यार एनएस हनाइ हेर न सबकोमा क्लच हुन्छ के फेरि सबकोमा कोरियन त फेरि यिनीहरू खै के खेल्छ अफिसियल टुर्नामेन्ट आइज टाइम भइसक्यो म उता हेरिरहेको छु केटा भर्खर त त्यो फेसहरू देखाइरहेको छ अलिअलि स्क्रिन खेल्दा मात्र हो त्यो यो भन्दा अगाडिको लुगा आउने बित्तिकै म त मलिका जस्तो लाग्छ यार त्यही लुगा लाउँथ्यो ल ल अब चाहिँ हामी हङकङ शोडाउन हेर्दियौ केटा हो ट्रफी हेर न यार इन्भाइटै गरेन के क्वालिटी अनि झुर छ त यार हिजो पनि यस्तै थियो
Next, let's welcome from PEL, Tian Ba. Passion overcomes all obstacles. Time and again, they stage comebacks from adversity. Now is the time to do it again.
हेर न त यार भाइ त
Next, let's welcome from the Southeast Asia region,
VD.
The flame of passion never dies, and the journey never ends. The time spent waiting will blossom into glory.
अब आज डे 2 हो आज कमब्याक गर्न सकेन भने चाहिँ सकियो के हिजो त अब डे 1 त थियो त्यो पनि पोइन्ट कसैको त धेरै छैन 50 के लाइनमा त छ
Next, let's welcome from the PMPS, DK.
कस्तो हानेको थियो यार नोल बुले यार
A champion is not judged by a single day's performance. The bullet of victory will hit its mark.
कमब्याक भोलि नि मिल्छ 9 गेम छ भोलि रे हो र मलाई त फर्मेट पनि हेरेको छैन यसको इन्भाइटै गरेन अनि मलाई त हेर्नै मन लागेन इन्भाइट नगर्यो भन्दा नि वर्ल्ड कप पुगेकोलाई बोलाउँछ जस्तो लाग्यो त हामीलाई त टप 3 पुग्यो भने त बोलाउला है भनेर
Also from PMPS, let's welcome DRX.
यसबाट पनि स्लट छ
Are set on the summit
वर्ल्ड कपको
and their journey is underway. The Korean powerhouse is awakening.
छैन त्यता नि बिबी पुगो स्यार भनेर लेखेको क्या एकजनाले अनि किन लेखेको भनेर नि
Now,
ए PL
let's
टिमलाई चाहिँ हो
welcome from the PEL, TT.
विनर पनि राम्रो छ यार
Time tempers their strength, patience hones their edge. Latecomers can still take the lead. Let us wait for their moment.
Welcome.
Next, let's welcome from the PMJL, RC. Every move is carefully prepared. Every step forward brings them closer
यो
to
पुरै
the
यसरी नै
throne.
बोलिराख्छ उता चाइनिज अनि यता इङ्ग्लिसमा मैले त हिजो बाटोमा साउन्ड पनि हेरेको थिएँ यार आज त के हो यो त यार
Welcome.
ल थ्याङ्क सो मच करब फर द $3 केटा करब टोपी स्प्याम गर्दै त लभली है
Next, let's welcome from the Central and South Asia region, APG.
गोल त एउटा त कम्प्लिट हुँदैन यार च्यानलमा यार आजकल त थैट
A three-core battleship firing with unmatched accuracy, topping both elimination and damage charts. This is their declaration of supreme skill.
Welcome.
ढोके
Next, from the Central and South Asia region, TS. A blade unsheathed, striking true, they are the unbreakable spearhead forged in unity.
Welcome.
Now, let's welcome from the Americas region, Alpha 7.
यिनीहरूले हिजो फर्स्ट गेम चिकन हानेर हगेको थियो यारहरू
In the name of victory, with blood as their witness, they never yield in the face of adversity.
यिनीहरूसँग पनि कच पर्छ जस्तो लागिरहेको वर्ल्ड कपमा फाइनलमा
Welcome.
Now, let's welcome from the PMJL, KN.
ए सबैको टेबलमा लेख्दो रहेछ म त केएनको टेबलमा त अर्कै बसिरहेको रहेछ त भन्न आँटेको थिएँ
Contenders make their entrance.
क्रेज जी है भेन्यू हेर न यार केटा थैट स्लिपी घर गयो नि
Next, let's welcome from the Americas
ब्रान्डहरु
region,
सबै छेक्न लाउँछ हो यो
IMF.
तर यार चाइनाको इभेन्टमा अनि हाम्रो अनि
Chasing points in the
स्पोन्सरहरुलाई
final
देखाउँदै
round,
नदेखाउने
attacking like wildfire, this American spear is tearing through all doubts.
सब टेप टाल्दिएको छ हौ जर्सीमा यिनीहरूको स्पोन्सर ऊ के रहेछ हेर आइएनएफ को रुक है हेर्छु ल कसको चाहिँ टेप हान्दैछ
Welcome.
इन्फिनिक्सलाई टेप हान्दैछ उनीहरूको फोनमा त देखाउनलाई के
Next, let's welcome from the Southeast Asia region, VPE. Advancing steadily, consolidating their wins. The hope for Southeast Asia is about to reignite. Next, the
त्यही पनि
disruptors
तर
of
त्यो हाम्रो
order,
sponsor
the
हो नि त
reforgers of the game,
दिँदैन के
are about to take the stage.
हामीलाई पनि स्पोन्सर गर्नुको रिजन त त्यहाँ गएर देखियोस् भनेर हो नि त यसरी टेप टाल्दियो भने त तैत
First, let's welcome from the Southeast Asia region, ranked 3rd on the first day, BTR. A lineup of rising stars bursting onto the scene. They lit up the Hong Kong night with their skill.
हेलो कोमल VP को जर्सी सिम्पल भन्दा पनि त्यही सबै छेक्दिन्छ भनेर त्यो गरेको हो क्या जर्सी सिम्पल छैन ब्रान्डहरु सबै लुकाउनु भनेर चाहिँ त्यो जर्सी लगाएको हो के BTR को पनि त कहाँ त्यो जर्सी हो त
Next, from the PEL, ranked 2nd on the first day, LGD.
ब्रान्डहरु के भयो यिनीहरुको नि
4 hearts as one, winning through ingenuity. They proved their fearlessness with every shot.
छैन रहेछ कुनै पनि ब्रान्ड BTR को चाहिँ चेन्ज गर्न लागेछ बिगेटन को थियो भयो भरको ब्रान्ड त यार ल ल ल शिल्पे घर पुग्यो शिल्पे सेफ जर्नी भन केटा हो
Let's
शिल्पेलाई
welcome from the PEL, ranked 1st on the first day, WBG.
Thank you so much Padam Rai brother for the 10
Former
or
champions
10
have never given up.
US
They
dollar
declare to the world,
the
king is
Thank you so
back.
much हामी हाम्रो साइडबाट एकदम बवाल गर्छौ लभली आदि बाटोमा हो रे सेफ जर्नी लेख्दो केटा हो सबैजना यसले पिला अनि पदम राई ओपी लेख्दो थ्यांक यू है WBG ले जित्दा यास्नामा आउँछ रे अब त्यो त ठीक छ त अनि तीनटा टिम हुन्छ नि यास्नामा INF पनि आउँछ अनि त्यो पनि कतिवटा चाइनिज टिम छ TT क्वालिफाई भइसक्यो स्काई को आज बेलुकाको छ चारवटा छ
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of
Guys,
2025
18,000 चाहिँ
Hongkong
पुर्याउँ न यार
Invitational
नआयो भने सब्स्क्राइब गरे
Tournament. I'm the host, Nico. After the few battles of yesterday,
दिनको लागि
there's
केटाहरु
now
2
a
तारिकमा
new
फर्किन्छ
order
सबैजना
on the
3 देखि
battlefield.
गेम स्टार्ट छ के
Fearless conquest never ends. Conquest today. Which team will see the match point and claim the highest
तिम्रो
honor?
मेरो त घर यही हो नि त 10 मिनेट जादै आउँदै हो नि त
及屏幕前的各位特种兵们，大家晚上好，欢迎来到205香港邀请赛。大家好，我是今天的主持人小游。经过昨日的激烈对抗，战场秩序已经重新洗牌。
हेलिकप्टरमा जाँदै हो रे केटाहरु शिल्पी
今日
हुन
究
त अब
竟哪支
पैसा
战队
पैसा
能够
छ
接榜赛点，争夺最高荣誉？让我们一起拭目以待。
INF त रोजक जाने टिम INF उताको PMSL मा ड्रप क्लास नलिनको लागि रोजक गयो के यसना झर्ने हो अब यो चोटी हामीसँग जुत्छ कि जुत्दैन भन्ने हो Well,
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The second day is underway of the PUBG Mobile Hongkong Invitational. My name is Dawood Sandstorm.
12 मैच पछि
an honor and a pleasure
30 point
to be here
तर
commentating
लास्ट
on
टाइममा
these
9
games
गेम हुन्छ भन्ने जस्तो
alongside
लागेको कुन चाहिँ
Neptura.
अघि
Nep, first day,
Hello.
we had incredible performances from a couple of teams specifically. We can talk about Weibo, we can talk about the PEL representatives because we have 2 of them in the top 5 right now. And
day 3
so
up to
far,
9 matches
some teams are performing to the levels that we expect,
30
some teams are
30
not.
पुर्याउनु पर्ने
What are
रे
we looking forward to coming into day 2 here, Nep?
टफ बनाएछ
Much things. Because, look, day number 1 was everything. We had everything. We had so many teams doing different things, so many teams in the top 5 every single game, different winners all the time. It was a roller coaster. Now, you did mention, right, not as many, some teams didn't have as good of a day as others. So day number 2 for these teams, I'm talking kind of 10th place down. You are really going to want to step it up today. We need to see these teams actually do something. Yesterday was fine, you know. It's a really, really difficult lobby. You saw how much chaos ensued over yesterday's 6 games, but we need to see more from those bottom teams. I'm talking Reject, Thundertalk Gaming, DRX, D+, Voin Donkey, Tiamba, and Cellcom Digi Alliance, right? Those teams, I mean, CD Alliance got 12 points
9 match up to 9 matches
in 6
छैन
games.
18 गेम मात्र
I mean,
plus 10 point
I still
वाला
remember, I want to say, like, there's a specific game. There's one specific game, I think it may have been 2023, one of the international tournaments in 2023. I remember the location on the map where Alliance was able to just, I think it was PMGC actually, and they needed enough points to qualify for the next stage of the competition. They were able to do that in one of the final games. Like, this is a team that was able to reach global finals before. Not specifically the players, I'm talking about the organization here in Alliance. They have a lot of experience and they have been around for quite some time. And seeing them now at the very bottom, looking at this tournament, isn't something that we're used to, and it is a little bit of a surprise. But I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to be able to adapt coming into today. I mean, you only have 12 points in total. The maximum you manage to secure per one game is 3 points. You have to do a heck of a lot more if you want to compete against the rest of the squads here. And the rest of the
It's very true. I mean, we could say the same thing about Tiamba or Voin Donkey. My big surprises, though, are the 10th through 13th. Now, granted, right, I think we are going to see a lot of those teams down at the bottom simply because the points are so close, right? If you look at D+ in 13th place, they have 23 points. If you look at Alpha 7 in 7th, they have 40. It's very, very close. One game is going to put D+ right back up at the top, right? But to have DRX and D+ sort of struggling a little bit in this lobby is a surprise considering what we saw from them in PMGC. Thundertalk Gaming, 27 points on the board. Still fine, an average day, that's whatever, but I think a lot of people were expecting more from them. Same with Reject, same with Alpha Gaming to a certain extent. Alpha Gaming bringing in a lot more points average per game, but still down in 9th place. It's one of those things where you're kind of like, is this because they're not really performing, or is this because the lobby is just so even?
That's the thing, yeah. I'm very inclined to agree with you, because the thing is, when you're looking at Thundertalk Gaming, you're talking about the PEL champion just under a month ago. It's not like this is a team that doesn't have experience together or anything like that. God, no. So I'm curious. So yeah, is it that the lobby is just so even?
Respawn Island
up in the bottom of the leaderboard. I'm not sure, or maybe just the other teams are doing a lot more research. Maybe they're studying more. I'm not really aware of what's going on in the background, but what we can see is what's happening in front of us in the games. And honestly, time and time again, specifically yesterday, the center of the zone. He mentioned one of the players, I believe it was Suk, during the interview, did mention that we got lucky a couple of times with the zone. Even though they have a 0-point game, they still have like 4 top 3 finishes out of the 6 games, which is insane to think for that squad. Yeah.
Yeah, they have a third, 2 seconds, and a first place. It's looking very, very good for them. 100%. I will say the surprise of yesterday for me was Kinotrope. Not having known much about this team to come in as they did was really, really fun to see. I'm excited to see what they've got going on in the next few matches. 42 points on the board, tied with Influence Rage. They're 2 points behind 4th place. They're looking very, very good for today. But Sandstorm, I think we need to talk about something that's going to be very, very important in the coming matches is today we know what our Smash Zone point threshold is going to be.
That is true. We are going to find that out at the end of today. We're finding out more and more about this Smash roll and how this system is worked, how it's being developed, and we are seeing this live, tournament by tournament, thanks to PUBG Mobile. And I absolutely love that. We tried it once in PMGO, gave it a try. Okay, let's try and work on it a little bit. And this time we're testing it where this I want to say at the end of the second day in the 3-day final, we take points of first place. We add 30 to those points. And that will be the threshold that teams have to cross, and then you have to get a winner chicken dinner. So let's say that the threshold is 150 points. You are going into game 2 with 149. If you get one elimination, you have 150. You need the chicken dinner in the next game. You have to start a match over that threshold in order for it to count. That's one thing that you have to be very wary of. And the thing is, being the first team to cross that threshold isn't necessarily the best thing. Because then you're going to be the focal point of every single other squad. You're going to be the focus of every other squad because you win, tournament over. Regardless of how many points you have, as long as it's above the threshold, of course, compared to the other teams. Like maybe a threshold can be at like 100 points, Nep. And you can have like 5 or 6 squads that are at 160, 170, just an example. The maths may not be mathing right now. But they could be at like 160, 170, but a team that has like 101 points gets a chicken dinner, and they're first place, and you and your 170 are actually second place.
And this is why it's going to be so interesting, especially with this lobby, what we saw from them yesterday, right? Where you have 58, 47, 46, 44, 42, 42, 40. That's down to 7th place. All those points are individual teams in the top 7. I don't think we're going to see a difference in that, right? I don't think any one of those teams is going to have a bad day today. It's going to be something where we're going to see that just the numbers get bigger, but the gaps not get bigger. They're going to stay the exact same. So when you're talking about a match point or a point threshold system, a Smash Zone, you're looking at the top 7 all getting to the Smash Zone very, very quickly. And then tomorrow, we have absolute chaos because anybody could win. If all 7 of those teams are as close as they're going to be, then any one of those teams get a win, the day ends. It's very, very intense tomorrow. So I'm going to be interested to see how these teams actually have strategized today and how they've decided how today's going to go to affect tomorrow.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about the leaderboard as it stands right now is, you know, like you mentioned, just how close the teams are. One game changes everything in the entire leaderboard. You can have 9th go up to 2nd, second go down to 6th. It's absolutely insane just because of how close they are. This is one thing that I would advise the teams as much as you can today. Try and stay close to that first place spot. Or if you are already more than 30 points away from first place, then you're going to be 60 points away from that threshold of winning the tournament. But no more talk about leaderboard statistics and whatnot. We don't want that anymore. What we want is action. That means game number 1 is underway. Match number 7 of the 21, potentially 21 games of the PUBG Mobile Hong Kong Invitational. And this playing path is a little bit more northern for my liking, but yesterday's game we did have a zone favoring Camp Alpha and I believe the Southern Island as well. What's the situation going to be today? Who's going to be the one to come out with a little bit of an advantage in game numero 1? I know that the language of the stream is English, but we have like I have like just a few words. Let me enjoy it.
We're multilingual. It's fine.
Lakawi जाँदैछ.
When
INF Camp
you
Bravo.
know 2 languages, but you're
तर
horrible in
यहाँनिर
both
मात्र
of them.
गएको यिनीहरू.
Bilingual.
बुट क्याम्पमा टीएस सँग नजुत्नलाई INF Bravo
Mood.
झरेको.
Absolute mood. That's
Cup
new
fight मा त
French.
नलिएको हो क्या 3 दिनको
Just
फाइनल भएर.
impossible.
Yeah, but
But
you know
anyway.
multiple languages, no? Like you know English, French. You know what? At least one more, no?
I
Spanish?
do not know
No,
anything fluently.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm hoping. Hold on. I'm hoping you know English fluently because otherwise, why are
Well,
you
yeah.
here?
I know English fluently. Yeah, that's the only language I know fluently. Like French, I'm semi-proficient. Let's just put it there. Like semi-proficient at French.
Don't you
And
live
then-
in France?
I do. I do.
Okay. Honestly, that's all I wanted to point out. Boys and girls, game
Chat
number
eta
1.
राख्नु
It's gonna be very
पर्यो.
chill, Sandhawk, because at least the teams now know where they're dropping. At least they know what's going on. They tested the waters a little bit in our first game of the day. But I do have to say, I bet the PEL crowd right now is absolutely loving it. Having 2 of their 3 representatives in top 2 spots, that's gonna feel amazing for them.
ब्लगमा
Thunder
हाको त्यो
Talk
onion
and
rings
Tiamba,
हेर
they
केटा
have a
कस्तो
little bit
मिठो
to make
थियो.
up for. And here's the thing,
लास्टमा
Tiamba
हाको
was
चाहिँ बिग्रेको
able
परेछ.
to recover a
वहाँ
lot,
त
I want to say
कति खाएको थियो.
specifically in the final days.
Mm-hmm.
Can they do it again?
त्यो त्यत्रो ठुलो प्याकेट.
It's entirely
यस्तै
possible. I think we always
270
see
300
from
रुपियाँको
Tiamba. Like
थियो.
I know this is a slightly different roster of Tiamba than
आइफोनमा
we're used
खेलेकै
to
नि हेर
seeing.
रे.
But typically, as a roster, Tiamba
Yeah,
tends
and
to
One
be
Plus
very
sponsor
slow
भएको थियो
in
तपाईँकोले.
the first few days,
Sponsor जुन
especially when
phone हो
it comes to
त्यसमै
those
खेल्छ क्या.
globals, and then they
Bro buffer आयो त यार.
really turn up the heat in the last day. So yes, it's a
But with the
slightly
Smash
different
rule,
roster.
that's a problem, no?
The Smash rule is the problem. That is true. That is going to change things. But like as a team, I'm not unused to seeing Tiamba this far down and then being top 5 at the end of a day 2 sort of thing. The Smash rule poses a little bit of a problem because now they don't really have that time to work on things or to just kind of evolve in their own time. So they really do have to pick it up. Again, today when you have a Smash rule, it ends up actually kind of being a 2-day final in order to meet that threshold for the 3rd day of finals. So for Tiamba, for CD Alliance, and for even Voindonkey, I think if you're under 20 points right now, I think it is going to be a really tough day for you.
It really is, because if your hopes is always to get top 5 by the end of the tournament, I mean, sure, that strategy is going to work, but with the Smash rule, yeah, you definitely have to change that up a little bit. And now, one of the teams that we talked about a lot yesterday, they had a strong start, and then they kind of began to fall off, was APG. The question is, what can APG do in today's games? They are stepping up to the number 2 spot holder in the overall leaderboard in LGD. Tian stepping up with that DBS. DBS versus S12K in the close range. Honestly, I think the one pump from the DBS might be coming out on top on that one, but it looks like APG decide. Oh, this is a surprise. They decide to back off and not take the fight. I mean, here's the thing: you don't really have any knocks. You don't have a lot of any information from what I can tell so far about the exact location of the players from LGD. So it was exceptionally risky for them to make that push. But looks like they're going to try to do it again, just maybe from a different angle. Let's wait and see. As we hop on over to the team that surprised us yesterday, honestly, Kino Trope. Incredible start in day 1. They may be in 6th with 42 points, but I am watching them for today.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, let's be real. 42 to 5 points behind second place here. They are less than 10 points. No, they're just over 10 points. 15 points behind first place. That's how close this lobby is, right? 6th place is 15 points behind first. Generally, I'm used to seeing first kind of have like a 30-point lead. That is not the case here. So KN, A7, Team Spirit, APG, if you're above 30 points, you have very, very, I won't say easy, but it's not a hard gap to overcome in the next couple of matches. If you have a really good game, WBG could be, starting to be a little bit more concerned.
Yeah, that they are. And here we have BTR. NEP, and specifically we have Federals, who I believe had 3,000 damage in yesterday's games, along with 18 eliminations throughout day number 1. He did quite a lot. Like, his impact is insane.
TS
for
को कताको
his
flag
squad,
गरे
and the fact that
TS
they're
को
holding on to the third spot right
TS
now,
को त्यो
incredible for
different
BTR.
different ठाउँको mix
I
भएको
mentioned this
कारणले
before
गर्दा
we
फेरि
started
त्यो
our first day of the
छुट्टै flag
competition.
होला के त्यो
I miss seeing BTR at the, I
लाग्यो
want to say, on top of the world on some
त्यही भएर
level
लोगो मात्र
from the
हालेको के
very early
यता
stages
PMSL मा
of
पनि
PUBG
त्यही थियो यिनीहरूको
Mobile
flag ei थिएन
competitions.
PMSL
So
को
now
लोगो
seeing
लगाइदिएको
them
थियो
in
के
a
त्यो different
competition like
ठाउँको
this, in a
player हुन्छ
tournament
नि
like
त
this, after day number 1, showing a lot of consistency and battling it out with some of the best in the world. I just want to see that continue on for the rest of the
Thanks
day.
so much
And here we go,
Sabun
6
for the
minutes
5 Hong Kong dollars
We're
है
going to be getting our
Sabun
first knock
हेर
and
नगएको
our first elimination
Hong Kong
finally.
showdown
And it is going to be going to DRX as they take down Tony K from Vampires. And not the best start for the Thailand representatives as well in Vampires.
केटा हो 700 सब्स्क्राइबर चाहिएको रहेछ 18,000 पुर्याउनको लागि सब्स्क्राइब गरेको छैन भने एकैचोटि सब्स्क्राइब गरेर त सरर कति बढ्दो रहेछ हेरौ
Yeah.
Was it actually?
ओइ
Was it
इगल ब्रो
Yes.
सब्स्क्राइबर लाइभ
Yes.
काउन्ट हाल्न मिल्दैन
So 2 for 2.
हाल्दौ न
That's got to be some sort of record, right? Should we have a
Not a
record?
good one. Not a good one. Not a good one.
No, but like we should definitely have a trophy for like, we have MVP and all of that. No one cares about that. We should have
क्यामेरा अफ गर्नु
a team or a player who gets
like silliest death. I feel would be a good one.
That would be awesome. I would love to have
count
a silliest death one. That'd be so
I
much
feel like
fun.
silliest death award, and you can get the or silliest elimination.
Display
yeah,
capture
elimination
Yeah.
from the game. I would say silliest elimination from the game.
उता
I
देखिरहे
feel like
bro
that would be an amazing award because here's the thing.
एकछिन
Imagine you have
पकाइके
like
ढो
I want to say teammate nading his own team, his own player. That happens a lot. Those
It
those
does.
kinds of mistakes happen. Or you mistime the heal when you're outside in the blue zone and you get knocked and the rest of the team is too far away.
Vehicle explosions or spinning out or something is
सब
always
देखिरहेको थियो जस्तो लाग्यो ब्रो
Car flipping,
OBS
and then you're like,
Yeah.
okay, well, you get shot while the car's flipping and you're dead. Yeah, there's a lot of them, and we will have another opportunity to go through them. But right now, I kind of want to focus on APG, right?
Yes.
We were talking about them taking a fight on this particular hill with LGD. LGD decided to go away and take the fight to Reject, actually. So we're going to focus on that right now. They managed to get the first knock, followed by the second instantly. That means that Reject are in a 2v2 situation. Or rather, oh, not really. Because we are seeing that Team Spirit as well are waiting in the wings. Reject not happy about the fact that they had to secure that and then try to see if they can get their revives before a full push comes their way. LGD lose 2 members. And they gain nothing from that fight unless that nade does something right now. Not sure it will. Reject should be able to reset, I believe. And the thing is, Team Spirit will be able to hold the push from either side from that high ground too.
This is a very interesting fight and one that they have to really
black screen अब
do quickly because now you're starting to see, Vampires moving in. You got teams on the other side going donkey as well. Trifecta is going to be a very heavily contested area, so they really need to finish up this fight very, very quickly. You can see Team Spirit up at the top there. Really nice little spray. Oh my goodness, Sweps. There we go. We saw him do it yesterday. He's doing some more today. Really nice little spray coming in there onto effect. And now Rejects kind of just have to wait because it's gotten a little bit too hot to handle. Reiji has 2 elims on the board. They want to just keep it that way. They don't want to have any more points, any more risks taken here. Tian, though, will go low. So LGD not really waiting around for anything, just trying to get that maneuverability on their side. But at this point, I think Rejects have to just kind of back off here, just wait their turn. Their turn was here, and the turn has left. It's now somebody else's turn, and LGD now just gotta kind of put on the back foot a little bit. I mean, what do you do here? I think you kind of just wait it out, right?
You just have to hold because you're still in the center of the zone up until you find out which of the areas of Trifecta is going to have the majority of the zone, and then you make your move. But the fact that they lost 2 players just means that they are open to a push specifically by Team Spirit because Spirit was able to see the fight unravel the whole time. So they have the information. And obviously so does Reject. So if the zone shifts over to the side where LGD is, Reject guys, it's a 4v2, quick push, get the knocks, get the elims. We're going to have the compound that may get us the game. So that's what, and I think that's what LGD's plan was when they gave up the high ground that APG held towards the southern side. They wanted to hold on to that area. And now you can see that's exactly what seems to be the situation on the side of LGD. Obviously, it may not be center zone, but they are in a position to, LGD are in a position to gatekeep the likes of Reject.
Yes.
And I believe we also have one more other team that's on the northern side of Trifecta.
Yeah.
So there's 2 squads there that are going to be in danger.
So you have Rejects and you have Vampires over on that side. If Vampires try and use the bridge to go kind of north and around, right, rather than through boot camp, there's Voin Donkey over there. So actually Voin Donkey, they're not going to have zone for much longer, but they do have a really nice opportunity to get some extra points on the board. They do have to be careful of Thunder Talk, though. They're still over on the Camp Alpha Island, on that northern island. Big spread, but I'm not sure where they're going to decide to move in. They could come into Ruins, they could come in behind Voin Donkey, so that's something to consider.
Yeah, a rotation from the northern side might be very helpful for some of the teams, because we're going to be seeing a lot of teams now try to focus on getting into the likes of boot camp or even the high ground next to boot camp. You can see LGD in the distance also getting into yet another. Hold on, did LGD make another move where they abandoned? Oh my God!
How
LGD
did they get here?
with their rotations, insane.
How?
That's you're telling me from the second that we switched over from. Wow. Yeah. I don't need, that's so these 2 duo from LGD were able to leave the situation where it was them, Vampire, and Reject after losing 2 members. Make a rotation to the center of the zone as a duo, where there's already 2 squads inside of boot camp, and God knows how many on the outskirts of it. How did LGD make it into this ground is absolutely beyond me. But fantastic play from them to be able to reach this position, because that means that now they don't have to gatekeep. We're at a numbers disadvantage if they try to do that. So they're just playing for placements because they don't want to lose that number 2 spot. They don't want to lose all the hard work that they put in the first day of the competition. And I absolutely love that from LGD. I can see why Maxman was a huge fan of LGD earlier on, but we'll go back to that later on. As we see Influence Rage up against Alpha 7, the Brazilians, fighting amongst each other on the eastern side, rather. Eastern side. That's the
DRX.
Sorry, the compass was all over the place.
Oh, Molikलाई call गर्नु पर्ने यार.
It was, but DRX are actually. Wait, where were they? They've had a late rotation from the south side over by Ruins, so they've come up right behind both the Brazilian teams, and this is the third party that they're looking for here. But actually, Influence Rage still up as a full squad. This is dangerous for DRX.
Okay, they managed to get the first one, but the question remains, will they
आज हामी मिसन हान्ने हो कि हैन प्रसिद्ध ब्रो.
It would be best
अब सामानमा इन्डियाबाटै किन्नुपर्छ जस्तो लागिरहा.
Losing more time. But Lawrenson manages to get a knock in their turn. It is now a 3v2. DRX lose 2 all of a sudden. Law, what can you do? He's able to get the 5 off. He's able to heal. Diego's holding the ground. Able to also finish off those eliminations and secure them. Nade coming in. Maybe a little bit of damage. No, an Influence Rage. Turn it around.
PMPS #1 eliminated भने sorry लेख्दै रहेछ यार.
Oh, hang on. Tiamba here for looking for
बिचारा PTR को के लेख्छ अनि PTR त बटम तिर थियो यार PMPL मा PMS
the slowest push.
Yeah, that was so I thought it was slow, but get out of the car. Get out.
मलाई आज बेलुका बुझेर भन्नु न है.
Good. Okay, so Tiamba managed to push in, get out, and then go for another push again. Lawrence and Law and Diego in the 3v4, and then all of a sudden
Oye, time bird, Tony.
Dude.
Are you kidding me?
Bro.
On Sandhawk, and they get 8 eliminations in 2 minutes. The Brazilians
second line of खेल्दा
Okay, Tiamba. I like Influence Rage. GG's. Well played. Tiamba, what was that?
PL hashtag to यार.
Oh, hang on.
Both teams. What was
Global
that?
खेल्न गाह्रो भएको होला.
What was that? That was insane.
True.
Like they were being pushed outside the zone. DRX could have taken their sweet time with that fight. I mean, honestly, right now, the fact that Diego is eliminated, not the worst thing. Combine those 8 eliminations with a placement point or 2, get top 8, fantastic game for you as Influence Rage. Because you were put in so many tough situations in such a short amount of time.
Vampire फर्मै छैन धेरै टाइम भइसक्यो यार प्रसिद्ध ब्रो त्यो एउटा विक मात्र जितेको के तिनीहरुले स्म्याच हानेको नत्र फर्मै छैन कन्सिस्टेन्टै छैन कहिले.
But now they got to get into zone. But we move over to Voin Donkey and Team Spirit, really controlling side onto Team Spirit here to have one up on the hillside, right? To make sure that Voin Donkey can't use all the angles, can't nade up onto this roof side here.
तर यस्तो गेममा कसैले डोमिनेट हान्दैन त्यही भएर आउन चाहिँ सजिलो हुन्छ.
They have to be careful. Don't go in one by one. You've got them in a corner. Oh. Doesn't quite get the shots. There we go. One goes down. That's the first one. Moving in together now. They're all in that one building. One nade and they are toast,
भित्र प्यानिकमा.
Voin Donkey, they have nades as well. There we go. That's the first one. DBS coming on in. That's going to be not a second yet. The shots aren't hitting. Where are the shots?
They can't
all
get
of
in.
you.
The shotguns are too many. It's still a 4v2. The molly.
There we go.
Yeah.
के खालको फाइट हुँदैछ यहाँ?
That last one. Voin Donkey. Voin Donkey. Wow,
Voin Donkey, yes.
That was horrible. I mean, look, honestly, 4 players in that one small room. You should have taken the fight. Why were you hiding? You were forced in a corner. The fact that
WBC lightning
were given so much room made it so easy for them to take the fight. And literally, yeah, one
team
nade,
secret
one volley, and it's just one angle you can peek out of.
I'm actually really surprised that Team Spirit didn't go with any of the
Team Secret,
Team Spirit, that room. They knew they were all in there. One nade, peek the door, one nade, you might get knocked, but that's all 3 taken out, but that's fine. All good, maybe they didn't have any. They will now, though. So that's nice. Team Spirit getting some elims. Well played from them. Nicely done. You do see Doc, though, in that elim feed, taking out Assault.
APG कहाँ छ?
It's a little bit of contest coming over onto those edges of the zone, and as the zone gets smaller, you are going to start seeing that nice little spray with that AUG, though. BTR, man, they're here to play.
And I'm starting to question if Weibo are, because once again, I saw a very, very slow moving vehicle. They lost one person on the outside in boot camp. Their rotation was a little bit late. Yesterday, their rotations were a lot better. They were a lot quicker. The position was phenomenal this time around. In 30 seconds, they lost 3 players as they were trying to leave the bootcamp area, which technically was still in the zone. I don't know why they felt the need to go for a wide swing like that. Yes, the zone will probably shift away from bootcamp, but would have been able to stay as a whole squad, at least maybe get an elim or 2 on your way out. But this, especially with the fact that they got 2 eliminations and then they had a good position, and now they're down to 1 member. And a squad like BTR that has 4 has an opportunity to catch up now.
Top play के है इसमें पनि first game पनि top play खाता खोले थे.
APG could have a very good angle onto KN here, but I think Ozan knows that he's there. Ozzy-san, he's on that corner, he's on that rock, and he knows it. Nade is primed, and with all 3 APG players really close together, that could be good. Doesn't quite do anything, but Reefus will go on down. That's the first one. Up over the top with Zul, but it's not going to be enough. He's fighting on different angles. Molotov to block that angle. Really nicely played. Down he goes. Easily done for them, and that's going to be him. Actually just immediately just taken out there. WBG, though, 33Z might have something to say about this. Looking for a little bit of a third party, but nah, it was a quick nade, and then he's going to fall on back now. He does not want that heat. He thought he could get a surprise attack. Didn't happen, so he's going to go back over and watch his north side.
Now we set our sights on to reject, as they are now trying to push
side
up against the squad of Team Spirit. Ragey, unfortunately, just trying to on the team at the moment is and will be taken out by the zone, but the rest of the squad will be pushing, and they will be annihilated. In just a few more seconds. Nomi missed one of those pumps, but still manages to get the rest. 7 elims for Team Spirit. Full squad left alive, and hey, APG is still alive and kicking to Thunder Talk. Let's see what they have to say in this conversation. Matic getting pressured by AJ.
BTR चढिसक्यो
versus S12K. AJ finally knows where he is. I thought he was looking at
nice.
the room.
अब त सक्यो यिनीहरुलाई यही
Might have had a little bit of an advantage, but if that tries to go for the flag, AJ turns around and gets the
चढिसक्यो.
also gets third partied by Razy. And Team Spirit, they still.
Here bro, Krishna Maharjanलाई shout out Krishna Maharjan shout out
Gets an elimination right before he bites the dust. Takes
Well
4th place
played.
for Weibo, so it was still salvaged by Weibo. A top 4 with 3 elims, you're still getting points, and that's what you need. But now you have APG, Team Spirit, and BTR all fighting for that winner chicken dinner.
उता गइदिरहेको के BTR अब यिनीहरुको बाटो खाली हो यतिर
Number 6, number 5, number 4. Like the graphics
कसले
are
चिकन
so
खान्छ केटा हो
behind because
च्याटमा
of
लेख्नु
how
त
many fights just wrapped up so quickly.
But what I love here is that Team Spirit were so busy with Thunder Talk, the BTR were able to actually just move into zone, into center zone. Look at them on the mini-map. They were able to take full control. The only thing that could, as I was gonna say, yeah, keep Team Spirit in the run of things is this fight happening. APG clashing against BTR on their side, right? This could give Team Spirit the opening they need, but it also could go very, very badly. APG have that sneak factor. Their bellies on the ground, just looking for those shots wherever they can find them. Satar could have done good work, but he does get taken on out by Kitsune. So that's going to be their second elimination on the board here, but BTR could be in a world of hurt here, actually. Yes, they have the zone, but they don't have the position in between two teams. They're getting picked apart left, right, and center. That's going to be them almost gone, down to just a duo, down to the bottom. Doc needs to get 2. He doesn't even get the 1. He will go down. That's going to be the end of him. Yul as well. They're all gone. Federals not here to play. Effect is the next, but down they'll go. And Team Spirit, they're going to be ones to take this chicken dinner home. Sandhawk is theirs.
Well, I don't know about you, but what a heck of a performance from Team Spirit. Clinch that winner chicken dinner. They had a good position. We were talking about it before. A little bit of a high ground.
यिनीहरुलाई त अघि च्यापिसकेको थियो BTR ले छोडेर उता गइदिर के सबैजना
The zone kept shifting towards the likes of
के खेले
time and time again. They
GG
weren't
GGTS
overly
लेख्दिएको ड
aggressive. They picked their fights at the perfect timing. And in that
यिनीहरुको त जर्सी पनि टी-शर्ट हो क्या हामीले लाउने नर्मल टी-शर्ट हो क्या
and BTR was sandwiched once again. The amount of times that if you're in the middle in the last 3 squads of the game, you are
यो त बुट क्याम्प जोड्ने थियो राम्रो खेल्यो तर
just based off the fact that both squads are going to be fighting you.
भिडीलाई च्यापेर मारिहाल्यो भिडी किन त्यसरी बसेको
fighting you. They may be shooting a couple of shots towards each other, stuff like that. Yeah, but their full focus is going to be the squad in the middle. Yeah.
TS Thailand ko हैन
100%
Russia
yeah,
ko
BTR, they thought, oh, we can get in here. I think they might have wanted
यिनीहरुको पनि यहाँ Red Bull छ के
Spirit and Thunder Talk to fight a little
यिनीहरुको
bit
एउटा
longer,
बाहिरको
a
Red
little
Bull
bit more
हाम्रो
time to
नेपालको
clear out
दुईटा वाला
APG,
Red Bull छ
but it just so happened that that was not the case. They were just put upon at the same time, which is unfortunate for BTR, but I gotta say, Federalis, we saw some cool stuff. It wasn't nades, but he not only didn't get knocked, he got Doc and Ziol, I feel like, before he went out himself. So he really was trying. He put up those numbers, he did the damage, just unable to get those final wins. And I think Team Spirit were going to win either way, even if they had they did get rid of APG. So they did get rid of APG, but they were going to win. Team Spirit were going to win either way. They were just not in a good position there. And Team Spirit were able to kind of maneuver and set themselves up as they wanted to while they were busy. So big win from TS, but honestly, BTR and APG played that very well as well.
Yeah, they really did, and I have to say there's a lot of teams have to point out their rotations, specifically LGD. Very well played to be able to reposition time and time again. I think they managed to get themselves maybe a top 7 finish, so the eliminations that they got, if they did in the early stages, at least it's a couple of points for them to stay close towards the likes of Weibo. And the recovery from 3-3Z to be able to stay alive that long and to be able to give a top 4 to Weibo. In a game that I want to say like they had a good position and it felt like it was thrown by that slow rotation towards the mountainside. There was no smokes really.
टन्न टाइम लाग्छ होला है गेम स्टार्ट हुनको लागि
a lot of cover to provide for yourself
के गर्ने भन्दाखेरि हामी
it wasn't the best situation for them to be put in.
अब हामी
But the fact
हेर्छौ
that they were able to come out with those many points, I think it's still very well played by the likes of Weibo.
Yeah, very well played indeed. Can we just mention just very quickly, Tiamba with the slowest car push I have ever seen in my life. And then just to get completely just picked apart like that so easily, Tiamba, I really want to know what's going on in their minds right there, because
Strike khane khalko git ta nasunu होला
the push was slow because they turned off the engine and they wanted the car
Susan
to
Casey ko नयाँ गीत आएको थियो
so
रहेछ
they
त
wouldn't make a lot of noise.
सबैले सुनिसक्यो होला मैले सुने हैन म सुनिदिन्छु है बसेर
I'm giving them the
मैले चाहिँ हेरे नि छैन है ल सबटाइटल नि छ त
खाली जाल बिसाउँछन् रे दलदलमा फसाउँछन् रे आउँदैन तिमीलाई मायामा डुबेर मजाले बुझेर सुन्नलाई मनका कुरा खाली होठुलाई चुमेर कोठा नि थुनेर बस्न रुचाउँछौ होला नबोला अब नबोला गरी गरी तिम्रो
कसले रियाक्ट गर्नु केटा हो तर सबै एकै खालको है सुजान केसी गीत पनि
अलिकति भावना चाहिँ बोकी बोकी जाउँला भोलि जाउँला माया तिनका दिन सताउँछ डरै बनायो
फुल बियर
सँगै डुलिरा छोरे अन्तै अन्तै कति आई बचाउनु रे कति लाज बचाउनु रे हेर्दा त फेरि सोचिथ्यो नानी के थाहा थियो उसको यो बानी अनुमान लगाउँथ्यो के बर्बाद बनाउँथ्यो खाली आफ्नै हाँसो खुसी
पर्खिरहेछु रे
के सुन्थ्यो र दुःख हुँदा भारी
केटा अलिकति एकदम फिल हान्ने खालको गीत भन त यार मलाई त हानेन यो फिलै हानेन यार अलि फिल हान्ने गीत भन त यार पर्खिरहेछु नआए त यार पर्खिरहेछु जोन चामलिङ यो
I've been using Grammarly for 3 years.
ल है हेर्दियो है तिमीहरूको चोइस सरी मलाई जित्नु छ सबै एकै खालको हुने है तर सिङ्गरहरूको गीत के त्यो टोन क्या फिल हालेन भनेको स्याड वाला तु गरे गाइनले त्यहाँ पुनराईको चाहिँ म फेरि फ्यान है पुनराईको सुन्नुपर्छ यसपछि साउन्ड सानो ए अहिले चाहिँ तिमीलाई साउन्ड सानो भयो ल
गल्ती भयो पहिले अब हुने छैन पहिले चिनेको थिइन तिमीलाई
ल जिगल ब्लसिङ त्यो देखेर चाहिँ मलाई हाँस उठ्यो के क्राइजन टाइममा रे मलाई यो गीत सकेपछि भन न केटा स्याड छ त नाइस सङ अब पूर्ण राईको त सुन्नै पर्यो हेर नयाँ आएको छ रहेछ म चाहिँ फेरि गीतहरू धेरै फलो गर्दिनँ के यही हो मायामा स्टोरी ओभर दामी छ रे यसपछि क्राइजेनको हेर्नुपर्छ है होइन अर्को रे अर्को त म्युजिक भिडियो होइन होला नि त
मैले मात्रै गरिरहने हो कि माया तिम्रो पनि अधिकारै छ यो मायामा हाँसो सार्दै हाँसो बाँड्दै अघि हिँडेथ्यौ तिमीलाई खुसी दिँदै खुसी मिल्ने क्रमैमा
कराइजेन होइन त कराइजेन अरे ठिक छ त
बरु फेरि दिनु यो मुटु नै मेरो तिम्रो सहारा भुलाउन सकिन यदि टाढिएमा अँगालिदिनु
गेम स्टार्ट भयो भने भन्नु है केटा हिटलरको स्पिच सुन्ने रे
यो माया भुल्दिन बरु फेरि दिनु यो मुटु नै मेरो तिम्रो सहारा भुलाउन सकिन यदि टाढिएमा अँगालिदिनु यो माया त्यही सजुल पनि हुँदा आउँछ तिमीलाई किरण बनी नानी साँचिदिए माया साँचेर राखुला
आम्मा कत्रो स्प्याम हानेको केटाहरूले म्याच स्टार्ट भयो अरे लभली लभली सङ ल केटा अहिले हेर्नुपर्छ अब अर्को गीत
Interesting.
You think
no
so?
drop clashes. Yeah, I think that would be Sandstorm. I feel like.
Well, let's have a look.
I mean, I feel like it would be. What do you
It's
think?
a very southern zone. You know, I think it's going to go like Severny, Shooting Range, Rosok, Yasnaya, Stalber. Mansion's going to be in there as well. I don't think George Pool's going to be in. Maybe just the very most eastern edge of it might be close to this one.
सबै त्यसले त सबै जोन
Like, that's the
भनिसक्यो त
prediction I'm giving you. So top right.
Oh.
Not even.
Well,
okay, I mean,
it's top.
hey.
It's bottom right. So you're closer than I was. GG's.
I got right.
Yeah. Right.
That works. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
यो के भयो गाइजो धुवा
Anyway.
So we can see Tiamba this time. This is not a slow rotation by any means. See, this is the quicker rotation that we want to see from.
के हामी यो गेम सकाउन्जेलसम्ममा 17
I mean, teams are still landing over here, and it looks
7
like we might have a little bit of a
subscribers
clash,
Lorenzen
possibly.
is chilling.
Lorenzen is trying not to get caught out here.
No.
ला बिचरा एनएफलाई त से
Come on, you know you wanna.
Lorenzen, no, Lorenzen! This is just not the start that Influence Rage would want to have. Lorenzen
I don't understand.
forced to instantly go down, but I mean, I'm not sure what the situation in here is, but Influence Rage are completely split up.
They are. I'm confused as to why Norbu, or Osal rather, didn't stop the vehicle. Just stop and let him shoot, but okay.
अगेको हैन
Point Donkey on the
त्यो
other
हान्न
hand,
गाडी
going
हुन्छ
up
गाडीबाट
against BCR,
त्यसले
some
गाडीबाट
really
नहान्नु
early
पर्ने हो
clashes here, but they're not team clashes. They're just individual sort of oopsies almost, where it's kind of like, we didn't really mean to drop here on top of you guys. Like,
हामी यसरी भेटाको
we
भए
just
त
gotta
घर
go
सर
away now,
घुसाएर
but
सेक्थिमो
that is a 1v1. Satar gonna get that back up, but he doesn't need it.
शिल्पे हो
Actually
शिल्पे
does go on
ए
down. So Point
खेदाको
Donkey
खेदाइ
gonna be the
गरिदिन्थ्यो
first to lose a player here very, very early on. And this is what happens. I think we're seeing a big meta. Sandstorm towards these teams.
बिडीको एउटा मर्यो
ending up going for large splits over
बिचारा
the
भिडीको
looting
नि 16
phase,
point
and
मात्र रहेछ यार
sometimes that
यिनीहरूको
really doesn't
गेम
work
अब
in your favor
सक्यो
because the minute you get drop clashed by somebody,
लास्ट
you're
टाइम
immediately in a 1v1.
one time wonder जस्तै भयो यिनीहरू पनि
I definitely don't want that to happen to you. So now, Tiamba, they managed to get themselves a couple of vehicles. They rotated, and now they're able to get themselves a nice, decent bit of loot, and hopefully get themselves underway. Switching over to Matic and Team Spirit. Playing the chicken dinner in the previous game, and now Voin Donkey. Oh, no. Voin Donkey, they already suffered a loss, and this is the second in terms of Zeta, and it's at the hands of Fellows. Just keep stacking up those numbers. Just keep stacking up those eliminations. Razy was traded, but Statar last has a different angle on Razek. Will he be able to finish him off as well? Because now it's a 2v4 in favor of BTR. And down goes Razek, and that's going to be one member left for Voin Donkey.
Not the second game they needed, man. This is rough for them. They have 16
2x
points on the
2x
board right now.
automatically
14th place, 2 games in, and they're not going to be able to do a thing about it. This is such tough luck here, but they're not the only ones. King from Thunder Talk is going to go out to Doc here, so this is rough for them as well. We all know King, big player for the team, and at 11th place, 33 points. They're not in as much of a world of hurt as Voin Donkey, but still, you don't want to lose that player early.
Yeah, you really don't, because it just instantly causes problems for you in your rotations. Usually, full squad, you don't really have to second-guess any kind of decisions when it comes to taking a fight or not. But you lose a member, you're like, okay, we're 3. Are they a full squad? That's instantly the first thing that you're going to be thinking about. Can we take a 3v4? Or if you get a knock 3v3, okay, then that makes things equal.
टाइम को खेला हेर्दा त यार यिनीलाई त जल्लै घुसेर नि सेक्दिन्छ जस्तो लाग्न थाल्छ के
your decision making when you don't have the numbers in your advantage. So
65
definitely
50
don't
को
want
ग्याप
to
त
be
रहेछ
losing any members in the early stages of the game. Have to be careful when it comes to the rotations. And Thunder Talk deciding to hold this area with the zone that we have. I'm curious to see what other positions the squads are going to be holding and where the zone is going to shift as well.
टाइम को जस्तै हालत भएको थियो हाम्रो पनि PMSL सुरु हुनु 2-3 हप्ता अगाडि 1-2 हप्ता अगाडि
Instead, they've stopped. They're looking for a potential clash here with Tiamba, but Refus
जो आउँछ सेकेर
is
जान्छ
right
यार
behind them from APG. You start to see APG starting to move on in, so could be a difficult thing for Thunder Talk to kind of avoid. I don't know if there's a boat down at the bottom there, but no, they are going to move on. They're going to use that beach, and that's the best play here because you see Top up on the bridge. Doc is moving into behind his teammate, so yeah, for Thunder Talk, they really don't want any of that heat just yet. It's way too early in the game to be doing any of that. 6 minutes in, you've already lost one player. I'm not sure that's really what you want to see. Here we go. King really did not mean to find anybody up here. He was not aware Doc was going to be up here. In fact, Doc was, again, just that solo. Comes down to that solo, big spread, 1v1 situation, and King was just unable to combat it. But now Tianyu making Tiamba leave. Interesting. I would have thought Tiamba might have tried to fight that a little bit more, but again, they're a little bit more split up, and that 1v3 just isn't very appealing this early in the game.
You know what is appealing, though, in this game at the moment? That the zone's closing, and it's only the first one.
Ooh.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I'm agreeing with you. You're right. We've had a lot of action, and it's only 7 minutes in. The first game.
I say a lot of action. We've had 6 eliminations in 7 minutes. It is quite exciting.
That is crazy.
But listen, but look, this is Erangel. Miramar does the same thing. Miramar is even worse in that aspect, just because you're talking about a bigger land mass, same amount of teams, a lot of open ground, but still. This is when we get to see, I guess, the teams that are more calm and find out which teams like to fight.
Good luck GC हैन World Cup केटा हो WC. Thank you.
Getting closer and closer to Kinotrope. Is Kinotrope aware of such presence is the question.
They are now.
Oi la I know.
Mark has sensed something. Something's not right in the force.
Shit. Mistake भयो नि यार. पख केटा मा आइहाले.
I'm watching and I'm waiting. We'll see. We'll see what happens. They are very close, though. That is really concerning. Nordbu able to just kind of get some nades going, but that's going to be the first sign for Kinotrope to get out of dodge. They don't want anything to do with that just yet.
And I like
don't blame
that.
them.
Yeah, I like that decision making. Instant. It's like, okay, there's no need. Right now, there's no need to take a fight. You're not holding a compound that you are dying to defend. You're in the open. You're split 2-2. There's no reason for you to take the fight. There's no risk. There's no reward, really. And right now, they're just focusing on getting together and then holding a position. And I like that decision making. We're switching over towards the likes of Reject.
सबैजनाले रेड बुल खाऊ है.
But still, I want to say like
असली रोजो.
a little bit yesterday, but hopefully this time around they'll be able to turn things. Tony K.
Tony.
No. What's happening with vampires actually?
मेरो subscriber count अड्कियो जस्तो छ.
I mean, to be fair, we saw this from them in yesterday's games as well. They had the first few games that were kind of rough, and then they brought it back. So maybe it's just again that sort of thing that's happening again now. It is a rough position to be in, though. This cliff is notoriously difficult.
17 point. 6k पुग्छ कि पुग्दैन यो गेम सकिदा पुग्दैन जस्तो छ.
Targeting you because of that. But CD Alliance, another team that could really use the points. It's a nice push from them. 2-2 split either side, looking for those nades, looking for any sort of knock that they can get up onto them, especially because they know Ventorez is there somewhere, but they're not going to push it too much. That's the smoke going up. They're going to get back into those vehicles pretty soon.
Pretty soon indeed. Cluck, Jimmy, Olial, Leon.
6k त गाडी छ सब्स्क्राइब नै गर्दैन केटाहरुले रे.
I'm not sure what we
112 जना नि हुँदैन र 112 त मैले राति क्लासिक खेलेरै हुन्छ यार बरु यार. वाच पार्टीको ऑडियन्स नै नरहेछ.
Yeah. You needed a 50 to 60 point day today. You already missed out on the first game. If you don't average 10 plus points over the rest of the day, there's absolutely no chance for you. And this is how you do it by getting more and more elims. Knock onto Schweppes. No one to steal this elimination. Nice. Secured by Leon. That's 1 point out of the 10 that you need to secure in every single match. Consistency is key.
राति कति बजे आउनुहुन्छ भन्नु त राति?
I mean, again though, if you go into 24,
12
if they get 10 points in this game, let's just say that's 24 points. That puts them in 13th position. That's a big jump up, 3-4 points, and it puts you in the running for the rest of the games. We have 4 more games after this one. That is plenty of time to move up the rankings. If they can just use game 2 for any of those teams below sort of 12th, if they can use this game to just get as many points as possible, then they are putting themselves back in that running for that smash zone placement threshold. Point threshold. There we go.
12 बजे कसले हेर्छ रे? हेर्छ हो केटा.
I got there in the end.
त्यही तिम्रो अहिले म दिउँसो लाइभ आए तिमीहरूले मलाई देखिरहेछौ नि त. राति लाइभ आउने राति आउने च्याटमा आउनेहरु यहाँ छैनौ के तिम्रो अहिले.
Okay,
छुट्टै ऑडियन्स हुन्छ नि त.
Point taken. We're going to move away now.
त्यही भएर म कहिलेकाहीँ दिउँसो लाइभ आयो भने लङ टाइम नो सी इलेक्सन क्या धेरैले. तर म जहिले राति लाइभ गरेर हुन्छ के. पर्यो है.
But it is going to be Jing who gets flanked by Mafioso. 2v1 now. Squash and Mafioso up against Tianyu. Can he do it? Or will the Molly burn him to a crisp? He's stuck in that corner, unable to run away. Spam from the S12.
Lo.
Get a little bit more damage onto Tian. Gets followed. Squash gets the elimination. Alpha wipe. Thunder Talk. They lose.
यिनीहरु त यार आए पनि वाइप खान्छ जस्तो लाग्छ यार.
There are no slouches to this push.
एउटा त गान्दिसक्यो. यिनीहरुको गेम के भएको छ यार? भन्दै थियो क्या यिनीहरु त आए पनि वाइप खान्छ होला भनेर.
Mafioso helping.
2v4 सेक्नाटो.
All of a sudden, Tiamba lose 2.
Ula
2v2 situation. 2v1. Are you kidding me, Alpha? What is the story with Brazilians and wiping 2 squads in 2 minutes? This is the second time it happens from a different squad in a different game on a different map. Tiamba, what can you do?
म के सोचिरहेको छु थाहा छ? यो टाइममा हामी भएको भए अहिले के भइसक्थ्यो होला यार? सञ्जन दाइ हुनुहुन्छ च्याटमा भने भन्नु त. यो हामी भएको भए च्याट त
I
छोड
mean,
न
you know
ग्रुपमा
what? The
अबै
only thing I can say about Tiamba is at least Mew denied the point by nading himself. So when his last teammate went out, he didn't actually give that point over
के भएछ यार यिनीहरुको यार बिचारा यार
to A7. That's why they've got 6 points, not 7.
ग्लोबल
Because that should
खेल्न
have been a full
नसक्यो
squad
होला
wipe. It was
ग्लोबल
not.
गेम
That is really rough for Tiamba. They came in really nicely and then just got absolutely obliterated. There doesn't seem to be much of teamwork going on with Tiamba at this point in time. They kind of feel very individualistic in their pushes. And A7 were just able to take that and rip it apart. Some really nice nade bounces coming in from them. Some good angles. They had control. They were in control.
त्यो
And
नेट
that's the thing,
तन्काएर
is they
फ्याक्न
thrive
आँटेको
on
हेर्दा त
chaos.
यसले सिक्छ
A7 and
जस्तो
Influence
लागेको
Rage,
थियो यार
both of them,
बिचारा यार
they thrive on that high
मैले अस्ति
action,
नेट फ्याक्यो
quick-paced gameplay.
म
So
स्लिपीलाई
when they
फुटाउँथे
finish
त्यसले
the
आफैलाई
fight
फुटाए
and another team comes rolling in, they are ready.
माउस
And Tiamba
हटाउनु
just
ए
was not.
Yeah, they really weren't. And this is the second time. I mean, I thought because they had the numbers advantage, they were quicker on the rotation this time around. But yes, the second they got there, it felt like the communication fell. They didn't know where all the players on Alpha 7 were positioned. They were caught off guard time and time again, and we'll have a look at. And like this is Milu knocking himself.
Milu, yeah.
He knocked himself.
निन्जासँग डिस्कर्डमा बसौँ न रे डिस्कर्ड केटा हो मैले यो उसको हो क्या यो प्रवेश ब्रोको पिसी हो क्या मेरो केही लगइनै छैन
I mean,
आफ्नै पिसीबाट गरेको भए चाहिँ सर्ट गर्न मिल्छ नि त निन्जा पनि हेर
That's all you can say
that's
about
like
that.
the silverest of silver linings. Sure, you denied the point, but you lost so much. You could have gotten the whole. You could have gotten the fight. You
टिम स्पिरिट कस्तो राम्रो जोन लिएर बसेछ एपीजी
But it
पनि
just seemed like it was very. The communication was nowhere near Alpha 7 after that fight.
गेमै चेन्ज भयो है एपीजी को
There was not much they could do. They were caught off during
खेल्ने
their
तरिकै
rotation and they were eliminated.
एसटी जस्तै भएको
It's
छ
still a positive thing for Alpha 7 because they were able to wipe out 2 squads after being put in a tough situation. So I would still take that as a positive for them.
Yeah. I mean, tied with LGD.
एसटी मा डग आए जस्तो भएको छ यार
I'm just so surprised because it often seems like after we have these big fights, we all of a sudden they're just gone. Like just they're full squad in a good position. Oh, they're gone now. But it is what it is. They get caught out on rotation, as you said. BTR still looking to contest this side of the ridge. WBG behind them, DK ahead of them. A little bit squished for comfort. I feel like they're going to be pulling back, just trying to take themselves out of similar situation. I think maybe just even going around would be the best call here.
46 एक चिकन हान्नुपर्छ यार दुबैले
Let's see if that's the call that's going to be made in this situation.
Not this way though.
I mean,
the other way.
Hold on. Let him cook. Let's see what BTR will be able to pull off here, as they are only 2 points behind first place and 2 points ahead of Spirit in third. Vampire, we've just been seeing them on the elimination feed time and time again at this point, and not in their favor really. They had a good. They got a chicken dinner in game number, or in one of the games on day 1. And then it's like they entered a food coma after having that meal, after having that juicy chicken dinner. It's like not able to perform after that LGD.
गएर चेक गर्यो टोनी केले झन्डै फिनिस हानेको
And now they're deciding, okay, there's too many squads here. I don't think we can fit in because there's DK and DRX present in the same area as well. Vampire will be wiped by D plus Kia as well here, Nep.
DK को त 5 किल जोडेर पो 28 पोइन्ट रहेछ त
Kia needs the points,
23
though. I mean,
पोइन्ट
they're in 13th. I think
43
nobody was really expecting them to be so far down the leaderboard, so any points are
एक चिकन हाने पनि 10 मा आउने रहेछ
5 points on the leaderboard
अलि धेरै किल
so
हाने भने
far.
मात्र
They're getting closer to that 30-point mark. And so far, if they can just survive 2 more teams, then they will be going into that placement point territory as well, and every little helps, but maybe not if their countrymen have anything to say about it. DRX now moving in, trying to contest that space, trying to get rid of them any way they can, trying to gatekeep a little bit. WBG staying out of it. They don't want the hit. They don't want that smoke. They just really want to use the explosive bow without getting
अब त यो
caught.
फाइट त जिते नि हारे पनि थर्ड पार्टी खान्छ के
not go out before it gets
जोनेर बिचारा DK
We all
टावर
all
पुसन
of you
दिले
should.
जित्ते
I think every single person watching this stream should, because this map, we'll get back to that later, because right now LGD going for a push onto D plus Kia. They're able to get a couple of eliminations. Osal and Nolbu not able to assist from the distance. MPM secures the elimination onto Fabian. And LGD in a very tough situation. Tian will be left alive with Afu. The last two.
Lol.
Couple of smokes to provide some cover. D plus Kia.
Out.
Move, and MPM is here for backup. Yeah, D plus Kia will be eliminated. I was looking, I was trying to see what in the heck was happening in that fight.
Yeah.
But we'll get back to it later, because now we are in the 19th minute of the match, and a lot of the fights are starting to break out more and more as teams are fighting for position.
Rotation po handio there. Fight na khilera.
Point possible. Weibu, you are in the lead. You cannot fail right now. You cannot fall. You have to get eliminations. You have to get points. You have to be proactive.
WBG are being just that, although I think they've they tried to be proactive, they tried to regroup, they tried to push where they needed to, but I don't think they did it successfully enough. Now you're starting to see them really go for it. DRX left off the pressure for just a second, and off they go, leaving their teammate behind. That's all they can do. Just going straight into this dip here. Not sure that's the best play, but it is center. I mean, hey, they're in zone, so maybe that's exactly what they want to do. LGD.
म आज बेलुका घर जाने हो केटा अब गेम यो वाच पार्टी सकाएर
KN going up against CD Alliance rather. Afu able to get that clean little spray and finish over onto BTR Ryan there as well, as CD Alliance do go out. No more points on the board for them. Sandstorm, they still 14 points in 16th place.
आरसी कहाँ छ साच्ची र्याङ्कमा 10 मा रहेछ आरसी त लास्ट डे बिग्रेको छ एरिनाको गेम त झन्
A couple more eliminations. Reject. Get absolutely torn apart from so many different directions, but somehow it's actually APG that seals that last elimination in the nick of time. So you know what, I do
अनि फेरि राति आउने बुट क्याम्प आज त आउँदिन
just because I have to say that, I'm
आज चाहिँ बस्ने गर्ने जान्छु
showing the names of the players on the team that's currently in first place. Love that.
कदिनको बिदा 1 तारिकसम्म बिदा हो 2 तारिकमा सबै फर्किने भनेर
We continue. 8 squads remaining with 26
28 त भइसक्यो 29 30 1 3 दिन अब
APG and all of look at that, first to 7th and then 12th. My lord, this is just an opportunity. This is when the teams can start, I want to say, getting us to the point where we might see a top-heavy leaderboard. When the teams at the bottom start dying out early and being eliminated early on, and then the top half is the one that keeps on surviving, keeps on getting eliminations with those placement points too.
Yep. But which of those teams is going to be the one to stand out here? DRX could do a lot of work here, especially with that zone. Sandstorm, are you kidding me? This could be DRX's ticket out of the bottom half of the leaderboard. If they play this well, they should be in a really, really good position. Look, into the top 10, into the top 9, they need just 10 points. That's a lot to ask at this stage in the game. However, they could really do some work here. If they get a top 3 with 6 or 7 elims, they're looking very, very good for the rest of the game. So I think the next play here is to make sure LGD do not push them, because LGD will want this spot. So as long as they can fend them off, they're looking very, very good.
Let's see if they manage to do so. I want to say a golden opportunity for the likes of Kinotrope in the position that they're in at the moment. See if they can translate that into something in this game. Influence Rage as well. They still have the 3 players left alive. This I like this. That it's so many teams that are going to be fighting just to stay close to that #1 spot. This is exactly what we mean when we say we want the teams to always try to remain with 10, 15, maximum 20 points, 30 maybe from that first place. So come the final day, you actually have an opportunity to catch up to the teams and not feel demoralized when a team crosses the threshold and you're still 40 points behind or 30 points behind. So just make things easier for yourself.
ल DRX पछाडी सर्दैछ यार
for it. Afu needs to heal up before they can make a serious push, and this is where DRX's smokes come in clutch here. Just denying any sort of visibility away from LGD, making sure that nothing is going to happen here. BTR caught out in the field. It's not going to be a third or a second place finish for them today for this game, but still they got a decent amount of points. They slide into second place with that England or with this game, so looking good. Team Spirit still here though, not sure where actually. They've been a silent partner in all of this. They're down to the south side. They don't have to be noisy, right? This is their drop spot. They drop farm, so for them this has been a very easy game,
welcome to the stream.
to go. You see some things popping off in the Elam feed. APG going on down to just a solo, possibly even going out if they can't win the 1v1. We didn't see it, but Sook
APG
gets Yo with that explosive bow. He's gonna finish up that I know! But oh well, Tian, no, things are happening. Tian moves in forward, gets taken out immediately. Hyunbin able to get him from behind a tree, man. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, okay, look, they were able to trade 1-for-1. We'll get back to that a little bit later, as now Hyunbin continues
DRX ले त समाउने नदिनु पर्ने हो क्या कस्तो गल्ती खेलेको यार
get to a position where he can get revived.
यसलाई त्यही रिजमै रोक्नु पर्ने
Being applied by LGD, so is not able to help from that far angle.
हाम्रो पनि त्यही मिस्टेक भइरहेको थियो PMSL मा सुरुमा हामी आउन दिइरहेको थियौं क्या टिमहरुलाई
that player that was knocked down, not sure if the nade will be able to get there. No, it did not, and Tien will be revived if I'm not mistaken. Now they're gonna attempt to heal. Lots of damage coming in the second EP.
फाइट जिते नि क्याजुअल्टी हुन्छ उतै रोक्यो भने बरु कि मरिन्छ कि मारिन्छ
My lord, LGD are cooking this game. They are on their 9th elimination, looking for that double digit, looking for that 10th. They want that final member of DRX, but he is not making it easy for them whatsoever. He is praying and spraying right now with that 4x M4.
And look, behind the rock, just barely outside his zone. He's really giving a run for their money. So as the hero of DRX right now, just holding him off, gets a knock. Could potentially, I mean, he's not going to do anything more from here, but he can just ruin their game as much as possible. And now WBG looking like they might want to have a say in what's going up above them. But order gets taken low. No one's in zone right now except for KN.
Yes, ma'am. Kinotrope are very happy with the hand that they have been dealt at the moment. So I was thinking, okay, well, while it lasted, but I'm still gonna make this as long and as excruciatingly painful as possible for the side of LGD. Smokes, mollies, and everything. Thinking, I want this fight over. I want this fight done. But two players of LGD go down. And I believe it was to a third party from Weibo.
SL qualifiers को last day को first game यही zone थे क्या ते LGD को ठाउँबाट chicken खाए थे
And now we have our final four. Weibo trying to see if they can get into the zone. Team Spirit looking for a back-to-back. They have been so quiet this entire game. They have one elimination to their name. And now they're in the 7th zone. And quite possibly, if they're able to take out Kinotrope, they can get back-to-back.
Seal पे लेट दे रही है हो रहा बंदे है
They absolutely could.
Team पण थियो मेरे टीम में थियो यार seal पे
Change up the pace. Never mind. Nomi.
यो घरमा त हामी कस्तरी मरे थे नि seal पे यो रात घरमा के
back down to square one.
अस्ति ओरामा हुँदाखेरि के
go on down. Mark is made very, very low here, and this is where those nades.
लाभा मर्छ यो त छ
Effect with the nade. Nasty work onto Mark here. Influence Rage do go out there. Kitsune able to pick up another point. Top 3 for them. Once again, where was this Team Spirit in PMSL CSA? This is looking like a back-to-back win if WBG aren't careful, but WBG look again with this fight. No, again with this fight. Look at it. They've been able to move in.
Now.
They do. Yeah. But they have that zone. They have the spread. Kitsune and crew might just go down here. Yeah, Sook able to get this spread. Oh, and gets it traded immediately here. KN just down to a solo. It allows Team Spirit to have a little bit of time. It could go either way.
It really could. And Kinotrope, Ozzy-san, he's just trying to survive. He has nades, mollies, and everything being thrown from every possible angle. Still being able to survive this much pressure, this much damage. But it's fine, Team Spirit now. They're back to 3 players, and in fact, lovely knock onto order. He knows they have to take care of the possibility of a
शिल्पे
third
तिमीहरू हामी
party
यसरी मरेको भए
in order to secure
कस्तो
this
लाग्थ्यो
game,
तिमीलाई
in order to get the first back-to-back.
कसरी मरिरहेन यार
Is it possible for
बाटोमा नेट चल्यो नि
V1
हेरे गरे
essentially at this point? Ozzy-san from KN.
तिमी बस है तिमी एकछिन बस ल यो गेम सकिने बित्तिकै तिमीलाई म एउटा फाइट देखाउँछु के
Is it a top 2 or
दुईटा
will
फाइट
the
देखाउँछु
Threes that survive
अनि त्यहाँ
just
हामी
long
भएको
enough
भए
to
के हुन्थ्यो
maintain that?
आफै सोच न
There we
Ozzy-san
go.
will be
Okay.
taken out. Yeah, Matic secures it, and now it's a 4v2. Yes, but I believe one of the players is knocked down. Sook, there is no chance of a revive. And the best thing for 3-3Z to do is, I mean, you can try the 1v4, but with them having the position, and then they can just chill, you could just die to the zone and not get
चिकन खाइसक्यो
Yeah.
चिकन
At this
खाइसक्यो
point,
यसले
well, I don't think it's going to be allowed now. Nomi in the vehicle. Oh, and he's going to give the point over. Maybe not. They now have that info, though. That was a valuable knock. He
Kill
might
finish
get
गर्छ
knocked, but that's what they needed to do. The nade is going to be coming through. Nomi might just give a point away to Weibo here. Possibly. Doesn't look like it did any damage. He's looking for that info, though. He really is trying to get that one Elam. Yep, there he goes. That's their 9th point on the board.
Is this possible?
Fair enough. He's not going to get the win, though.
You say that.
I say that.
I say that. Let's have a look. It's a 1v3. The zone is in favor of Team Spirit 100%. If one of them can stand behind one, I mean, I don't think he has any more nades. He only has one molly. He can only do so much in this situation. Yeah, it has to be denied that point. But I mean, if you can get more knocks, if you can get more damage.
Oh, careful!
If he's taking this fight, okay.
for goodness
hold
sake.
on, hold on.
मोली के अरे स्टोनले गर्दा यार यहाँ
I
हेर
was
शिल्पे
very worried there for a second.
पहिला तिमीलाई म सानोको
Team
देखाउँछु
Spirit with our first back-to-back win of.
If they try to do that, so they're just.
हो यहाँ हेर है
He's able to heal. Diego's holding the ground, able to also finish off those eliminations and secure them. Nade coming in, maybe a little bit of damage. Not enough though, and Influence Rage turn it around, and they take down
हेर है
DR.
Oh, hang on. Tiamba here for looking for a fight.
Another challenger jumps into the fray.
The slowest push.
Yeah, that was so. I thought it was slow-mo. Get out of the car. Get out. Move. There's a nade. Okay, good.
अनि यहाँ त ठिकै गरेर रहेछ त मैले अलि ढिलो हेरेर रहेछ
Get out and then go for another push again. Lawrence and Law and Diego in the 3v4, and then all of a sudden it's a 3v2 in favor of Influence Rage. Are you kidding me? Rage,
यो त नर्मल छ नर्मल छ के
and they get 8 eliminations in 2 minutes. The Brazilians are unstoppable.
Now.
Around between these two squads, Thundertop Gaming and Alpha 7, AJ and Carrillo both go down. Tian now trying to take the fight, but it is going to be Jing who gets flanked by Mafioso. 2v1 now. Squash and Mafioso up against Tianyu. Can he do it? Or will the Molly burn to a crisp? He is stuck in that corner, unable to run away. Spam from the S12K. Just trying to get a little bit more damage on the Tian. Gets followed. Squash gets the elimination. Alpha wipe. Thunder Talk.
मैले यतिखेर भनेको क्या यिनीहरू त यार थर्ड पार्टी आएपछि मर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ भनेको मात्र मैले
Slouches to this push. It is quick, it is clean, it is concise, but Band gets knocked down. Mafioso swings onto QZZ, gets another one. Mafioso helping to turn this fight around, and all of a sudden, Tiamba lose 2. And it's a 2v2 situation. 2v1, are you kidding me, Alpha? What is the story with Brazilians and wiping 2 squads in 2 minutes? This is the second time it happens from a different squad in a different game, on a different map. Tiamba, what can you do? Making not much to put forward an Alpha 7.
Good game.
With one to wait and find out when we get the updated overall ranking. But so far, this competition, this tournament, has been very, very exciting, if I'm being honest. And I'd love to hear from you, boys and girls, watching us in the chat. Let me know what you think. How's the tournament so far? What do you guys think of the team that you're supporting? How are they performing? And who are you supporting? Let us know in the chat. We got 11,000 of you beautiful people out there.
11K? Sheesh. There's a lot of y'all watching. I hope you're happy with how the results have been going so far.
Crygen
There's been a
song.
lot of big.
Crygen song. यो हो र नयाँ नयाँ सुनौँ न केटा पुरानो पुरानो त सुनेकै हो नि
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. Welcome to the final dance battle of the night. 2 dancers, 1 stage, 0 mercy. Let the battle begin.
Eagle bro, एकछिन बस्छ न यहाँ लाइभमा आउ न क्यामेरामै बस्छ न के हुन्न हौ बोल्दै आउ न ल केटा इगल आउँछ ल एकैछिन ल म गीत सुन्दै गरेर ल आऊ
सागर बेखुरेलको सुन्दै मर्यो भनमै के सुन्यो विकास जेके को अंगालो सुन्नु पर्यो अरु 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 आँखाले सुनाऊ लन्डन चाहिँ नसुन्ने अरू भनौँ भनौँ के सुन्ने माया जालेमा जालेमा के हो एनाकोन्डा भनेको चाहिँ
पहिला भएको थिएन यस्तो कोहीलाई देखेर इशारा मान्छे बुझ्नै किन सकिन मायामा हुन्छ यस्तो भन्थे तर थाक्दैन नसालु आँखामा यसरी तिम्रो डुबे म तिम्रै बारे सोची बस्छु म डेली तिम्रो लागि हो भने हुन्छु म रेडी गरिदिन्छु भन म चाहिँ नि बोलेको फेर्दिन बोली तिमी नै हौ मैले भनेको केटी छोडिदिए पाएको जति सबै बेबी आम रेडी भन जे भन्नु छ तर जे गर्नु छ तिम्रो वाइफ जस्तो भेटिन गाह्रो छ तिम्रो ठाउँ भनेकै मेरो अङ्गालोमा
इन्टरनेसनल होइन हो नेपाली भन न नेपाली बाहिर गएर त उडाइदिइहाल्छ नि च्यानलले
मलाई नरोकन एकैछिनलाई थाहा छैन खै कसरी फसेँ म माया चालैमा 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 माया चालैमा चालैमा चालैमा
केसिङ गेमको पार्ट 2 कहिले आउँछ केसिङ गेमको पार्ट 2 खै यार एडिट चाहिँ आदि भएको छ अंशले भनेपछि हाल्यो आउँछ होला 2-3 दिनमा ब्लगहरू हेऱ्यो बे यस्तो गीत भन्दा त हैटेको ब्लग हेऱ्यो सबैले हैटेको ब्लग हेर्ने कि होरे स्पोर्ट्सको कन्टेन्ट भन कि मलिकको ब्लग के हेर्ने होराको कन्टेन्ट ओइ चार्ली हो र लाइभ छ त केटा हो हे के गर्दैछ राजा स्ट्रिम इज एन्डिङ रे
बाहिर भएकाले लेभल 1 को मात्र हेल्मेट
चार्ली हो रको च्यानलमा नि टुर्नामेन्ट हुन थाल्यो ए ल कुन हेर्ने भन पार्ट 2 आउँछ 2-3 दिनमा ल कुन चाहिँ हेर्ने लेटेस्ट यो वाला हेरौँ है त ल
हेलो एभ्रिवान स्वागत छ होराई स्पोर्ट्सको अफिसियल युट्युब च्यानलमा फाइनली हामी एक्टिभ भएको छौँ अनि त्यसपछि आज चाहिँ हामी आफ्टर लङ टाइम एउटा कन्टेन्ट अपलोड गर्दैछौँ जसमा रहनेछ गेसिङ गेम भनौँ न बेसिकली यसलाई चाहिँ यसमा होराई स्पोर्ट्सको 6 जना प्लेयरलाई मैले 2टा टिममा 3-3 को बनाएको छु अनि होल सेगमेन्ट इन अल रुलमा अफकोर्स प्लेयरलाई सम्झाउँदाखेरि तपाईँहरूले पनि बुझिहाल्नुहुन्छ फेभरेट पार्ट कमेन्ट गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ अनि यो इन्ट्रो चाहिँ म लेट रेकर्ड गर्दैछु अनि योभन्दा अगाडिपट्टि लडाइ भइसकेको छ सो तपाईँहरू पनि आफ्नो रियाक्सन अथवा फेभरेट मोमेन्ट कमेन्टमा चाहिँ अथवा ट्याग गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ सोसियल मिडियामा यसको पोस्टहरू बनाएर टिकटक एन्ड फेसबुकमा पनि हामीलाई हालेर ट्याग गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ अनि सेयर एन्ड एप्रिसिएट पक्कै पनि गर्नेछौँ बाइ द वे सबैभन्दा पहिलो भिडियो हामी स्टार्ट गर्नेछौँ सबैभन्दा पहिलो टिम रहेको छ स्लिपी हैटे अनि त्यसपछि माफी निन्जा ओके साथीहरू स्वागत छ हामीसँग चाहिँ यो गेसिङ गेममा चाहिँ लिटरली 3टा सेगमेन्ट छ है त यो 3टा सेगमेन्ट के छ भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ एउटा चाहिँ को पर्सन हो भनेर गेस गर्ने एउटा चाहिँ कुन गन हो भनेर गेस गर्ने अनि एउटा रहेको छ म्यापको कुन लोकेसन हो भनेर है त यो अलमोस्ट पब्जी मोबाइल र कम्युनिटी रिलेटेड मात्रै भइहाल्यो यसमा चाहिँ के छ भन्दा एउटा साथी जो छुट्टै बसेका छन् हैन तपाईहरुको टिमबाट अहिले स्लिपी बसे जस्तै उले चाहिँ गेस गर्ने हो बाकी दुईजनाले चाहिँ हिन्ट दिने अब यसमा सिम्प्लिफाई गरेर अर्को पोइन्ट सिस्टममा चाहिँ के छ भन्दा तपाईहरुले चाहिँ 3टा मात्रै हिन्ट दिन पाउनुहुन्छ गेस गर्नेले चाहिँ 3 चोटी मात्रै आन्सर दिन पाउँछ यदि पहिलो गेसमा नै अथवा पहिलो हिन्टमा नै पहिलो गेस मिलायो भने 15 पोइन्ट
कन्टेन्ट पेन्डिङ छ कि नै
एउटै दिने हो
यसको पार्ट 2 छ
आपसमा डिस्कस गर्ने कुनै नसुन्ने गरी त्यसपछि एउटा हिन्ट दिने तर टु अब्भियस हुन पाएन अफ कोर्स माफी निन्दाको भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ पुरानो एक्स आइजिएल रिटायर आइजिएल भनेर भन्न पाएन हैन एक शब्दको हैन अब ल दाटले बताइहाल्छ नि रुल बुझाए मैले है 3टा छ हामीसँग लोकेसन चाहिँ हामीसँग सबभन्दा पहिलो म्याप लोकेसन हो
लोकेसन प्लेयर अनि गन
लोकेसन वेपन त्यसपछि
जिगल जिगल
पर्सन प्लेयर नै
जिगल
हुन्छ
तल
भन्ने
गएको छ
छैन
आउँछ म्याच सुरु हुने
कम्युनिटी रिलेटेड
के गर्न मन छ
तपाईको साउन्ड सुनिएन
गेस गर्छौ
र
साथी
के फरक पर्दैन
एकैछिन है त
तिमी म्याप लोकेसनमा पर्यो है
माइक त फुलै छ त
पहिलो
टेस्ट बडी पनि हाफ गरिदिएको छु
ए यो त अनि यस्तो भयो नि त यो त गाह्रो हुन्छ नि त किनकि यो त अनि 2-3 वटा ठाउँमा छ नि त
अफ कोर्स नि त त्यही भएर त तपाईँ अघि तपाईँ क्वेसन बनाउने मान्छेलाई गाली गर्दै हुनुहुन्छ हैन ल
अनि भाइ अनि त्यो अनि कति शब्दको दिन मिल्छ भन्ने कुरा हो जस्तै अब ऊ त्यो छ हैन
मैले प्रोग्राम सुरु गरिसके तिमीले पहिलो कुरा जे भन्छौ त्यो पहिलो हिन्ट ल
छिटो न मैले केही देखिन यो त सजिलो छ त अब यो त इजी छ त हाम्रो लियो स्पोर्ट्सको सानोको ड्रप रुइन्स अनि
ठीक छ 15 पोइन्ट आइहाल्यो ल केही छैन खुसी हुनुस् न दोस्रो
सजिलो छ त
दोस्रो वर्ड दे
ओए यो त धेरै सजिलो भयो नि त
यसलाई टु अभियस नबनाउनु भनेर म भन्छु कि हैन तपाईलाई सही लाग्छ भने गर्नुस् म तपाईसँग लडेर सक्दिन त्यही भएर मैले एफर्ट पनि लगाएन लड्न
फाइट पर्छ अहिले नेक्स्ट भिडियोमा केटा हो निन्जा भर्सेस स्काई
ल एउटा उले दे एउटा उले ल
उले दिको हो अघिको त
ए
लसबाट भ्याल्डेमारको प्लेन पास हुँदा त्यो उता माथि तलको प्लेन पास हुँदा हामी आफ्नो
भोइस त हर्नी छ त भन्छ त्यहाँ
ल यो पहिलो हिन्ट है साथी
यो राजा यो राजेशले के गर त केटा राजेश आमाले आउँछ
हिन्ट सक्यो दादा तपाई मसँग नलड्नुस् क्वेशन बनाउनु खोज्छ रिपिट गर्ने रे के उले हिन्ट पाइएन भयो
कसले जित्यो होला त केटा हो यिनीहरूले जिते कि अर्को भिडियोवालाहरूले जिते
का रे
के लाग्छ
पाएन त्यो
भाइ एक हिन्ट सक्यो केयरफुली सुन्ने थियो
जवाफ देख्नेलाई नि एल्पोजो भाइ के हो त्यो एल्पोजो
ल बढिया यार
कसरी एल्पोजो भन्यौ तिमीले
खै
अनि तलको
हमाल हैन पोखरेल हो
अनि उता लेफ्ट जान्छ
ल थर्ड वर्ड ल
तट
ल
ओहो यो तमा त टासिदैन नि त
टासिदैन केही छैन नजरै भयो तपाईले नदेखे भइहाल्यो नि
खतरा भन्छु
के त हेर्ने देखे छैन एकचोटी क्यामेरामा हेर्दिन ल
निन्जा टिमले हेरौ
छिटो न ब्याक टु ब्याक हान्छु के मैले
15 दिया 45 हाल्न
स्काई जीवन नो फेरि जिनियस
कसरी भन्ने त यो त भाइ
म कहाँ थाहा हैन दाइ
अर्को भिडियो जान फनी छ जिनियस देख्छौ तिमीले जिनियस
ओए कसरी खाउँछु नि फेरि मैले
सानोको म्याप खुल्छ नि सानोको म्याप खोल्दाखेरि सबसे बटम राइटमा हुने पार्ट बटम राइटको ड्रप लोकेसन ल बटम राइट या
हेरिसक्यो होला हौ भिडियो मैले 10 चोटि हेरेँ एडिट हान्दाखेरि पुगिसक्यो अरू के छ मेरो ब्लग हो यो चाहिँ ब्राजिल वाला के हेर्ने भन त कन्टेन्ट हेरौँ होला अरू हेरौँ म्याच स्टार्ट भयो कहाँ गयो यार जिगल मलाई थमाएर ओइ टिएस4 सेकेन्डमा छ त यार पिएमएसएलमा लास्टतिर थियो त यार
through Georgia Pole up to shooting range and go for a completely northern rotation quite quickly. I feel like that would be a really interesting thing for them to do. We'll see. We just get looted up first. We can't be going all out just yet.
विकेट जिगल हो र गायब भयो यार
We'll see. But yeah, it is entirely possible for them to do something here with that zone. It's possible. I'll just say it's possible. For me, who's going to win this one? A7 been looking very, very hungry for points. WBG might do something here. BTR really looking for those points as well. So for me, it's between BTR and A7, I feel like.
जिगललाई कसरी बोलाउने होला त ल जिजिस
Well, that's the end of that.
त्यही छ त ग्राफिक्स
Moving on. LGD just
लेख न के
elimination by the side of the
आइया कसले जित्छ होला WBG
They're still continuing. They're still remaining in the top 4. Team Spirit only 2 points now behind that first place spot. Things are heating up bit by bit throughout today's games, and I am absolutely loving it. I'm living for it. Also, we didn't really get a chance to see where the zone positioned itself. But I'm
लोकल
assuming from the
टुर्नामेन्ट
likes from the
खैर अब
I'm seeing right
4-5 दिन त ब्रेक हो
if we're looking at hospital,
स्लिपी
okay, then
गइसक्यो
we're
स्काई पनि
we might be
गइसक्यो
seeing the likes of Severny, maybe even
घर
Yasnaya.
जिगल
Should be
पनि
present as
जिगल
well.
त्यही हो
So should
हैटे पनि
George Bull.
गइसक्यो
Maybe just the eastern side of George Bull. Oh, they caught him just as he dropped.
That is rough.
That's rough for Hyunbin.
Yeah. Rip Hyunbin. What
के
Hyunbin?
हालेर बसेको छ यो राजाले यहाँ
But yeah, that is a really, really rough thing. And we keep seeing that. Yes, last game as well. We saw the exact same thing start to happen. Where
लोकल टुर्नामेन्ट थाहा
drops
भएन
come
यार
down,
आज
people are there ready and waiting to take those elims as soon as they touch the ground. So unfortunate for DRX here. They did need that player. You know, it's always better to start the game as a whole squad, especially when you've got 36 points to 39 for reject. You're so
आइजिएललाई
close.
बोलाएँ डिस्कर्डमा
Another
आइजिएल
good
बरु
game's
बोल्छ
gonna put you firmly in the running. As 3, they're gonna have to just make
ए
do
डिस्कर्ड
here.
कसको डिस्कर्ड लगइन छ
See how that goes for them. Void Donkey,
मेरै
really
होला
nice
सायद
rotation straight into Severny. That's gonna mean that they are
आइजिएल को पनि
set.
मेरै
They
छ
are
फेरि
good to go. They have time to loot, time to react, time to plan. So this is a really nice rotation from them. I like it.
Well, let's see if they use that to their advantage, because Void Donkey in the first 2 games have come out with 0 points.
Hello
so
Jiggle, I'm your
They are in
new
desperate need of
subscriber.
something, because right
Welcome.
now the difference between them and 13th is 12 points. And then moving from 13th to 12th,
केटा
it's
यो
going to be
गोल
another
पुरा गरिदेऊ
6.
न जिगल आउनु भन्दा अगाडि एउटा गोल एउटा ओरेन्ज सुपर च्याट रे के हो यो ओरेन्ज भने चाहिँ ध्यान देऊ त जिगल आउनु बित्तिकै ओहो कम्प्लिट भएको देखेर साइको खाओस् न क्रेजी भएछ भन्दै आउँछ आइसक्यो 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 क्रेजी हुँदैछ सुपर च्याट झार्न खोजेको यार कोहीले हेरेन ल केटा हो बाई बाई
Hello, hello, hello.
The longer the fight goes on for it, the higher the probability of a third possible fourth party. And then both teams who are taking the fight both get eliminated, and then they're both out of the game.
Oof. So many possibilities, and none of them are
आए केटा हो म आए मेरो यो सब काउन्ट पनि अड्किरहेको छ भइसक्यो 20 जनाले त सब्स्क्राइब गरेको रहेछ बरु अड्किराखोस् बिला पो लाग्यो
I'm not sure why Divine's taking so long. He's kind of like, I really want this fight. But okay, there we go. Now he's able to.
केटा यो मेरो पिसी नै हैन के यो हैटेको पिसी हो अनि डिस्कर्ड सबै उसकै लगइन छ के छ अब केही आइडिया छैन कसरी लिंक पठाउने ज्याउ हुन्छ के मेरो पिसीबाट गरेको भए म जान्थे र बुझ न त्यति यो भर्खर म्याच 3 हो है हैटु कहाँ छ यार हैटु यार कल पनि उठाउँदैन
Averaging 2 per game. That is not something that we expected to see out from the likes of Tiamba. But the thing is, I want to say in
हैटु आज 2-3 दिन पछि बुट क्याम्प भएको थाकेको छ जस्तो छ
have a lot of expectations built up on them. Those are the ones that it either makes you or breaks you, I feel, as a player and as a team. You're either going to make it, you're going to be on the top of the world destroying everyone, or that pressure is going to get to you and you're going to be demoralized.
It really is. Well, it can go either way. That's what my brain was.
म मेरो घर त यहाँबाट 10 मिनेट हो है केटा म अहिले जान्छु म जादै आउँदै हो के
It could go either which way. That's really what separates kind of the top teams from teams that are still trying to get that experience and trying to learn a little bit more. You get teams that do have a really hard time with the mental aspect. It's one of the hardest things in PUBG Mobile to really
कोरियाको टिमहरूलाई गाह्रो भयो हङकङमा
everything depending on how you look at it. It's one of the big things that when you're coaching a team, when you're the IGL of a team, that you're really trying to look out for the rest of your teammates and try and understand what makes them
प्रवेश गुरुङले कल उठाएन
and figure out how to get them to feel good at the start of every day, then you are looking at a world-class team simply for that reason.
जोन हेर अल्फा 7 लाई
Looking towards the zone, and as it's shifting towards the northern side, Voindonkey have an opportunity to get into have an opportunity to get into a central location in the
यो
zone.
मेरो क्यामेरा उल्टो छ कि उल्टो छ यार
Because all the other teams now are starting to make their move, are starting
उल्टै
to
छ त
rotate. Doc, what are you doing? Okay, hold on. Nope.
He was cooking until he wasn't. Goodness me. Yeah, he overcooked it. The rest of his team going to be following in pursuit potentially here.
सेको यार डोकले
Now that Doc is already gone, I feel like
टाइम बा मर्यो
to try and make that push, especially with LGD. They got that 2-2 split either side of the river. Fabian now
फिनिश गर्न आइदिरहे के
Osal getting taken out there, getting knocked down by Tiamba instead. So there's a little bit
पायो
of
किल
trading
पायो
going on.
डिकेले
Who we got over here? Fabian going up against Milu. Milu naded himself in the last game. I just want everybody to remember that.
ए
ए 1v2 to bring it back. Milu, I'm sorry.
हैन होला
What a lad. Can he get the 1v3? If he gets the 1v3 here, DK.
जिगलले त यार तीनटा डाल देत
1v3 by Milu, who naded himself in the last game. Would be crazy. Crazy turn of events. Crazy turnaround from game to game. Oh, and that nade looks good. Does get a little bit of that damage going. Can he get the second? No, he cannot. Milu cannot either. Chips.
Are you kidding me?
Chips coming in with the 1v2.
यिनीहरू त डिप्रेसनमा जान्छ यार यसरी त यार केटा हो यार चारजनै उठ्यो हेर त 0 किलमा मर्यो मलाई टेन्सन भइसक्यो यार यिनीहरूलाई हेरेर यार
I mean,
that's honestly that's heartbreaking.
It is
gut-wrenching, back-breaking fight for Tiamba. It looked so good.
ढिट फाइट खेल्न आइरा हो एपीजी फेरि म डिप्रेसनमा जान्थे यार त्यो त्यस्तो भएको भए त यार
Yeah, that is rough. I mean, still kudos to Milu. He was able to get that 1v3. Really nice work coming in from him. I'm not gonna
55 65 75 81 26 पॉइंट को लीड भइसक्यो यार एपीजी ले खेल्नु पर्छ राम्रो
building the story, bro. I was building the story.
तर हैन अहिले त राम्रो हानेको यार बिचाराले यार
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. DRX actually
जीजी यार टाइम बा यार
trying to stop that one remaining player of APG. Well, actually, APG are a duo, but I only see top there. The other one is on the other
दाइ
side.
तपाई किन भिडियो फोटो खिच्न लजाउनु हुन्छ रे खै यार सानैदेखि हो त्यस्तै हो मलाई फोटो खिच्नै मन लाग्दैन फ्यामिली फोटोमा पनि म कहिले हुन्न
They were able to escape. Ziol taking some shots over onto DRX now. They're going to be pushed back a little bit. That might just leave room for a
म बरु फोटो खिच्दिन्छु
rotating very far back, trying to get that off angle, trying to get that high ground going. But that might just be the room that APG needs to regroup and get into zone as fast as they can.
आइएनएफ ले यो जोनमा यार पीएल जितेको बेला यहीबाट सेकाएको थियो यार चिकन डब्लुबीजी को कम्पाउन्डमा पुसानेर यहाँबाट राम्रो खेल्छ यिनीहरू अल्फा 7 पछाडिबाट आउँदै रहेछ बीटीआर चाहिँ सधैँ यही खेल्दो रहेछ यार हाम्रो एकचोटि त्यहाँ फाइट परेछ हामी बिल्ला मरेको थियौँ फर्ममा नभएको बेला यिनीहरूको पनि यार के भएको यार युडो अलायन्स यो अगाडिको स्प्लिटमा कस्तो राम्रो थियो यिनीहरू अस्तिको स्प्लिटबाट पुरै जोत भयो यो भर्खर पनि कस्तो नराम्रो खेलेर आएको भिन्टोरेज नक
KN here could be a difficult positioning for them.
सेक हो एउटा त
We'll see. Oh no, that was DRX up against KN. Yeah.
सिडी अलायन्स भनेको तिनीहरूको युडो अलायन्सको अलायन्स हो अनि सिडी भनेको चाहिँ तिनीहरूको त्यो सिम हो क्या सिमको नाम हो क्या खै के थियो हौ सिडीको फुल फर्म सिम हो क्या सिम स्पोन्सर हो हामीलाई एनसीएलले स्पोन्सर गर्यो भने त्यस्तै हुन्छ एनसीएल एनटीसीले
Can they do it? Yes, they can. A very easy sweep for A7, and this is why I think they're
कस्तो इजी सकाइदियो यार
the way that they're just cleaning up these teams in less than 10 seconds with no knocks at all.
सेलकम अलायन्स रे
For them. Actually, A7 2v4'd that because they are a duo right now. I don't know where they lost players, but they 2v4'd that. Yes, come on, producing us this replay. I love this.
ले मिठो हानेको हेर तर
Going on down. That was a 1v3 by Milu. But Chibs bringing it back. Bringing it back, baby. PMGC for a reason.
Yeah, this is just look at the HP, 0 HP.
Bonk.
कस्तो मिठो हाने यार
My god.
Yeah, so
honestly,
nice.
I gotta clap for that. That was sensational.
Standing ovation. Top. Oh, just a little overcooked.
जीजी
That's
एपीजी
so sad.
अब त तिनीहरूलाई धेरै पोइन्ट ल्याउनु पर्छ यार एक चिकन त हान्नै पर्छ
Team Spirit rolling through
मेरो
CP Alliance.
सब्स्क्राइबर नबढे हो कि ग्लिच भएको
There we go. That's going to be Cluck taken on out here. But that's about it. That's the only elim that they find. As we move on into zone, and you said about Thunder Talk and their
अड्केको रहेछ
here. You're right. If Thunder Talk can just rotate a little bit, get a little bit closer together, tighten up that split, they're looking very, very good for that next zone.
Yeah, right now it's phenomenal position for them. Just gotta make sure they work that area now. BTR taking
INF को हान्दियो
completely, it seems. Down to 2 members.
फर्स्ट गेम पछि त खेल्नै सकेको छैन है आइएनएफले फर्स्ट गेममा 8 किल हानेको थियो
Cleaning up their first elimination. Boy and Donkey, Bexy gets knocked and gets eliminated as well. LGD seeing them coming up. They're running after Cole. Leon, I believe. Afu was knocked. Looks like they'll be able to get the revive, no problem. Leon will be followed up as well. He hits the ground and Cole left with 1 player alive.
लास्ट गइदियो थैट तल्लोको तीनटाले त खेल्नै सकेन यार
Consistently putting up good numbers throughout this tournament so far. Very happy with the performance that this PEL
अजयले टीटी जोइन गरे देवगनलाई कल गर्नु पर्यो यार
and BTR showing us that their best years aren't behind them just yet.
लोनमा गएको है क्या
To come this year from the Indonesian representative in BTR Vitality.
Again with the off angle, able to do some real
La.
damage. Boy Donkey, there we go. That's the double knock coming in from Tian Yu there.
कस्तो कस्तो गरी मरिराख के मलाई माया लागिसक्यो यार यो बिचरा अघिबाट गाडी घुमाएको घुमाइ भइसक्यो तीनजनाले च्यापेर सेको यार
There's no way you're going to be able to get that revive up at all. Potato is going to go down as well. And Zeta gets found out. I think that might have been DK actually moving up and taking that vehicle from them. But now again, these two teams going to be clashing here. Afu does go down. Team Spirit takes him out. Nomi could go down very quickly though. That is going to be the finish if they can get it. No, they can't. Tian needs to go for that finish. Gets effect, but gets taken out himself. It's neck and neck here. Kitsune next on the board, takes one. Gets that finish, gets that elim, takes out Ling, and that is it.
लास्ट काय भयो त डीकेले पुश हान्नु पर्ने हो ओए एउटै नेडमा
Does go down here. Noble with the nade. Could be huge. Doesn't do much. Nomi does get taken out there. Oh, that is a shame for Team Spirit because that could have been such a great full reset. To start
ओए
game number 3.
यो त हिरो हो यार केटा हो यार सकाइदियो
DRX getting wiped from the lobby so quickly there. They thought
त्यहाँ फसेको ठाउँबाट दुईटा ढाल्दियो
8 eliminations now for D plus Kia.
Yeah, finally showing some signs of life in this game. Yes, I know they have 36 points so far, but they're in 13th place.
28 38 48
But we'll leave that for later as now Divine and Reject are going to be pulling up towards Team Spirit in the 4v2 situation.
ए आइएनएफ लाई त अनि त्यही सेक्दै रहेछ नि त त्यो कम्पाउन्डमा स्प्लिट खेलेको थियो होला
try to get a knock onto one of the people that is pushing them, not able to. Now, Reject getting closer and closer for this push. Team Spirit, there's
Audience there live here.
no opportunity for them to get in the vehicle and run away. There's all the other squads
केकेले
pushing
इन्भाइट
for them.
पाउँदैन हो केटा स्लट सबै फिक्स भइसक्यो त त्यो एउटा इन्डियाको स्लट हो क्या इन्भाइटेड BMPS जसले जित्यो त्यसले पाउँछ आयो डिके आयो यहाँ त आउनै पर्छ हौ अझै एकजना आइज न नेड हान्न
Finishes it off. D plus Kia with 9 eliminations. Nolbu, who's on his own, I think a little bit too far though.
4 जना छ हौ ब्रो
Because if he gets knocked, there's no way in hell he's going to be able to get revived. It's going to be very difficult.
What I mean, what a fight from all of these teams. I like that Nolbu being very respectful here, looking for that scout, looking for that opportunity, but he's really not really wanting to move up too close and get taken out.
No kill हान्छ क्या यो गेम हो यार डिके को लागि
Very, very, very well, but you know that was really well.
15-16 किल चिकन हान्न मिल्छ
So that is going to be Team Spirit with a valiant effort. They go out, but it's one of those things where it's not a mistake. It's just how the game shapes up.
WBG मर्नै मान्दैन सेन्टरमा बसेछ अहिले पनि
Really easy few elims picked up by them. Still up as a full squad. That's what you want to see coming into the top 8, top 7, end game or end zone. Last few zones, you want to see that kind of proactivity coming through here. Divine now with this nade. They know that somebody's here. They know that the full squad's here. They're looking to push on this, but do they know Finale is right here?
Let's see if they know or not, because Weibo is once again positioning themselves in a fantastic area right now in the middle of the zone. Something that they claim to be luck. I think it is skill, and they are just humble.
Japan versus Japan.
I agree 100%. Tamar does go on down there. Ozi-san trying to get anything he can. Apollo is knocked on the side of Rejects. Can they get that revive? It is entirely possible. Regiosio, especially with that off angle, it just means that they can't do anything here. They really can't peek over that ridge or anything, so Kinostroke might just have to fall back on this one, but no. They don't want to lose this fight. They need this positioning. As we go over to DK, Notable is down. They're gonna Osal very close to being down as well there with that mini, but that's not gonna be the end just yet. They're gonna fall back, reset, and Thundertalk might just have a really, really good side of zone here. 3 eliminations, not the biggest we've seen from them. Not the biggest we've seen at all here, certainly in this zone, but they've been able to just keep to themselves, right? They had a large side of zone, and they were able to just kind of play their own game, and now when they're coming up against teams, they're ready for it.
That they are. Thundertalk throwing a couple of smokes to give them some cover, but it does not stop bullets. Now they're trying to see if they can finish this fight. The longer it goes on for it, the worse it gets. Way boo, my
Sky निस्क्यो इगल
their position is just the best possible position you could ask for.
निस्किसक्यो केटा यार घर जाँदैछ अहिले बाटोमा
In the zone at the moment, if they hold their ground, they will be able to maintain that first place. And look at that now. Please, that's getting the knock
अनि
to Mark.
WBG ले जित्छ जस्तो छ यार यसरी त
For Weibo, it's not really a compound. It's more of a small house, bigger than a shack.
Alpha 7 को नक वाइप भयो 7 नि
We'll get back to that positioning.
BTI ले नि यो साइड क्लियर गर्यो
Moving from the northern side. Kinotrope was
अब यही थर्ड पार्टी आने भने BTI ले बवाल हुन्थ्यो
They want this fight. Knock onto King. Knock onto AJ maybe, but he does turn it around. He does go for the trade. It's 1-for-1.
Oi.
And all of a sudden it's Tianyu on his own. The Nolbu.
लास्ट गाई थियो यार BTR आउँदैन आयो 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 ला यताबाट आरसी पनि आयो WBG को चिकन यार
They're still fighting. There we go. That's the last nade. The last nade to just take them out. But Sandstorm, what does this mean for WBG? Because they're the only team that didn't go for this. They know there's
happening.
They are. This is like a win just handed to them. Rejects, I mean, they do actually disengage immediately here. Really nicely played from Reject, not to get drawn into a fight they don't need. But BTR now know exactly where they are. They put themselves into a corner of the zone they didn't want to be in, and WBG now have full control
सु
of the zone.
गर्छ होला अब
Unlike
सुकले
last game,
1 2 3 सु
they had the zone but not the control of it. This terrain gives them so much control over the rest of the other teams. And that's going to be Divine going on down. It's just Reiji left. Can he do something? He steps up. No, he cannot. Order gets the job done. 7 eliminations for WBG, and now it's just them and BTR.
No kill chicken.
BTR could still win this, but WBG, they have the control.
They really do, and BTR, I mean, they have the control, they have the numbers, they have everything. They've seen Team Spirit come out with a back-to-back chicken dinner and challenge for that first place spot.
17.6k पुगेछ है.
From Weibo. Quite possibly a chicken dinner of their own. Might not be the juiciest or the spiciest chicken dinners, but it's going to end up with 9 eliminations if they secure those last 2 of BTR. And it's 19 points that are going to catapult them over the 100.
फेडरलिस्ट पागल त हो कि तर यो अलि गाह्रै छ यो हान्न चाहिँ.
Averaging around 10 to 11 points per game. Weibo wants this title.
यो चाहिँ अलि अति नै गाह्रो छ. एक एक गर्दै गयो भने चाहिँ फेरि सेक्छन् है.
Kind of chance for BTR to get this chicken dinner. They're not being so aggressive. They're not giving them the fight. They still have players in control of
पढ
the
क्या
zone map.
एक एक गर्दै आहा.
Except that. They don't have that. They don't have Sook anymore.
They don't have Sook. He keeps getting taken out before he can use his explosive bow, Sandstorm. It's such a shame. But Razy...
डोक भएको भए यसलाई सेकिसक्थे यार अहिले. टङ टङ टङ.
Now the zone has just decided, you know what, BTR, this game isn't for you. You got second place. That's all you can do. Unless you can pull something out of the hat.
सेक हो फेडरलिस्ट पनि फेरि छ है.
Hang on, 33.
ला रेजी ढल्दियो के.
Taken out by WBG, but Razy immediately goes down here. Federals might just be the next to fall, especially with that P90 in tow. That's 2 down.
त्यसरी सुतेर हानेको छ कभर भएर पनि अलिअलि पो हेर्ने हो त.
I mean, they have to get that reset, but is there going to be anything they can do? Great Molotov. Hang on here. Hang on.
No. Weibo, what doing? I mean, look. Relax. It's all fine. They still have the zone. They still have the, well, they may not have the, they still do have the numbers, okay?
They still have the numbers.
They are up against Federals in the MVP.
यो नेड हान्दियो भने चाहिँ फेरि हान्दियो है. अलि टाढा हान्नुपर्ने. ल सकियो अब त.
Overcooked on that front. Just eat everything you got. Throw it all.
मर्यो.
Still wait. Weibo are like, you know what?
होइन होला यसरी पुस्ता.
Finally, Sook pulls up one more time. Federals gets the knock up to the first one, switches up, and now it's going to be Order with that B90. Absolutely shreds him. There it is, finally.
के भइदिएर है लास्टमा त.
Incredibly difficult, but Weibo still
GG.
dinner, and they will hold on to that number 1 spot.
Jeez.
जोन प्रेडिक्सन भन्दा पनि यो लबीमा एज खेल्ने धेरै रहेछन् के अनि सेन्टर खेल्नेहरूलाई सजिलो हुन्छ.
Federals, man, what a player he's been so far today. Like
सेन्टरमा धेरै स्प्लिट चाहिँ खेल्नु हुँदैन. स्ल्याम हानिहाल्छ.
Looked at a 2v4 at a 1v3 and went, I can do this. And he nearly did it as well, but WBG going to be able to clutch it back up. That zone control, that positioning just was going to do the work.
हेर न एज खेल्ने टिम कति छ. सेन्टर खेल्ने टिमै छैन. यो जोन शिफ्ट हुन अगाडि हेर्नुपर्छ के. एज यिनीहरू पनि यो अलिअलि सेन्टर मात्र हो. हार्ड सेन्टर खेल्ने टिमै कम छ. यिनीहरू यहाँबाट आएको हो. छिर्न गाह्रो हो. सेन्टर ढिलो भयो भने क्विक खेल्यो भने चाहिँ सेन्टर खाली पाउँछ क्या. त्यही भएर सजिलो भइरहेको. नाइस खेल्यो. कन्भर्ट गर्यो नि त तर यहाँनिर चाहिँ हो. यो चाहिँ कन्भर्ट गरेको गेम हो. यहाँबाट यहाँ पनि यहाँ जोत खेलिसक्यो थियो. यहाँ फसिसक्यो थियो अनि पछि यहाँ सेन्टरमा गएर सेकेन्ड चाहिँ हुन पायो. एज खेल्ने धेरै हो क्या सेन्टर खेल्ने भन्दा. हेर न सोल भनिरह हो यहाँ. गड लाइक इज लभ सोल. सोल गडलाई कि कन्सी कहाँ गयो यस्तै छ अब के गर्ने त यार केटा हो यार हामीले यार ल पाण्डे आएछ त च्याटमा के गर्ने त हामी Thank you so much for 5k subs PMNC grind रेड हान्ने हो केटा हो रेड हान्नलाई पनि हामी 300 जना मात्र रहिछौँ 300 जनाले भए पनि रेड हान्दिउ न त बेस्ट अफ लक फर PMNC भनेर स्प्याम गरिदियो ल बेस्ट अफ लक फर PMNC जो त गएर आऊ त बेस्ट अफ लक फर PMNC स्प्याम गरेर आइरह त रिक्देनकोमा ए यो को यो म फेरि मड पनि नरहेछु के बेस्ट अफ लक फर PMNC भनेर लेख्दै छु कोही गएन यार सेट बिल्ला भयो मेरो काम छैन रहेछ के गर्दैछ न हेर र क्लकोमा भन्दै थियो पबजी क्लको हेर्दिउ न त खेलाइ हेर्दिउ न त क्लको
छेउतिर गाडी निकाल्यो फेरि अब यता आएपछि बुटकेमा फेरि के पर्यो
हो कि क्या हो 7 किल ल 7 कसरी पुग्यो भन्ने थियो अरे के अगाडि है ब्रो
हेलो मर्जन रोहन
गाडी है बगी है पछाडि कम्पाउन्डमा
रेड नि कस्तै त्यो भन्यो सेट रिकको गेम हेर्ने मन लागेन भने सबले भन्देऊ न मिलन अब मैले त पठाकै हो नि हेर त कतिवटा लिङ्क स्प्याम गरेछु जाँदै मान्दैन अबदेखि गर्दिन
लास्ट कम भयो यसको इजी
ल नेपेक्स भर्सेस नेपेक्स रहेछ
आउ केटा हो यिनीहरुले त्यो उठाउने न क्लास गर
नाइस नाइस ओइ लास्ट गाई भनेर 4 जना छ त नि
रेप भयो नि तेरे बुन नदिनु पर्ने
4 जना रहेछ त 3 जना आएको छ म त रेप भयो पनि
कुछ भेट्यो त भेट्यो वाइ
2 मिनेट पर्छाइदियो म जिम सेक अर्को नि म जित लभली यिनीहरुको चाहिँ के खतरा गेम प्लान अर्को नम्बर रिभेपा पुरा गेम त्यसले सिकाएको जी एउटा बगीमा 3 जना झरेर चिकन बिचरा छोडेर गयो
कहाँ चला छ ग्लास गए
Watch out.
छोड
के खेल्दैछ यार यिनीहरू यार म त लबी थिएन होला पिएमएसएल को बेला
फेरि यता साइड आइदियो आउँदैछु जरा कहाँ गयो
मेरो त त्यहाँ अगाडि लाइन निकाल्यो
गने निकाल्न पाएन आउँदैछ
ब्रोले त फुल 6x हाने क्या
गोल सुल्टी होला त पर्को त नखान्छ चल्दिसौ न त ल ओइ लोक चिनेर एउटा चाहिँ किन भागेको त के गिफ्ट
जासेको पनि अब त लेफ्टी माथि हान्ने भयो
कको हिल गर्दैछ अर्को टिम पनि खाँदै जस्तो यिनीहरुले
अब त भाग्यो त्यो आए आए
म त डासे लिएर आएको जस्तो लागेको थियो त
उता गयो
ड्रिप गरे
बरोबर बन्यो न त्यो
अनि यिनीहरुको पनि चाहिँ गेम चाल्थ्यो त भनेको एउटा मुला हान्न आछ एउटा मुला भाग्यो
गाडी पनि आयो मुला
सोलो गर्दिर भनेको फर्क यो त के हो फर्क्यो फेरि माथि जाँदैछौ यो त के हो नि घोडा
नाट कमी हान्थ्यो यार उले यार ल म्याच के भयो ल
निडान्छु एक
कभर दिनु कभर पनि
अगाडि गएर हान्नु
कति बोल्दै रहेछ यार हाम्रो रेक्स त यार
मेरो मुखमा हेर्दै उसको मुखमा
अरु न त्यो अर्को भाग्थ्यो फेरि कितै भयो
रेक्स मात्र बोलेको सुनिँदो रहेछ यिनीहरूको नि रेक्स नखेल्दा त साइलेन्ट हुँदो रहेछ
आउँदैछु बखेपछि नक भयो त्यसलाई गर्दै
निवेक्सको डोमेन हो डोमेन केटा छोटा माफिया निन्जा हाम्रो
अगाडि सो खाला त जाम त्यसलाई घुमायो
सेम फेस छ हौ दुईटा के यार
नेडे नेड सला ते अलिक जोन तिर जाऊ न जोन तिर मुझे मत आओ
ओहो अब त फास्ट जोन खेल्नुपर्छ यार तर अहिले त खेलिन्न होला पिएमएस द वर्ल्ड कप पछि फास्ट जोन खेल्नुपर्छ यार झ्याउ लाग्छ सम्झिँदै
इसमा खेलाउ त पहिला हाम्रो वरिपरि इसमा खेलाउ ल मैले इसमा खेलाइदिएँ आउँदा हुन्छ है आला
वर्ल्ड कपको डिभाइस फिक्स भएको छैन ट्विट आज भयो खै यार अब लोकल सर्किटमा आएपछि थाहा हुन्छ त्यस्तो कुराहरू त नो आइडिया
मेरो स्मोक सक्यो नि
आउँदा हान्न आउँदैन होला
मेरो हानम न
आउँदा
ल ब्रो अगाडि टिम यो मुजी काले बाहिर केको त्यो
ल 4 किल सोलो 4 किल ल खडाल ढाल्दियो त
कता
तिम्रो हान है म त मर्छु यही छ है मुनिपट्टि छ है अझै छ माथि हान
के लबी खेल्दैछ यार तर यार त जोत रहेछ यार
कहाँपट्टि छ यार इसमा गाड्दै छु
मरिरा म त कसरी बसे
अरु कसको छ केटा हो हाङको पनि यहाँको लबी त छैन होला
ऊ मिराड आयो सिधै नाइस अन ए खोजो यिनीहरुले
अबे
यो यार
ह्याङ स्काई दाइको हेर्नु स्काईको मैले फेरि हेरिसकेको छु क्या स्काईको त सब हेरिसकेको छु स्काईहरूको मैले सबै हेरिसक्यो तिनी हेर्थ्यो म यही त हो नि होइन सबभन्दा रिसेन्ट ए हो ल साउन्ड भयो ल अब स्काईमा आइसके देखिरहेको लास्ट स्काई आएन यहाँ पछाडि स्काई हान्छ यसले
मतिर आइसक्यो मेरो घर केटा हो
हिरो है केटा मतिर ए बाहिर रुक्नु एउटा
भित्र गए त्यो आउ रिवाइभ गर्न आउ
मिल्छ भने यताको बिल्डिङ आउ हैटे
लाग्नु मिल्छ र
ल यो फेरि लाभा हेर न पागल यो त पागल हो आउ स्काई त्यही भने हेर्दैछु म दुई जना मात्र हो हैटेमा
लास्ट को आयो तिमीहरु दिरा खै रियो दिरा छै रियो दिरा है दाइ
मन बढे
दुई जना जाऊ न नेक्स्ट ल
दुईटा 1v4 भइसक्यो है
यही त नि म गइस
कता गनको
अर्को नै बाहिर आयो बारीको कभर त केटाले सुनेको लान्छ
ल पारीको म हेर्दिछु तिम्रो हान नि त्यहाँकोलाई
हैन निस्के पारी गर्ने
त्यसलाई हानिहाल न
बमाउँदै हेर्ले बमाउँदै हे दुईजना पड्केलाई सबै
तीनजना रहेछ नाइस लास्ट गाइ
हैन हिल गरिसक्यो बस भित्रबाट आएन एउटा बम्पिङ गरे भित्रकोले मैले हान्नु न भित्रकोले बम्पिङ गरे है
म आइसके नजिक
आयो उठि आयो
लास्ट
हिल रिवाइभ गर्दै होला रिवाइभ गरेर इजी दाइ
ल डिसिङ मार
छिटो रिवाइभ गर्दै आउ छिटो
1v4 1v3 भइसक्यो है
भित्र आउँछ है त्यो रिवाइभ गरेर भन्न आयो
भित्र यसमा त मस्त देख्नु थियो टाउको उठेर लाइभ चाहिँ हेर्दै थियो फेरि कसले लाइभ गरेको थियो 4 जना मात्र
यही चाहिँ मुख चाहिँ एउटा राइट टु बेस पछि है
सेफ बस है
फ्री से हान्न आयो
सब ट्याप पर्यो है नाइस
आए तपाईकोमा
5 ले हान्यो त स्लिपी कहाँबाट लास्ट हो ए हैन डीजे बेट चाहिँ एक रहेछ यो 15 को चाहिँ लास्ट छ अब डीजे मात्र दुई जना आयो सक्ने हो कि के थियो के यो हैन यो बेला हामी मरिरहेको बेला हो लाभा मरिरहेको बेलाको गेम हो यो तर इसका एमबीबी भएको थियो यसमा हामी थर्ड फोर्थ कति भएको थियो बगीवाला चाहिँ पछाडि नै छ अझै एउटा मात्रै आछ स्काई आयो त पनि बगी लिएर केटा गेम स्टार्ट भएको चाहिँ मलाई भन है और द लेफ्ट में है क्या
हेर्दै त माथि होला
इगल
यसलाई दिउँ न एउटा पछि पछिबाट बाहिर छ
एचबी को प्लेयरहरुको स्काइहरुलाई कसैका हेरिहालौँ न यसलाई त मैले गरिहाल्छु एचबी को हेरौँ न त
अलि लेफ्टमा छ बगीमै छ एकजना बगीमै छ राइट साइडमा कुपाको छ हेरेर केटा घरतिर आए
परबिन को हेर्ने हो म त एचबीमा त फेरि सिधै पहिला त केटाहरुलाई हाम्रो परबिन कस्तो लाग्थ्यो मलाई चाहिँ बवाल लाग्छ है
एच गेमलाई हाना अब नचलो
झाडीमा जाऊ न राइट
ओए न रोक ल शट दिदिन प्रवीण हामी बोलाइदिन्छु
दुईटा न
एक बाहिर
तीनटा नगए
ला ओइ ला
हामी अब एउटा छ दाबी लास्ट एक एचपी
Watch out.
एक एचपी
Mark the location.
एक एचपी
Watch out.
मिल्दैन है त्यसलाई मैले बताउनु मिल्दैन है तिमीहरु जानुपर्छ एउटा इजी केटा वाइपे गर्दै न अनि मलाई रिभाइभ देऊ चाँडो एकजना जाऊ न निस्क सक्यो
ध्यान देऊ
त्यसले देखे थियो के यो टुर्नामेन्ट भएको थियो र भएको थियो एउटा योद्धा
म हेल्थेर पुरै तल भाग्यो
ब्यान्डेज गरे
नाइस यार
त्यो डिपेल नै इजी छ हो केटा हो जम
सिम्पल गेम थियो नो फ्यान्सी मुभ्स नथिङ कहाँ गयो एसबी को हुँदा गएर न
आयो चारजना तीनजना तिमीलाई एक्लै देखेर आयो यार प्रवीण
TMPL को है यो स्टार्ट भयो यो भन्दा पनि अगाडि ओ यो बेलाको चाहिँ हो के यो हेर्नुपर्छ अहिले केटा हो यो हामीले PMPL जितेको बेलाको क्लिपहरु छ के क्रेजी छ यो अहिले यो गेम सकाएर देखाउँछु है म तिमीलाई
A decent lead in front of the other teams. What will they be able to do in this one? Can they build up on that
मलाई
lead,
त कस्तो
or
पहिलाको याद
will the
आइदिरहेको
other
क्या
squads
स्याड
catch
लाग्दिरा
up now? As we are entering our final Erangel.
लेट्स गो कलेज चिकन हान्छ केटा प्रेडिक्ट गर त
I mean, we're not only in our last Erangel
ओए
of the
6 बज्न
day,
आँटेछ यार म
but
त घर
halfway
जानु पर्छ
point
6
of
बजे
day
यार
2 right now. So not only are we starting to see teams do what they can, we're
फेरि
also
माथिको
getting
जोन
that
हौ
much closer. Oh my
हामी
goodness,
किन
that zone.
छैनौँ
We're
यो
getting that
टुर्नामेन्टमा
much closer
ब्रो
to
कहाँ हो तिमी
knowing what the point threshold is going to be
आउ
for
न
day
माथि आउ न
number
यहाँ छिराड आउ
2.
त
Who's going to be in that smash zone? Remember, it is the top 1 position, the first place team's points plus 30. So if WBG, for instance, top the leaderboard at the end of the day with 130 points, they have to reach 160 tomorrow before they can start getting those wins, working towards those wins to actually get into a win and become the
गने
champion.
पाएन के त्यसले स्याक भित्र
So not only is there a huge road ahead for them today, there's a road ahead tomorrow. It's not just everything counts from the first match, and Vampires wanting to move in, trying to get that one solo player, can't manage to do it. They've run out of ammo now, so they've lost their chance there. Can Finale gonna be very, very happy with that? Oh, and it lands it. Finale with the flare.
Style points.
Woo!
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. I'm giving you that. Well played, Finale. We take those.
Oh, ला यार
Phenomenal.
That was awesome.
चार्जै गर्न
Shut it all down now. We've got our play of the day.
Yeah, we've
Fantastic.
got our highlight reel set up now. That's it. We're done. GG, go next.
Very nicely done. Very cool stuff to see indeed. But yeah, the halfway point of today means a lot of these teams, if you're not, I almost want to say if you're not in the top 3, top 2 even, you're kind of starting to worry a little bit because we are seeing a little bit of a gap going on here. No longer are we 10 points between 2nd place and 7th. It's more like 30 points now. You've got WBG at 100, a big gap there between them and Team Spirit at 85. BTR and Team Spirit still fairly close, but then again you got LGD at 64, 59, 57, 55. That's still very close, but that top 3 really starting to pull away from everybody else. So hitting the halfway point today, 4th and down are starting to panic a little bit.
हेरौ न के हुन्छ
Thing is, you can't let that panic set in.
अहिलेसम्म चाहिँ ड्रप क्लासेसै छैन एउटा आएन खोयास नयाँ आउने
every single decision you are making.
तिनीहरु त हाफ हाफ
And
भइहाल्छ
you spend more time in your head than in the actual game. And
ठुलो छ यस नयाँमा चाहिँ टेन्सन छैन अरु म्यापमा
no
अहिलेसम्म चाहिँ ड्रप
points
फाइट
to
छैन
gain.
तर अझै 3टा रिजन आउने बाँकी छ नि त
Don't really want to be putting yourself in that situation. DRX doing a little
PL
bit of
कस्तो
scouting.
जित्छ होला त
Razak from Wendonki. There's only an iron sight on that.
तिनीहरुको त क्लोज हुन्छ के क्लोज गेम
Razak
हुन्छ
is
के कसैले
able
डोमिनेट
to
हान्दैन यसले जित्छ भन्दैन
just kind of dodge away from that.
त्यस्तो अनबिटेबल
Things
टिम
remain
पनि छैन
calm
नि
for
त
now. But it won't be that
अब यहाँ
calm for that
WBG
much
ले यहाँ
longer.
फर्स्टमा छ वहाँ गएर अब
Not
फर्स्ट
with this
टप
zone.
3 नि नहुन नि पायो
It's actually interesting because it's a similar zone that we saw from the last game as well. It's gone up to the northern side, it's gone up to Severny. Voindonki again going to be in a great position in this zone. A7 as well, actually, moving on up to North George. So that's going to be them looking very good, kind of out of the way, not in the middle of all the stuff that's going to be happening down to the south side. Remember, you've got a lot of teams that are outside the zone on that south side. You've got BTR, you've got Fiamba, you've got Team Spirit, you've got CD Alliance, EPG, and Thundertalk Gaming, all outside the zone. Rejects as well, I think. So a lot of those teams are going to be moving onto that southern side. You're going to see a lot of clashes, a lot of fights happening. So for the teams that are on the north side, that means that it's automatic placement or automatic better placement than if you're on the south side.
I agree. I like that. Do you think they're going to do it, though? Are they going to be able to pull it off?
A7? Yeah, they could. They could do
Here's
it.
the thing. A7 have had a strong start with the chicken dinner in Sandhawk on day 1. They've had a couple of good fights in in a few of the other games throughout day 1, and then after that, they were in top 5 contending with the best teams. Now they're all the way in 9th. Yes, I know the gap between 5th and 9th is only 6 or 7 points. Still, it's just one more thing that's on your mind. Because now you're thinking about jumping from 9th to 5th as a first
यार
team.
ऑटो नहीं आया ना तेर
Okay, no, 9th to 1st, it's 47 points. And think if there's still 30 points on top of it that will get added.
Yeah.
And then you have to cross that and then get a chicken dinner.
त्यसको आवाज अड्केको हो के हो
But that means that the team that crosses the threshold will fail every single matches.
No, exactly right. Especially when we're seeing the kind of performances
Bro,
we're
सुनो
seeing
न
from the top 3, from the top 4, right? They're consistently good.
म घर
every
गएर
single
आउँछु
time.
कि
Now,
वाच
that
पार्टी
could
हान्दै गर न
easily change. Once you hit
Huh?
that big threshold, teams are going to start looking at you a little bit more. They're going to try and thwart your rotations. You might even see a
यो
hot
यसपछि
drop
दुई
from some
बाँकी
of the
छ
lower placed teams. But it is very,
Cheer तान्ने
very
एकछिन बस्दै
likely
गर
that a
अनि यो गेम
WBG, a Team
सकिने
Spirit, a
बेलामा
BTR,
निस्किन्छु
LGD, whoever
तिमी कन्टिन्यू गर
is going to be able to clutch it
जी
and
बोले
win
बोले
via
गर ल
smash
बा
rules.
गर
So for
भौ
those
भौ
teams
गर
that are outside of
है
that who need those points to keep up with that top 3,
आउ न
that top
तिमी
4,
बसेपछि म निस्किन्छु
yeah,
के
it's looking a little bit scary for you guys. So A7, they need a win in this game, I feel like, to have that momentum
केटा
for the
यार
next
अहिले
2
अहिले
games
आउँछ
as
अब
well. It's the same with Rejects, it's the same with APG.
बा
Same with
गर्छ
Vampires as
अहिलेले
well.
त फेरि
Vampires have not lost
डेन्जर
a
छ
player on landing in this game, so you know what? We'll take the win.
See if they do. Reject. They're going to be holding down the fort here. This compound is theirs. APG, another one of the teams that's been very quiet. And one of the things I did mention about APG is like, hey, they're one of the teams that's being told, hey, you will win this tournament. Like, this tournament is yours. And I said it's going to either make them or break them. It's either going to help them perform, or it's going to be too much pressure and then they're going to crash. And it seems that what happened in PMGO 4, the same lineup that's technically not the whole lineup, but the majority of the players in Top Duck and Zeol. And just
Same lineup
it's
हो
once again another one of those situations where the pressure feels like it gets to them. And then they're not able to perform to the level.
Thanks so much Vivek Tube for the 2.49
unfortunately does not always transfer to the international stage.
के हो यार यो फेरि यार
I mean, it goes both ways though as well. Team Spirit are
पाउन्ड हो
renowned
कि युरो हो नि
global
म
team,
झुकिराख्छु क्या
but they can't seem to get those same sort of points, those same sort of results in
अघिको
a
यो
regional
भनेको
lobby.
युरो हो युरो
It's
थ्याङ्क
very
सो
odd
मच
how they're just unable to sort of adapt to their local
केटा
metas,
विवेक
to
ट्युब
their
ओपी स्प्याम
local
गरेर
teams, but they come out onto the world stage and they are back to
माथिको
back
झन्
chicken
हेर
dinners all of a sudden, right? Just last week was PMSL CSA. They didn't get anywhere near the top 3.
WBG ले च्याप्यो मैले त हेर्दै
And
हेर्ने
here they are in
च्याटेड थिएँ
second place, ahead, miles ahead of a lot of the rest of the lobby here. So it's like, it's a very strange thing how some of these teams'
WBG कै दिन आज
dynamics
त
just end up being that way, where they have this strength and they have this weakness, and it really messes their season up.
Yeah, and you can't be having that, especially with a few weeks away from another global tournament in the PUBG Mobile World Cup, where some of these teams are going to be
हइटु
participating
आएपछि जाउँ भनेको यार
in that
केटा
tournament.
अब हइटु बस्छ है स्ट्रिममा म गरेर आउनु पर्ने भयो
It's very
बाध्यता
good
छ
practice for them to be playing against some competitors and just some other very talented and strong teams.
Oh, hang on. BTR again looking for those points. They're in third place, 78 points on the
युरो हो
board.
बेस्ट विशेष
Now
थ्याङ्क सो मच फर
79.
अनदर 2.49 युरो
It is
केटा
always
विवेक ट्युब
Federals.
ओपी लेख्देऊ
You always have to watch out.
थ्याङ्क यू है
Federals is always going to be
ल
somewhere in your vicinity. Sitar,
Huh?
try to
Chat यहाँ
evade
छ
some
के
trees
गर
here.
भन्दाखेरि तिम्रो
101 on how not to drive.
अब गेमहरु अब युट्युब हेर्न गयो भने यहाँ जो हैन अनि यहाँबाट नर्मली यसपछि प्रवीणको मोन्टाज हेर ल अनि यहाँ जो अनि त्यसपछि यो फुल स्क्रिन बनाऊ यो गर अनि यहाँ आऊ यो आइराख्छ अनि यहाँ च्याट यहीँ छ हेर यहाँ छ अनि त्यसपछि के गर भन्दाखेरि यो अड्क्यो नि अड्किन साथ तिमी यो एकपल्ट यो थिचेर खोल्देऊ त्यसपछि यता आऊ
rotation into zone,
Over
but
there,
no,
check out your
WBG
refresh
all over that north side, so it's going to
यति
be a
गर ल
difficult
हइटु
spot for them to get in. You can see them here now in a big 2-2 split.
छिटाउन
One
ट्राई
outside
सक्यो
Severny,
भने
the other
बिस्तारै आउँछ
closer to the lake
सामान कुदेर
area.
आउने
So we'll see how that goes as we get into a fight here. Ling goes down, LGD lose one to Vampire. So that's LGD down to a trio. Schweb's able to heal back on up because these guys are out in the zone. You do not want that. Tian just gonna be moving on out.
Not
I
for
think
long
there's
anyways.
no point. There's no point in taking this fight.
I agree, but it seems that they do not. They set their sights onto Tian, and they want that point. They want that elim. No, Tony K. Hold on, Schweppes might be able to get Tian. Goal! A little bit of just a couple of bullets. That's it. That's all you need. Tian. Lovely rotation to be able to make it out of there alive. It will take them a little bit of time to get to the zone, but they should be able to nonetheless. Weibu focusing on the northern side of the zone. Alpha 7 also going to be coming in from the likes of shooting range towards that northern side.
Welcome to my channel.
From behind Weibu.
भाउ
Curious
आज
to see how
भाउ
that
गर्ने
fight's
छ
going to
युट्युबमा
go,
भाउ आउँदैन
especially with first place team being involved in this fight. Team Spirit and DRX along with Voin Donkey in two buildings next to each other. Oh baby, this is gonna be spicy as Potato drops down.
Wait, intense for the lights here.
Not really gonna be able to do much except realize that there's 3 people in his building and go back upstairs. Guys, gentleman's agreement. How about that? Gentleman's agreement?
Yeah.
Do we agree on it? I'm not sure.
Wait, second match
There's the angles for him to watch out for. What? Is he gonna be able to get at least like one knock? I am surprised he hasn't been able to. Decides to jump out the window. Goes down to the lower floor. I believe the players from DRX are perfectly capable of seeing him at the moment. Voin Donkey though, Razak jumps into the fight alongside Potato and the rest of the Voin Donkey squad. Sex has something to say about that though. As Hyunbin is knocked, it doesn't mean that he can't fight, but he will finally go down, and it is going to be Voin Donkey who wins that skirmish, but we are not done just yet, as Team Spirit are also involved in this fight, and a nade dropped right next to Matic. Will be able to take him down, and all of a sudden Nomi is the last one left alive from Team Spirit. Weibu stole the elimination onto Matic and Kitsune. They took them away from Voin Donkey. Every single point being stolen, and now Nomi just gets one person entering right into the building. We'll go for a trade, but he was the last alive, so he will not survive.
यसबाट World Cup जान्छ त
Keep on keeping on with the rest of his squad, and Voin Donkey finally getting a decent amount of points in one game. Can they combine those 5 eliminations with placement points?
This is where Team Spirit have to be careful. We don't want to overdo it. They've had a really good run so far. Yeah, it's fine. They can have a 0-point game, a couple of point game. It's fine, right? We all have those games in a day. But Team Spirit can't get ahead of themselves. They can't be going too crazy now. They've got those points. They've got where they want to be. Now they just need to maintain. They need to play it carefully. Not necessarily safely, but play it carefully, right? BTR now under fire potentially here. Maybe not quite. Afu preferring life, I think, to trying and getting a shot there. He's going to just wait for his team, hold on to this position. BTR in a great little spot now. Sitar checking that off angle, checking the backside to make sure that nobody's coming up behind them. But Sandstorm, APG have full control of Rosshawk. Really, really interesting decision by everybody to move on up. And that puts APG in such a nice position here. Goodness me.
Listen. Having the position is one thing, but if they're able to hold on to it, they could benefit massively from it. Let's see if they will do that. BTR now, full squad, 4 are still alive. They only have 1 elimination, but with Team Spirit out for the count in this game, not being able to get any points added to their tally, that means there's a chance for BTR, LGD, and the other teams to get closer to Team Spirit. But that also means that for Weibu Gaming, they are starting to build an even bigger cushion, which could pose a problem. Now, it could be a big problem.
Could be a massive problem. I mean,
PLG
Team Spirit going out was the best thing that could have happened.
निन्जाले भने अरे त्यो प्राइस रुल माथि मात्र होला हौ
Probably not, but if they can grab a couple of points, close that gap. If Team Spirit are out, that means they can't have a good game like they have been having. So there's big potential here for both those teams to step up, close that gap, and be in contention for that top 2 position when we get over into those.
And we're gonna get to those after this one.
I do open OP. Arus brother.
It's still Erangle's time at the moment. Influence. Phenomenal performance that we've seen in the first game of the day for them, followed by another phenomenal performance from Alpha 7 with the 2 squad wipes in a row. Let's see if they can manage to wipe this one squad that fights like they're 4 in APG.
Kayo, get it only.
But then, Ozzy-san from KN was actually able to get the knock. Alpha will lose one of their players. The nades are going to keep on coming through. The elimination will go to Ozzy-san. The point will be in their favor. It's not going to go to APG. Rufus, a little bit too excited there. APG are looking for another knock, but it looks like Revo will respond with a knock onto Top, who was a little bit over-eager with that play. Mafioso now will also get knocked. Lots of damage onto Squash. Still no push from the team. Squash again once more. The nades are dealing quite a bit of damage to the lineup of Alpha 7, but APG, you know there's only one member left alive in there right now. Get in there and secure that fight. Secure those points and secure this compound. You mentioned it, Nev. APG were the ones that have complete control over Rozak, but right now, well, they secured the final elimination. Now it's only Revo. Whip out those shotguns and go for that push. Secure that 4th elimination. And don't you dare get 1v4'd.
Well, Refus is just stepped a little bit too close to the sun there. There we go, gonna be able to heal back up. Now the push happens, Doc goes in on his own, nearly got the docketing. Instead, Revo just got docked. GG's going to APG. There has to be full squad elimination, nobody losing anything except 7, of course. Vampires did just take out, was that DK? I think? So Vampires doing some work as well. Good to see them doing something up to the northern side there. But in the meantime, I feel like APG took so long with that fight. Not necessarily so long, but they took a while with it. Now you have actually CD Alliance in Rozhok itself. They have actually taken up that space, filled that vacuum, and now they've got a really good spot.
brother.
That they do. Well, unfortunately, they are not in the best of spots when it comes to the overall leaderboard. And BTR joins in being eliminated in 11th place, missing out on an opportunity to get closer to the #1 spot. So now, distance between 4th and 1st is around 38 points. LGD, Influence, KN, and APG had to use this game. But we're going to get back to that later as Suk from Weibo once more whipping out that bow, showing us what he's made of. Oh! Whoo! What? Yo! Hold on.
Okay.
Well,
So,
I thought something was going to Come on, Legolas, show us what you're made of.
Come on.
He's just going to town with those arrows, unleashing them one right after the other. Not able to deal a lot of damage, if any, on the side of Vampire. But looks like Potato from Point Donkey has that line of sight that he needs.
I tell you what, Boy Donkey, they stepped up 6 elims so far in this game, and they're looking for more. Really nicely played from them so far. They have drawn the attention of more teams than they would have liked, I think, though. WBG also looking over at them, Order figuring things out, but there we go. Potato's gonna be now. Zeta, quick pickup from Zeta, able to just bring him back to safety. Really well played by Boy Donkey. This is exactly what we wanted to see from them.
Yeah.
If we're going to see it from them, we have to see it now. We have to see it in this game. That's what I feel, specifically for those teams in the bottom of the leaderboard. And it's still baffling to me that now it's just the fact that Weibo, with the lead that they have, they are not going through the same troubles that Spirit, BTR, and the teams that are trying to follow them. They're not the ones that are feeling the pressure. And again, I have to commend them for the incredible positioning that they seem to be finding time and time again. I mean, look, you can come in an interview and tell me, yeah, we got lucky. This isn't luck.
No.
This is pure calculations. This is This is movement with reason. They're not going for the compound just because, oh, guys, it was empty, so let's just take it. No, they're moving with purpose.
They really are. They're moving with purpose. They're moving together as a team, fluidly. You're obviously talking to each other as well, right? So really nice to see from them, see them working. LGD have control of the bridge, and that's not always a good thing. Who is from Tiamba is doing the big drift there. That's going to be just clearing some tires there. GG's. But we go over to Tiamba and Influence Rage. The two of them going head to head. Mealy does go down, unable to secure that 1v3 like last game, and that's going to be Tiamba out down to a solo only. Influence Rage not caring who you are or what you do. You just got to get out of their way.
Oh, baby. We finish that fight and we switch on over to LGD and APG in top, letting it rip with that B90. Or rather, with that M4. He had a B90 in the previous game, not this time around. Actually, it's MVM with the B90. I know I saw it somewhere on the screen. And he is the one that's letting it rip with a knockout to Rufus now. And he's going to keep up that pressure on the APG lineup. Switching over to Influence Rage. They were fighting Tiamba, but now Vampire says, no, Ronaldo यार
ब्लग नेपालको पार्ट थोरै भयो रे म पनि पाइन नेपालको पार्ट अनि नेपालको पार्टमा त आफू पनि इन्जोय गर्नु पर्दैन इन्जोय हो त्यहाँ हुनु पर्दैन यार त्यो मोमेन्ट ब्लग बनाउने
Influence Rage turned it around. They say you want to take the fight to us. Fine.
मैले नि भेट्नु पर्यो मेरो बाबाहरु आउनुभएको थियो सबैले भेट्नु
पर्यो. Seems like it will be going in favor of Influence Rage.
अनि का मोबाइल यसरी उचालेर गइन्छ त.
Once more being taken out. Now LGD and Influence starting to rack up those eliminations that they
लामो थियो केटा 2 घण्टा गएको थियो मैले घटाएको त्यति अति नै हुन्छ
र we may be looking at a Let's see if that's how it breaks up now as Boy and Donkey set their sights on him and ordered set him straight with a quick knock.
I mean,
कतार गेटबाट कसलाई दे कतार गेटबाट त ट्रान्जिट 1 घण्टाको नि भएर के हामी ल्यान्ड भएको ठाउँबाट अर्को ठाउँमा जाँदा पुरै त्यो बोर्डिङ भइरहेको थियो अनि गट चकलेट मात्रै किन्न पायो यत्रो ठुलो थियो मज्जाको थियो एयरपोर्ट चाहिँ तर घुम्नै पाएन नि कतार
But APG also in the mix tied with
तपाई आउनु पर्दैन एयरपोर्ट भेट्नलाई
33 does go down to Diego, that off angle from across the river being nasty to WBG here. They need to clear the back end because they're getting sandwiched very quickly here. We move over to top, getting absolutely taken out, destroyed here from that angle. And actually CD Alliance playing a very good game here. Where was this from them? Okay, never mind. Doc, double nade. Doc with the double nade. I mean, I'm not even going to blame CD Alliance for that one. That was just Doc all over. So, oof.
कुन मोबाइल हेल्दै गटा एनी आइडिया मसँग त आइडिया छैन कुन मोबाइल हेल्दै भनेर
Oof indeed. Well, let's see if CD Alliance now with that last member surviving. What can he do for his squad? Lorenzen and Influence with those 8 eliminations. I feel like when Influence perform, they either have nothing or just incredible points. It's either a high point game or a very low point game. Maybe there's no middle ground, it seems, with INF, but we'll see how they are able to perform until the end of the day. Will the consistency be there? Will they be able to follow up Weibo Gaming and stay relevant in the race for top 1? We'll continue to find that out later. Now, Voin Donkey on the lower side of this hill up against Weibo, but it's still Influence Rage that is grabbing their attention. And Influence Rage that seems to be in the best position in this zone. So Weibo will be in a little bit of a tough spot. How will they be able to deal with it?
Great nade from Law. Huge nade from Law. My goodness me. Influence Rage saw that they had a job to do, and by golly, are they doing it. They're just eliminating the entire north side, and their position's such a strong one. They've got a really nice ridge, a really nice little bit of high ground over this side of the river. So they're able to do a lot of work with this. 10 eliminations on the board for Influence Rage right now. I mean, this is insanely big for Influence Rage. They weren't that far behind, and now the gap is closing dramatically. So let's see. There goes CD Alliance. Zol able to just clean them up, but there's one more team in the way of APG. Top goes down to the play zone here. So for APG, this might not be such a good thing. They also have LGD ahead of them. If Top goes out to the blue zone, there's nothing they can do. Dot goes out now. There's only one thing left to do, and that is Yol going to just gun it for the river, get in there, survive a little longer. Their game is effectively over at this point. 33 going on out there. WBG eliminated.
Yo. 7 eliminations on Vexy, 13 on Point Donkey. Okay, I mean, if I'm being honest, I feel like the alarm was snoozed multiple times, but they're finally awake, they're finally alive with this kind of performance.
60.
Could this be what brings them back? I mean, look, you're going to need a heck of a lot more
68,
points
68.
in the next 2 games as well to be relevant. But this is an amazing start right now for Point Donkey. LGD, INF, and Weibo. Or sorry, rather, Influence Rage, LGD, and Point Donkey will be the last squads alive. Influence Rage looking to get themselves even more eliminations and deny BD the opportunity to get more. They will get their 11th and their 12th.
यसरी जानी हो र हटि नजाऊ यार जानी हैन हो जानी कहाँ भन्यो आयुष ब्रदर हेर्ने गेम हेर्नु डास्टिङ
You can run, you can hide, you can swim.
इजी हो नि त्यो
But at the end of the day, you
60
will
easy
be eliminated, and LGD will secure that. Now it's a 4v3. Influence Rage, who have had the upper hand in the position, continue to hold that high ground with a lovely 2-2 split up against LGD. Playing towards that coastline, it's going to be incredibly difficult for LGD as this is an uphill battle for their chicken dinner.
Figuratively and literally, Sandstorm. But MVM does have that P90 in play, and if somebody comes over as a solo or something like that, that could play a huge part in what's going to be happening next. Couple of nades in the hand of Lil Boy, though, could deal a death blow here. Let's see, Tian has a nade in hand. Afu with that off angle, but Diego also has the off angle, so then that is matched as well. Very evenly split, evenly positioned. Just INF have that position, they have the high ground, they have that info. If LGD so much as moves a muscle, they will know about it.
नदेख्छ दुईजना हान्दै त INF को दुईजना नक भइसक्यो के यिनीहरु
I believe so maybe don't flex.
हान
We're terrible with the joke sometimes, but it's
हान्दैन पोसन
LGD
रे
and
ला
MVN trying to hide in the bushes, trying to hide in the bit of the grass, but Lil Boy spots him out, and we were able to secure the kill. No, not able to secure the elimination there. Will be trading 1-4 now, but it's still a 3v2 in favor of Influence Rage. Oh my lord, that nade blows Tian back with a blinking health bar. Again, LGD holding on 4v2 with a revive possible now for Influence. And the center zone, I think it's still going to be favoring Influence Rage here. They should be able to wrap this one up. This might be able to catapult them, I believe, to maybe 90 points. Something like that, so they should be within 10 to 15 points of Weibo.
Easy. सबैले एकैचोटि नेड हान्नु त सक्यो त नि हो यस्तो अब यता यतापट्टि हान्छ सबले एकैचोटि
Now Diego with this opening
सुन्यो जस्तो छ है भनेको सुन्यो जस्तो
they
छ
don't even need to move. They don't even need to go. The Brazilians are masters with their grenades, and they will be able to take them out without even seeing them in those final moments. And I believe this is the second chicken dinner for Influence Rage in the competition. Definitely a morale booster for the squad as we head into the last 2 maps of the second day.
Jeez. Their second win of the tournament, and that propels them into that top 5 with ease. Maybe even the top 3. Have to see those exact points coming forward. But won the game from them, controlled the north side until the very end. They played that very well. They didn't go overboard. They didn't overextend. They didn't overpeak. They were able to move back when they needed to. And they just played that with such control that there was no way they weren't going to get the win from that. Big GG's going over to Influence Rage here. Brazil showing up.
I mean, they are. Alpha 7, they had a lot of good fights. We mentioned this before. I want to say like a third party and a fourth party that they were able to deal with. INF, Influence Rage, was able to quickly handle 2 squads back to back. Very impressive play from the Brazilian representatives at this invitational tournament. And I want to see more of it. And it's very surprising to see Influence Rage perform so incredibly well while looking at their counterparts in Alpha 7, who have been faltering bit by bit, day by day, the more we progress in this tournament. Which is very unlike Alpha 7.
Yeah, that's true. It is true. Maybe we'll see a bit of a comeback. And speaking of comebacks, Voin Donkey coming into the mix there. Top 3. Huge points going over to them. But
top 3.
Sandstorm, I feel like it's just a little bit too late now, right? We could, if we had seen that at the beginning of the day, maybe game 2, then there would have been a lot more of a chance for them to come back and fight for that point threshold positioning. But now with only 2 more games left to go, they've got 50 points to actually get before they could think about competing with those teams at the top. That it kind of feels like it's a little bit too late.
TS too late indeed, and you can't really leave it to that kind of timing in a tournament like this, where it's a grand final, or final 3 days, 6 maps per day, 9 on the last one, if we manage to go all the way. But the way it seems to be going, I mean, it's quite possible for a team like Weibo to get 30 points, I'd say, in 3 games, and then get a chicken dinner in the 4th one. They could average that. Or they could even go for a back-to-back chicken dinner where they get like 30 points in 1 game, instantly secure that, and then just move forward.
That's true. It is possible. It is still possible. It's just going to be incredibly difficult, but they managed to do a really good game in this last game. Can they do something else now? We're starting to move into our Miramars in the next game. Erangel is done. It is over. It is finished. We're heading to the desert in the next couple of games. I don't know what that means for any of these teams, because Miramar's a map where you play so differently. It's a very different vibe. Different teams come out on top. It's gonna be interesting to watch.
So far,
this tournament has been incredibly interesting to watch. Let's have a quick rundown through the highlights and see exactly how Influence Rage managed to make it all the way towards the end of the game and get themselves that juicy chicken dinner with, I believe, 13, maybe 14 eliminations so far. Definitely some much needed points for this team.
Indeed, some really big stuff coming through A7. Yeah, it's interesting with A7. What we've been seeing from them is not really all that sort of
World Cup alone was Nepal or lady. Nepal alone in a guy, world alone you. Nepal the Alexa Gota, waiting.
Day 1. They won. They started off the tournament winning the match. Then we didn't see too much of them, but they were still consistent. Today they came out really guns blazing, lots of elims, lots of power. But then again, we're seeing the same sort of trajectory where towards the end of the day they start dropping off a little bit. We're not seeing the fights that we were seeing even in the game before this one, right? They're just not getting those back-to-back elims. They're not getting points really at all. And maybe this is just a bad game, but going into Miramar based off of what we saw.
Timi 8 दिन कहिले छाडेको हो र स्याडीले हेर्दिन मलाई हैन मलाई स्याडी त पहिले त्यही हेर्थे यार मेरो लाइभ
It's actually 15 eliminations that they were able to
स्याडी म DRS म हो र भइसक्यो अलिकति हेर्दै थिए स्याडी नै मलाई याद छ त्यसपछि कम भएको स्याडीको
from the lineup of Influence Rage. I have to say,
I'm very
impressed and I'm proud of their performance that we've been seeing specifically from Influence Rage. Yes, because always in international tournaments, whenever we talk Brazil, it's Alpha 7. You know, whenever a Brazilian team is mentioned, it's Alpha 7. Rarely is Influence Rage in the conversation when it comes to it. This time, it's different on this stage. And we can see that with the points that they've managed to secure. Looking towards this overall ranking, Alpha 7, Thunder Talk, and Team Spirit. 0 points all around.
That's rough. I mean, Team Spirit can afford
so
to not have points in one game. The other two, not so much. We'll have to see where they can go, how they can bring it back in the last two games we see over here. 25 for INF, 18 for Voin Donkey, 10 for LGD, 9 for APG.
DRS आउन यार
There's
ब्रो
some
नेक्स्ट
crazy
स्प्लिट
gaps coming in here, actually. 25 to 18 is not that much, but then you go to 10. That's really insane.
Seri नेपालको नम्बर 1 fan हो रे त्यही त पहिले त्यही थियो होला से कवि ब्रो सेडी ब्रो
in day 1 and day 2. You can see 53 points in total. They
याद
had
हुन्छ
40
लास्ट
points
पहिला
in
हेर्ने
day
भ्युअर्सहरु
number 1
हेर्ने
and
मात्र हैन
47,
ऊ रेगुलर
averaging around 8
कम्युनिकेट
points
गर्ने
per
भ्युअर्सहरु
game.
हुन्छ
And
क्या
now we're seeing 1
कोही
point
कोही चाहिँ
in
हेर्ने
1
मात्र
game,
हुन्छ
0 in match
पहिलेदेखि
10. They have 2
कोही कोही
6s
चाहिँ अब
back
त्यो
to back. That's
पहिलेदेखि
fantastic.
कम्युनिकेट
But now we
गरिराख्ने
see
च्याट पनि हुन्छ
the
क्या
difference that those 25
गर्नुपर्छ
points
यो
have made for
गर्नुपर्छ भनेर
Influence Rage, rocketing them to top 3. Now we have a PEL representative in Weibo Gaming and 105 points who are setting themselves up to be the second team to join
TRS
the likes of Thunder Talk at
यो यार
the
हेर्दा
PUBG
रे
Mobile
कफी जित्ने नि
World
पो
Cup.
हो ए
Right now, I believe they have the most points between them, Thunder Talk, LGD.
कविजीले त अस्ति कहिले कहिले उपाल्यो यार एक वर्षै पब्जी नहेर्ने भनेर भन्नुभएको थियो त हैन अब म पब्जी नै हेर्दिनँ एक वर्षै
In terms of the road to
नेपाल
PGC,
टिम
or
कतिवटा
road to
क्वालिफाई भएन
EWC,
भने जस्तो
I just
लाग्थ्यो
jumped the whole international there. It's 150 points for Weibo, 125 for Thunder
Last
Talk,
chance,
110 for
basically.
LGD, 50 for Tiampa. So realistically, with Thunder Talk already making it there, it's between Weibo and LGD for making it to the Esports World Cup.
कविजी
Right
हजुर
now,
नआत्तिनु न
the numbers are just being pumped up by BTR Federals with
ओभर खेल्छ यार
5.1k
ट्रायल
right now.
लिस्टको
Yeah, he's not stopping. Doc and Top
डर
right
लाग्छ
next to each
टक्र
other.
टक्नी आएछ
Nomi falling a
TS
little bit
Nomi
behind
आएछ
after being eliminated early on in that previous map. But Nep, we have wrapped up Erangel for day number 2. We're going to be taking a very short break. Boys and girls, get yourself a cup of coffee. We've been up for a very
टप
long
त
time.
टप
Get
लिस्टमा
yourself
हुनै
some
पर्छ
tea,
जहिले
get
नि
yourself some snacks, some
अन्त त्यसको
biscuits.
गेम डाउन
I
भने
don't know
सजिलो
what you
हुन्छ
guys like to enjoy. All I know is
टप
get
फ्ल्यागर नै
yourself
भएन नि
off
गेम
the
डाउन
chair,
त्यसको
stretch your
ह
back, and be back in a few, because game number 5 of the day
हैन
will
हैन
be back soon.
ए हुन्छ के चाहियो के भयो जेमा भयो नि हुन्छ ल के हेर्ने होला यार अब मैले फिर्ता लिइसके रुदै भयो नि हेर्ने भनेर रे ए पहिला अब नेपाल टिमले पर्फर्म गरेन भनेर हेर्नै छोड्नु भएको थियो नि त नेपालले अति हान्दैछ हो ओपर खेल्ने रहेछ पहिल्यै हान्थ्यो ओपरै अन्त नरि बिटिआर जुन गयो आफ्नो ठाउँको टिम पायो सबै पायो अहिले त लास्टै राम्रो प्लेयर हो पहिलेदेखि सपोर्ट नै पाउँदैन टिममेटको त्यही त को कति त्यति पिएमएसएलमा हग्नु हो थियो नि बिटिआरले अरे एमले कल गरेर रहेछ यार ओपर खेल्छ नि ओपर राम्रो लाग्छ यार मलाई सबसे राम्रो प्लेयर त्यही लाग्छ एसिया रिजनको सबै कुरा बब्बाल छ यार सडीले के भन्ने हो र डक टप हान्ने रे तर यिनीहरूले पिएमएल जिते पनि के जुन लेभलको यिनीहरूको पर्फर्मेन्स सोचे त्यस्तो पर्फर्मेन्स आएन जस्तो लाग्छ है मलाई चाहिँ होइन त ल यो हेर्दै मैले केटा हो
Dami. Dami अब एउटा सक्यो यताबाट अर्को टिम अर्को स्क्वाड आयो उता
कस्तो गेम खेल्न मन लागिरहेको नि आज रातभर गेम खेल्छु यार आज लाइभमा ओभर गेम हान्न मन लागिरहेको आमालाई सबलाई हान्न मन लागिरहेको गेममा कति भयो नि त नहानेको क्या मजा आउँछ यार एनिमीलाई यस्तो मजाले हान्यो भने डोपामिन रिलिज नभएको कति भइसक्यो के टक टक टङ लागेर अब हान्नुपर्छ आज रातभर गेम पेमेन्ट चाहिँ मजा आउनेवाला छ स्टोरी प्लेस हुनसक्छ छेडी के लाग्छ अरे हुनसक्छ तर गाह्रै छ हौ किनकि अब त्यो एसएल खेलेपछि हुन्छ क्या त्यस्तो लबी त खेल्यो यस्तो लबी त इजी हान्नु पर्ने जस्तो लाग्छ हौ मलाई चाहिँ कन्फिडेन्स आउँछ जस्तो लाग्छ हौ अरू चाहिँ छँदैछ यस एसटीको त कमजोरी केही छैन लाग्छ हौ मलाई तर पर्फर्म गर्ने टाइममा चाहिँ पर्फर्म गरिदिनु परेको प्लेयरले आफ्नो आफ्नो अरू बेला जस्तो हान्छ हाम्रो यो एसएलमा पनि त्यस्तै हाने भए सेम हाने भए त सक्दैन थियो हौ एसटीलाई नि सबैजना प्लेयर चल्या भयो भनेको मेन हुने त्यही त हो अफिसियल टुर्नामेन्टमा पनि चल्नुपर्छ क्या थर्ड पार्टीमा जस्तरी नै उक्सिन चल्छ तर नेचुरल गेम खेल्नु पऱ्यो कि सबले फटाफटीमा एउटा प्र्याक्टिस गरे हुन्छ अनि गरेर अर्को खेले चाहिँ ज्या हुन्छ आफ्नो जस्तो गेम त्यस्तै हाल्नु पऱ्यो सिएरे भन्दा राम्रो हानेको हो यसले दिएर सक्यो अरे सबको आफ्नो आफ्नो हुन्छ यार स्ट्रङ पोइन्ट डिआरएस पनि थाहा छ उनीहरूको अलिकति फाइट कमजोर छ भने त्योहरू गेम त्यसरी नै हुन्छ एसटी वर्ल्ड कप राम्रो छ खेल्छ आफ्नो टिम केमा राम्रो छ त्यही त उयो गर्ने नि लेको मन्टा चाहिँ यो र लागो बियर्डको न्युज गीत गाउँछ आजकल गीत रिएक्ट नहान्ने यार कपिराइट लाग्छ हौ विचार जिगरको देखाउनु पो होला कसो यसले गनपावर देखाएर गनपावर छ केटा हो आफ्नो पर्फर्म टाइम पर्फर्म गरेन क्या भन्नाले अब पछि पछि फर्स्टमा देखायो पछि पछि गरेर घट्दै घट्दै गयो क्या माथि बढ्दै बढ्दै जानुपर्ने घट्दै घट्दै टुर्नामेन्टको भएपछि यसले सेन्डर छिर्नु भयो केही गरेर अलि राम्रो कोअर्डिनेसन भएर अलिक मैं त उता एसटी कोचिङ कुरा भइरहेको थियो नि त पछाडि हामी सबजनाहरू बसेको थियो नि त त्यतै पनि अलिकति डिसपोइन्ट थियो त्यहाँदेखि प्रिपेयर गरेको थिएँ केटाहरूले त्यो उयोमा रिजल्ट लिन सकेन भने अलिकति रिसाइरहेको थियो क्या गेम प्लानहरू सबै थियो तर लास्टमा गएर घट्यो क्या गन पावर केटाहरूको गन पावर घट्यो तब त्यो आफूले देखाउन पाएन पछि नर्भस तर यताको लागि त खान्छन् हौ इजी छ यताको लागि त खान्छन् केटाहरूले केही रोस्टर भइ नै हाल्छन् कन्फिडेन्स हुन्छ हौ अब यताको लबीमा म आफ्नै फ्रेन्ड मन्टा झेल्छु मलाई फ्रेन्ड मन्टा झेल्नु मजा हुन्छ हेर दामी पब्जी रे यार मेरो पुरानो मन्टा त सब कपिराइट छ क्या त्यही भएर हो कुन हेर्ने हो यो हेरौँ एकचोटि सुरु भयो गेम गेम सुरु भइसकेछ त सरी के खोल्यो
CD Alliance, to be fair, but we've seen more from CD than we have from Tiamba so far.
Now we have Tiamba at the very bottom of the leaderboard with 8
टिटी
points.
एसटी यति मात्रै क्वालिफाई हुनुपर्छ नि
Not sure how they can recover from that. And the thing is, so Tiamba
कुन
out
राउन्ड
of the
चल्दैछ
race,
हौ
I would say,
पिएमएनसी को
to jump
कुन
onto
राउन्ड
that
पो चल
second
रहा हो
spot. So it's just between
क्वालिफायर चल रहा
LGD
होला
and
हैन ओपन
Weibo. Yeah.
क्वालिफायर्स
So
नै
LGD, with the point difference that you have now, you essentially need to win the tournament, and I think Weibo needs to be like maybe 3rd or 4th. In that situation in order for it to make through. I'm not too sure on the math when it comes to how many points they're earning. Depending on their position in this tournament, when it comes to points they need for EWC.
त्यसैले
So
टाइम
don't
थोरै
quote
भयो
me
भने
on
कति
that.
तिमीलाई उ गर्न गाह्रो भयो
I
होला
believe we
को
have
गर्न कोही
a
तिमीले लामो
Maxman present
ड्युरेसन
in the
राम्रो
chat.
हान्दै हान्दै
Shout out
जान्छ
to
नि
Maxman.
यसपालि त
Even
ल
though
भने
he's not,
दुईटा फर्स्ट
even though
2 दिन
he's
त
not here
काउन्टै
on the
नगरौँ
stream, he is still
5 दिन लिग भइहाल्यो 5 दिनको 4 दिन
I
मात्रै
want to say
खेल्न
in
पाउँछ
the
4
chat
दिन
and
लिग
in our hearts.
अनि पछि 3 दिन फाइनल
Always.
त्यो भनेको लास्टै छोटो टाइम हो पहिला
I want
कम्पेयर
to see
गर्दा
more
पहिला त
from
3 हप्ता हुन्थ्यो 3
Thundertalk as
हप्तामा
well. I think a lot of
12
people
दिन
did.
खेल्न
They're
पाउँथ्यो
at 40 points
एउटा
on the
टिमले
board right now, which
यसमा त
isn't
12
the
दिनमा त फाइनल
worst
सब सकिन्छ
coming
फाइनल
through
लिग
after however
क्यालिब्रेसन
many
सब
matches
सक्यो
we've had, right? 10 matches. It's not
Yeah.
the absolute worst. We've seen much worse than that. Is it amazing?
तर
Also
नेक्स्ट टाइम
not
चाहिँ खै
really,
थप्छ कि अलिकति
because
टाइम
the number
बढाउँछ
one
जस्तो
team has
लागिरहेको मलाई
double those points, over double. But if you look at 7th place, that's 59 points.
टिटीको पनि
40 to
पिएमएनसी
59
खेल्छ
is
त्यहाँ
one
बिचारै
good
खेल्छ
game
केटा हो
away.
पिएमएनसी
So
किन
if
खेल्नु
Thundertalk could win this game, get a 19
टिटीको
point
निपेक्स
game,
लज क्युएम दाइ
then
एसडी
they're
धेरै साह्रो
looking at
धेरै छन्
immediately being boosted
फाइनल हेर्नुपर्छ
just
केटा हो
outside the
फाइनल्स
top 5. So it is still very close between the middle of the pack.
दुईटा स्लट हो कि दुईटा
It's
स्लटमा
getting to the
त
top
राम टिमले
3
टन्न छ नि
that
अब
is really going to be difficult. And the reason why we
अस्तिपालि पनि
keep
टन्न
harping
थियो
on about kind of the top 3, the top
तर
4,
डिएस र एसटी भयो
I feel like maybe some people in the chat are like,
लास्टको
well,
गेमले
if you do the smash
सब
rule,
कम्पिटिसन नै
then
हुन्छ
it doesn't
लास्टको 2
matter
गेम कसले
where you
निकाल्छ
are on the
राम्रो
leaderboards, right? No, it doesn't.
सेकेन्ड लास्ट गेम डिएस
However,
चिकन
if
खायो
you're talking about it's the top place teams points plus
अनि
30,
त्यसपछि
you're going to be
लास्ट गेम
looking at,
एसटीले खायो
even if you
चिकन
stopped right now, you're looking at 135 points. For
डिएस चिकन खाएको
Thundertalk
गेममा
to go from
एसटी
40
सेकेन्डमा
to
थियो त्यो मध्ये
135 points and then get a win
हेलो
is
अभिनव के
impossible
छ राम्रो
So for them,
छोटो
for
भयो
any of
मजा
these
आएन
teams in
ठिकै
the
हो
middle
कति
of
टिममा
the
ठिकै हो
of the
कति टिममा
leaderboards,
नराम्रो हो के
they
थाहा हामी
need
पनि
these
अहिले लामो
last
भयो
2
अलिकति
games to get as
घट्दै जान्थ्यो कि
close to those
भन्ने हो
top teams as possible
ठिक छ
to make it into that point threshold because where
हामीलाई
they're
यसमै राम्रो
situated
भयो
now, they are not going to do it.
अझ लास्ट फाइनल्सको
And I
लास्टमा
think
अझै एक
that
दिन बढ्यो
all
भए
these teams
तन्ना भुल्ने
having
थियो
that common goal just
ठिक
increases
ठ्याक्क
the pressure that the
एक
likes
गेम पनि
of
बढी भयो
Weibo,
भने त के भयो त
Spirit
गाह्रो
and
हुन्थ्यो नि
Influence
हामीलाई
Rage
पनि
alongside BTR because they are
हाम्रो
around
लागि
the
चाहिँ
80
फर्मेट
point
राम्रो
mark.
भयो
They do have a
अझ
chance
लास्ट एक गेम मात्र बढी भयो
in
भाइ
there as well. Those 4 teams are going to
गाह्रो
start
पर्थ्यो नि
feeling the pressure. And with 2 more games,
के छ
the less
इन्टरटेनमेन्ट
Weibo performs, the better it is for the entire lobby to be able to catch up. Because the thing is, coming into tomorrow's games, Weibo's drops, they all know about them. Weibo's rotations, they all know about them. So specifically, that team will need to have a new strategy, or they need to be able to adapt to all the pressure that they're going to be feeling from all angles. Because everyone's going to be watching up for you, because no one's going to want you to win the tournament and just end their journey there. They're going to at least want to try to compete with you, at least want to try and get
तिमी के भन्यो तिमी के भन्ने
threshold
यसमै
before
भन है
you
त ल
do.
है त गऱ्यो अनि बनाइहाल्यो नि
So you crossing it first puts a target on your back.
It really does. You're going to have a lot of things to worry about as soon as you get to that threshold, but that is a conversation for tomorrow. I feel like once we start seeing those altercations come into being. Right now, Duello going to be scouting out this position for rejects. It's a really good spot, central to zone, high ground, not a whole lot of things that teams can do by sneaking up on you, right? It's a whole cliff on
त्यो होइन हौ ऱ्यान्डम केटीसँग बनाइन्न है बनाउन चाहिँ रिक्वेस्ट गर्दै सबलाई अनि बनाएन हौ सहीको इन्डियन गीतमा टिकटक बनाउने ऱ्यान्डम केटी आएर त्यहाँको रसियन केटी आयो अनि इन्डियन गीतमा टिकटक बनाउने भन्यो अनि हामी सबजना बसिरहेको थियौँ एयरपोर्टको बाहिर
get as much
अनि
info as possible,
आएपछि
figure
त
out
अनि
where's
सिधै
where,
नो
who's
नो
who,
भनिदिन्छ
all
सबैले
of
अनि
those
कहाँ
things.
भराउँछ
And really,
मार्छ
there's no
सबैलाई
one here actually, so Mafioso
अनि
just gonna be
गीत
able
पनि
to
देखाएको थियो कि यो गीतमा
clear
टिकटक
some
बनाइदियो भने
areas,
कुन
clear
गीत थियो
that
भनेपछि
space away.
कि आजा
To be
भन्ने
fair
गीत छ त
though,
एउटा इन्डियन
there is a team a
त्यो गीतमा
little bit
कमेडीवाला के
closer,
अझ त्यो
and that's gonna be CD
टिकटक बनाएर
Alliance
फेमस हुन मन
looking
थियो
out
होला
there at the backside.
अनि कसैले मानेन
Focusing on to Kinotrope. Honestly, I felt
अझै
like
त्यो इङ्ग्लिस पनि
Kinotrope had
बोल्दैन थियो कि तिनीहरू
such a good
रसियनमा
start in
ट्रान्सलेट
game
गरेर
number
देखाइरहेको
1.
थियो
Such a fantastic start with their
इङ्ग्लिस
performance.
एउटा केटीले एउटा अलिअलि बोलिरहेको थियो एउटा
And
केटीले
then
चाहिँ
they
ट्रान्सलेट
got a
गरेर
chicken
देखाइरहेको
dinner.
थियो
We saw them taking fights. We saw them making amazing
जुन
rotations.
कहाँ जान्छ तल
Weren't able to translate that into the second day.
अनि त
My lord, this shift
I was not expecting that shift.
No.
आयो
So
ओइ
many teams are going to be moving to
खायो
make that
खायो
rotation
खायो
now. Osal has a full squad of LGD pulling up.
खायो त्यसले खायो ओइ
Ling.
Oh, on the
Yo! Ling with
कस्तो
like
बल
the
जुन
10
छाड्यो
out-
यार डिकेले
Yeah, but the thing is,
बिचरा
if he
होइन गाडी
manages
नि
to get
अड्का
the
ए
knock onto
गाडी चाहिँ
Osal,
रहेछ
that would be
मान्छे
golden. But Osal picked the perfect moment to run away.
नभाग्यो
Oh my lord, what an escape!
Yeah.
What a getaway!
I would be
होइन
stressing
त्यो
out in
ल्यान्ड
my
ब्रोडकीसँग
mind
अलिक
right
फेरि
now if I
Oh,
was
100%.
तर
100%.
अपर्च्युनिटी मिस गर्नुहुन्न है
I
नि
would have
थ्याट
probably like been so stressed. I
कमन
would have
एपिजी टिम
clicked the
स्प्रिट
enter
हान्नुपर्छ
vehicle
अब
and get out 5
एपिजीको
times.
अकाउन्ट पऱ्यो कि
And that would have
यहाँ
fucking
पनि
gotten me eliminated.
धमाका मचा भने त उब्बर हुन्थ्यो नि यार इन्डियनकोले त
not playing in this tournament, Sandstorm. I think there's a reason we're here.
I mean, listen, so far it's working.
True. I will say the Japanese teams, though, they're back up into the top 8. Rejects today have had a really, really good day. So now they're neck and neck, just 3 points between them in 7th and 8th place, respectively. So a nice jump up from Rejects coming through there. Some really good stuff on his end, or their end. But Vampire, they were in what, 2nd, 3rd place yesterday? Dropped down to 10th. They need a good win. If they can get a 20-point game, then they're back up into that 5th place position. So let's see what they can do here. Oh, WBG though, in that Elam feed, losing one, getting one knocked early. And for WBG, the key now is to have 2 good back-to-back games, right? They cannot afford for any of these teams to get anywhere near them. They really need a gap. For those teams on top, they're trying to get as much of a gap between these other teams as possible. That's
चाहिँ 30 पोइन्ट प्लस फर्स्ट
my goodness me, but Sook bringing it back here. Jeez, that's going to be dominated as well. Ziola going to be able to pick him up. That's going to be the reset. But goodness me.
ओहो नि यार
Okay. Do they know that there's a carry feature? Like carry him and put him in the car? Do they know?
Maybe they were in a hurry and didn't want to.
Yeah.
यो ट्रिक चाहिँ सबले अलिकति मास्टर गरिसकेको छ है
I guess I'm just surprised he didn't fall off. That's crazy. GG's.
जिगल कता गयो त्यो जिगल खै घर गयो भन्यो मलाई यहाँ राखिदियो होइन अब जिगलको सट्टा बसिरह्यो जिगल आयो भने आयो नत्र म कम्प्लिट गरिदिन्छु स्ट्रिम नेपाली टिमहरु छैनन् रे आइनबाटै आएर यार नेपाली टिमलाई पिएमएस सकेपछि इन्भाइट दिए भए आउँथ्यो होला तर पिएमएस जान नसकिदै इन्भाइट सक्यो सबैको स्लटै सक्यो
Just
इन्भाइट
send her
गर्नु
the clip. That's all you need to do. Just send her the clip. Give you guys an idea in case this is something that you haven't come across. There was another TLDR. There was another PUBG Mobile like an Irish kind of community level PUBG Mobile tournament that was happening, where me and Nep covered it together, and Nep basically confessed on stream that she was a horrible driver, but she would never admit to that. And then it was followed 2 minutes later by DK, which is one of our also colleagues in esports in PUBG Mobile in casting and production, has clipped that moment.
Yes, and sent it to everybody I know. It was
Yes.
very mean.
I mean, it was a confession that your driving's horrible, so.
It was for the memes, bro. It was for the memes, honest. But yeah.
You memed yourself.
No. Oh, A7. This is an important fight. Not necessarily for Thunder Talk, although yes it is, but for A7 in particular, Carrillo does go out here. A7 just down to a duo. It's a 2v2 right now. They're going to try and grab AJ if they can. The nade is going to be coming on.
Oi.
Forth from Revo, and King just gets blasted with the QBZ there.
La.
Zing goes on down. Okay. And somehow, okay, I was about to say, what is up with Thunder Talk? They're just unable to get these fights done and dusted. And also, what is up with Rejects, the third-party machines today? They are everywhere.
They really are, and they know that they need to rack up those points by the end of today to be in the best position possible going into Smash Day tomorrow. Alpha 7, they're down to 2 members. They had 1 or 2 of their elims stolen. Let's see if Reject will be able to push this. I don't know if they know that there's only 2 players in that compound, so they have to be very careful. They have to be very wary. Making these pushes.
Second game, third game, smash point hit भएको. कतिले हिट गर्ने चान्स थियो हाम्रो
I like the positioning coming in here from Rejects, also from DK as
लास्ट
well,
गेमसम्म चान्स थियो यार हाम्रो
Labradito,
र
this whole
एपिजी त
player's
अब
edge
जित्ने
is
फिक्स
so
भइसकेको
much
थियो
fun
हैन
to
त्यो
play.
पनि
It's hard to play
स्मेश टुलले
because of
हामीले
how
चान्स
open
दिइरहेको
it
थियो
is.
कि
There's a
चिकन
lot of
खाएन अझै
angles
जितिन्छ
that
अझै
can be
जितिन्छ
taken
भनेर
onto you, but you play it well, and it's a very, very strong position to hold. So very excited to see what those two teams can do.
खै त जिगल घर चल्दै छ नि अहिले आउँछ जिगल 90% लाइभ गरेर भन्दै थियो अब
Tell by the way they're playing, they're
स्ट्रिम
feeling
सकिन्छ जस्तो
energized
छ
after that big game. But
ओइ
Tiamba
गयो त
looking
जित्दै
to crash onto LGD, and once again the opening knock is not in
मिठो
their
है
favor. Wait,
I mean, they managed to turn it around though. They turned around the trade 2 for 1, and Tiamba, learning from the mistakes in their previous games, knowing that the slow push was always their problem, but looks like LGD are not giving them a moment to rest. And it is going to be Aki going for that fight, going for that 1v1 with the S12K, but the third party from Point Donkey surprises us all, and LGD blinking health bars. MBM goes down. Last member left alive. Afu, I believe, is going to be the one to try and revive the squad. Oh my lord! There's 2 more squads! What is happening? Tiamba, DRX, Voin Donkey, alongside LGD, all in this compound. And Afu is just sitting in the middle like, guys,
that is impeccable timing from both of these teams. Voin Donkey, where did they even come from? Huge fight coming in from them. Really well played, but now it's just a DRX versus Voin Donkey, and that's not what they signed up for. But hey, let's see what happens here. 2 knocks on the side of Voin Donkey. They are going to get those reses back up if they're quick about it, but Sai is not willing to push back at all. He's going to be pushing straight forward. The whole squad is actually, so that's possibly going to be Voin Donkey.
ओइ लौ
Here. We'll see.
कस्तो स्किम नहानेको त्यसलाई यार
Backside though, also doing something.
ओइ चाहिँ आफू भन्ने
LGD do go out. That is huge for APG, for BTR.
किल लगो
Vexy gonna get taken down. It is just Razak though. Razak and Potato, the last 2 left alive.
Potato will be able to help him. See Razak, nade, this way, any push, M249. Capable of letting it rip for a solid minute with those, God knows how many bullets, 100, 150 I believe you're able to reach with that extended mag. And right now he's letting it rip indeed. This is a bit of damage. If he kept that spray going, he might have been able to get the knock. But it's fine, DRX still have the numbers advantage. Voin Donkey with those 2 members. And Razak and Potato, are they going to try to get out alive? Tony Gay with a ridiculous angle onto QZZ. Buys some time for VD.
I mean, it's incredible. This fight is still going on. DK being very, very quiet when it comes to Fabian over there in the corner. He's just watching and waiting. He's waiting for that timing. And timing is so important in fights like this. Voin Donkey able to hold on a little bit, but they know that DK's back there. They know Fabian is looking at him, so they can't really escape right now. DRX, though, look like they might want to disengage from this. Okay, I could see this being a thing. I feel like DRX, they've not had the most dominant of tournaments so far today. Or yesterday as well, so I could understand them kind of wanting to loot on up. They tried the surprise effect, they tried that third party, they're not really wanting a 4v4 right now. And so they're just gonna go ahead and get ready to get out of dodge if they need to with the zone closing in. I respect that decision.
I think they're giving each other quite a lot of respect as well in this moment, Nep. I mean, again, I'm not sure if they know if it's a 4v2 or not, but on some level, I do like the restraint. And on another level, I am loving this split from D plus Kia.
It's amazing.
Yeah, 2 towards the, I want to say the east side of La Bandita on that high ground in the crater. And then you got Fabian holding the back, knowing that he's watching VD and the RX, who finally use the mollies and the nades without any risk to their survival, securing those eliminations and move on forward. Voin Donkey, though, from last game when they had like 13 eliminations, and one of the players I believe had 7. That definitely boosted the team's confidence going into this one, and that push as well proved to me that they were feeling a lot more confidence coming into this game. Sometimes that can be to your own detriment as well.
Reiji with a bold nade over onto A7. Again, not always the purpose of nades to actually do any damage or take any knocks. It's really just to stop them from getting anywhere near those vehicles. It's to put a stop to their plans, put them out into the zone, and ruin their game. So for them, I'm feeling like Reiji and crew are not really looking for those elims, although would be nice to get the points, right? It's really just about clearing that north side, clearing the back so that they can move freely and play the next few moments of the game.
So right
now, towards the lights when we're outside the zone, they're not given an opportunity, and they will be eliminated by reject. And I like the fact that both Japanese representatives are right next to each other with the same amount of points. Both Korean representatives in DK and DRX are also right next to each other in the leaderboard. Solidarity between the players, absolutely loving the level between those teams.
Kinotro could be in a really interesting spot here. We're looking at them being kind of center stage right now. And they're just trying to go do something against DRX, gatekeep them if they can, but there's also DRX in the wings as well, so DRX need to be very, very careful. D plus looking for a third party opportunity. WBG with the high ground, looking very, very snazzy. Still up as 4. Can they do something with this though? Sook does go down, Doc able to grab that headshot, but it's the edge that worries me here. WBG on the very, very edge here. There's a lot of teams on the opposite ridge that can take them out. So for WBG, this is one of those instances where the zone is really not giving them a lot of room.
It really, really isn't. But that's what happens in a competition like this, in a game like this. The pressure never stops. We just keep moving forward. We don't stop. And let's see how far forward Weibo will be able to walk in this game. They are already 20 points ahead. Can they build an even bigger lead? Or will the teams finally start to close that gap? Zone shifts towards the center, and one of the challengers in spirit holds amazing position right now.
This team looking very, very nice, very snazzy.
Yeah, our DRX
indeed. They're gonna have to watch out, right? BTR, massive split across the western side of the zone. As I say that, Rayan goes down. So I should anyway, upbeat Federals goes down. Oh my, what did I just do? Oh my goodness, that was instant. What? Okay. We're gonna shush about BTR for a second, let them regroup, refocus, it's fine.
Yeah, we want the competition to be very,
Satar!
I would say close between all the players, and right now APG, Satar, BTR, Raya, okay, just the entirety of BTR has been absolutely demolished. Thanks, Snap.
I'm so sorry, BTR.
Guys, it's Snap's fault. It's all her fault. Blame her in the chat. Thank you.
That's wild. That's actually wild. But WBG finding some room to move now. APG backed off, created a vacuum. WBG here to play. Doc is down again. Osal in the APG top now going on down. That's going to be
मान्छे यिनीहरूलाई
WPG's
support
move
गरेको
to
केटा है
play now.
खेल्दै छ नि त
This
फेरि
is their time moving through, just
अरे
rolling
उही
past
जाडो
everybody. Top going
टिएसएको
down.
जाडो
Sook
रहेछ
as well, though, a little over
Oi.
aggressive. BTR Razy also in the wings. Yol goes down next. 33 though has to back off. Rifus allowed a little bit of time to play here. His teammates back him up here. He now on the ridge looking. Razy as well. Not going to be partial, but APG do go down. Razy could have work to do here against WBG, but for WBG, there is space that's now open.
Yeah, there is in BTR. I believe one of their last members just trying to secure any more eliminations for that team. But we'll get back to them later, as now we are checking on CD Alliance, who have now placed in 16th place. A chicken dinner with an ungodly amount of eliminations is what will be needed in this situation. Highly unlikely, but hey, anything happens and anything can happen in PUBG Mobile. That's the beauty of this game. And right now we are seeing Team Spirit, who are still holding the ground in the middle. Influence Rage continuing to build on the lead that they got in that last game with that chicken dinner and trying to follow up the likes of Spirit and Weibo. But right now they are focusing on to reject. I think the focus was in the wrong position, as Apollo was able to get one. And Reiji was revived, so it's now a 4v3 in favor of Reject. And Reject know that they have to push this numbers advantage. Lawrence's angle, though, might be dangerous if he doesn't get knocked. He will peek. He just has to do it at the right time. And if Reject all get into the building, then I don't think his angle is going to be that useful. Nades, not able to do that much damage. Lawrence now switches over to go back into the building. He has Diego with him and Lil Boy with an off angle. Knocking down Julo. Evening things out. 3v3. Diego pushing, getting it fine. Pushing one more time. He's doing this all on his own. He wants to take down Ragey. And Influence Rage. Lil Boy will get traded. Diego, Lawrence pushing onto Ragey. He has the UMP. Weibo will be feeling those third eliminations as well. They will third party rather. They do manage to steal one of the eliminations away from Influence Rage. That's a double-edged sword, because you're taking a point away from Spirit, a team that would have used that point to get closer to you. Denying that is worth double. And they're not stopping. Order pushes. They know they have the advantage in numbers and in position. This one Molly could spell doom. Order sets them straight. 112 points so far. 70 left for the team. The world champion showing us exactly what he's made of.
कुन डिभाइस हो रे यिनीहरूले खै उसमा गरे वन प्लसमा भने जस्तो लाग्यो थाहा छैन यार डिभाइस त मलाई त्यही इच्छा छ क्या कुन डिभाइसमा खेल्नको विकिपिडियामा देखायो होला नि हेर त केटा हो कुन डिभाइस हो
It's still going to be a difficult journey out of that if they're not careful. But when we go to the south side, it's going to be D plus Kia plus VPE rather. Vampires going head to head here. Influence Rage, they went out in 6th, as we just saw. A really good game from them still, though. They're going to be into 2nd place now. Team Spirit has to get 3 points to beat that back. VPE with this nade could do some good work. Norbu has a P90 but no ammo left, so that's going to be a useless weapon for him. Well, let's just see what they can do. WBG now pushing over onto Team Spirit. Team Spirit have to play this very, very carefully, because CD Alliance full squad on the other side of Team Spirit could actually third party this for a sandwich opportunity. Nordbu, oh my goodness me, just gonna get one, doesn't get the other, but distracts that last player enough to let his team do the damage. And there we go. D plus Kia just run over Vampire.
That they do, and now we have 4 squads where only
माको समय यिनीहरू कुन पोजिसनमा थियो कहाँ यार एक्कासी यिनीहरू कहाँ थियो याद छ कुत्ताको हिलमा थियो त्यहाँबाट फोएमीले हानेर पछाडिबाट घुमेर तल थर्ड पार्टीको मिठो थर्ड पार्टी हानेर लास्टमा गएर मिठो पोजिसनमा आयो यार तीनटा टिम बाँकी टिएसले हान्नु पर्ने हो तर ल गइसक्यो डब्लुबिजी
Wants to play in an angle that may not be
माथि चढ्न लाग्यो यो
He's trying to get on that roof for that position, and he should be able to, unless someone spots him out. He's making a lot of noise with his jumping. It's time to pick it up, because in fact now did spot him out.
Like
Nade. No, it's a molly. 3-3C's on fire.
Ui, la.
And we'll be forced to go
nice
back.
headshot.
Oh, but Jimmy from Alliance will be able to third party, applies a little bit of pressure, and now Spirit are on the back foot because it's a 3v3. And in fact, he's fully out. Thanks to
It could go either way here. Team Spirit could do something here unless you Molotov yourself, Nomi, because that's a really brilliant play. WBG could win this as well, but CD Alliance, man, they've got that angle, they've got the high ground. They can just pinpoint and third party this to smithereens. The nade is good from order. That's going to be, I think, a Team Spirit loss here. Third place is what they're going to have to be right now. Down they go. WBG making sure they stay on top. Team Spirit do grab that second place back from Influence Rage. Now CD Alliance versus WBG. Great push from Alliance here. They know what they need to do. WBG on the back foot, 110%. Just down to this duo. They're low health. He on the outside though. Cluck versus he goes down to Iftar. That is it. That is done. Dusted. Order. Last man standing now. He's gonna go down. And that is gonna be CD Alliance with their first win of the tournament. They needed this so much. On those leaderboards, they were not looking good. This could have just turned it all around.
miracle, and this is a start for
खाजा खायो यार यो बक्रा ट्राई के चस्मामा के छ र
everyone on the server took a sigh of relief with CDAL getting that chicken dinner, because if Weibo secured another one, that would have been 2 today, 1 from yesterday at least, and that would have meant that they're just running away with this tournament. Still, they managed to get 10 plus elims, I think, for the side of Weibo, along with that number 2 spot. It's getting more and more difficult for those teams to follow up now.
It really is. We've got just one more game left. One more game before we know what our point threshold is going to be, and one more game before it is truly the end of the road for a lot of these teams. Yes, we have up to 9 games scheduled for tomorrow, but the way that these teams have played in the last few games, unless they just decide the pressure is all off and they just play their own game without any of that pressure, you're kind of looking at a lot of these teams kind of saying goodbye to that championship.
That might be just how it happens here, but listen, we still have one more game for today to find out who's going to be at least close enough, because right now I want to say it's a maybe 3 or 4 horse race. Things may change once we see the overall leaderboard and find out a little bit more about what's the distance, what's the difference, how big of a gap are we talking about between the top 3 teams, and just how far Weibo's running away with this. And I do have to say it's very refreshing seeing this kind of performance from Weibo Gaming specifically, and I want to see more. I want to see that consistency as well continue on for the squad.
It would be nice. We had 14 points on the board before this match. It would be 14 points plus this would be just so amazing.
I mean, they more than doubled at least, no?
It would more than double. They would go up to maybe 12th or 13th. It's not a huge jump in terms of the leaderboard, but in terms of points, you're looking at a massive almost putting you back into where you need to be to really have a chance tomorrow. So if they can back this game up with not necessarily another win maybe, but another top 5 with a lot of elims, they're looking
that they are, but I feel like the start was a little late, like extremely late for this squad, for them to have this kind of performance, because I mean the fast push that they made on D plus Kia to eliminate them and then instantly try to make them, the pressure they applied to Spirit, then the push, or like after the push to D plus Kia, and then applying the pressure one more time the second the fight was over between Spirit and Weibo. Where was this decision making? Where was this timing? Where was this level of play in day 1?
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like sometimes it just happens where the team comes back. They come back to where they needed to be, where we expected them to be, but sometimes the lobby is just a little too much at the start, and sometimes it just takes them a little too long to get back to where we want them to be. And for CD Alliance, I'm scared that that is exactly what we're seeing happen here, but it was a great win from them. It was a really, really good show. They've had a really good few games, it feels like. They've had a lot of presence in the final game, even if that doesn't really go back to doesn't get equated into points necessarily. Their
content
presence
creator
has been
na
felt
ho
by all of the teams in the last few games, so for them, really nice to get this win.
DJ production मा छ
Lovely little replay to give us a quick run back of the previous
यो
game.
त काम सक्यो लिभ हाने हो के
तर त्यो समराजको बिचारा टिम चेन्ज भएको भागै हुन्छ है प्लेयरहरु
भन्छ है त यु क्यान ब्रेक माई टिम बट यु क्यान नट ब्रेक मी भन्दै लभली दिएको थियो त्यसले त्यो
ग्लोबलमा कति पर्सेन्ट छ त्यसको 50% कि 100% हो चिकन रेट
कसको एउटा म्याच खेलेको थियो एउटा म्याच चिकन हानेको 100 भइहाल्यो नि
100 हो
लास्ट
दुईटा
म्याच
खेला
हानेको
जस्तो लाग्यो
नोभासँग दुईटा खेले मिरामार खेलेको थिएँ गाडीबाट उतारिदिएको त्यसलाई
50% हो 50% हेर न भनाइ यतिको हान्नु पर्यो क्या हामीले पनि हैटु
हेलो आवाज आयो मेरो
आयो 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 बोल्दै जाऊ
पैसा पैसा आहा भाइ आवाजमा पनि
छैन हो दाइ जिरो चाहिँ हाम्रो लाइभ आको जिगलले छोडेर गइदियो
तिमीले रेन्ट लिएको आज कि के हो
हैन हौ जिगल घर जान्छु भने लाइभमा बस्थ्यो रे मलाई चाहिँ लाइभमा बसेतिर आफू जल्दी छ नि त्यो
मैले नि यार बेटा खेल्न मन छ यार कसरी खेल्ने हो यार अन्स थ्यांक यू यार जिक्सबट जुट्स फर 100 रुपैयाँ भ्यालोरेन्ट मोबाइलको बेटा आइसक्यो नि त युजरले खेल्छ हो
एन्ड्रोइड चाहिन्छ दोस्त आइएसमा हुँदैन
एन्ड्रोइड किनौला नि बरु त्यही खेल्नका लागि भए पनि एउटा Samsung S25 Ultra
त्यही जिगा उलाई सोध न
ए होइन नि S25 किन किन्नु पर्यो हाम्रो इन्फिनिक्स छ त स्पोन्सर
अनि
कोचलाई नि चाहियो नि यार एउटा फोन
खै त फोनै आएको छैन हो म आएको छ इन्फिनिक्सबाट फोन आउँछ भने खै त
कोचलाई देऊ न यार फोन
कस्तो रहेछ फोन हेरौँ भनेको
मैले नि कोचिङ गर्नलाई फोन एउटा चाहिरहेको छ यार
अनि
हटेको साउन्ड सानो पारिसके मैले
आइटी भाइ ब्लगबाट कति कमायो न ढाँटिकन भन त
ल
हेर त हटे भाइ जोडन लाइभ
के जोड्ने
लाइभको पैसा
ब्लगबाट कति कमायो तिमीले
उ हो के त उ 1000 भ्युजको भनिदिन्छु ल ठ्याक्क सेम त्यही हो
1000 भ्यू
ए हैन 1000 भ्युजको यति भने एक्ज्याक्ट अनि एक्ज्याक्ट त्यति नै छ त दाइ सबैमा
लामो छ हरेक भिडियोमा 1000 भ्युजको डिफरेन्ट हुन्छ रेट
त्यही त अनि सबै राउन्ड अप गरेर के दाइ ल हेर्नु म
तिमी सिधै भन न
ल म त्यही भन्दिन ल म फर्स्ट ब्लगबाट सुरु गर्छु है त 1 2 3 4 5 पाँचवटा ब्लग हाले हैन
एउटा फर्स्ट ब्लग
ल पहिलो ब्लगको पैसा $135
$135 त्यसपछि
यसको
पोइन्ट
0.99
ए तेरी भन 135 प्लस
135 प्लस सेकेन्ड ब्लगको खै त 140.59
140 ल थर्डको
118.45
120 भनौँ ल लेट्स से ओके प्लस अनि अर्को फोर्थको
80.64
80 यति हो क्या जोडा
एउटाको उयो भएन अब आज भर हाल्यो
एउटाको त भोलि देखाउँछ
भोलिको 100 नै सोचौँ ल
इन्टु 137 भयो 65,000 65 70 80,000 भयो म्याट टक्ने 80,000 मेरो माइकको रेन्ट लाग्छ 33%
वेन गर उयो टिकटक माने आएको छ टिकटकबाट नै आएको छ
टिकटक त भाइको आफ्नो पर्सनल हो मैले अब यसमा 65,000 छ हैन त 80,000 त भयो 80,000 को 30% ट्याक्स त लाग्छ त्यो माइक युज गरेको हैन
हजुर
24,000 रुपैयाँ यति पठाउनु पर्ने छ ल साथी
साउदीमा त नि कोकहरु बाहिर गएर चिप्सहरु तिमीले किन्ने हो नि फेरि बाहिर गएर
अनि त्यति किन्नु परिहाल्यो नि अब अझै उठाउनु बाँकी छ निन्जा दाइकोमा आएर
ल 80,000 भनेपछि 24,000 रुपियाँ एक्सपेक्ट गरिरहेको छु मैले ठिकै छ
अब अनसाइको
24,000
माइक
मा त माइकै आयो त भाइ यार बाग
त्यो माइक कतिको हो दाइ
त्यो माइक मैले किन्दाखेरि त महँगो थियो 28,000 थियो अहिले 26,000 होला
ए
लभली छ नि ट्याक्क जोड घाँटीमा लगायो सक्यो मुला
कति
इत्रो छ
सजिलो
आनन्द हो केही कनेक्ट गर्नु पर्दैन जोड घटाउ पर्दैन
थिङ जुट्स थ्याङ्क यू सो मच फर 320 येन सक्नुहुन्छ भने मेम्बरसिप पनि लिदिउँ जुट्स लाइभ फेरि दिनकै लाइभ हो हामी 2 दिन भइसक्यो लगातार आएको लाइभ
अनि 3 दिन भोलि हुन्छ
त्यस मेम्बरसिप लिनु भयो हजुरले रिग्रेट चाहिँ गर्नुहुन्न है के कमाए यार हैटेले अनि मेरो स्यालेरी त यही कमाइसके यार हैटेले
आम्मा स्यालेरी सुन्यौ नि 1 महिनाको दाइको
2 महिनाको माइक फुटेछ लल रे कसको माइक फुटेछ केटा हो
दाइ अनस्टाइ नभए त अझै हामी उतै हुन्थ्यौँ है काजाकमै
आउँथ्यो होला
हुन्न थियौ भाइ तिमी चाहिँ हुन्थ्यौ भाइ म त कहाँ हुन्थे र
म र
है त टिकट थियो त भाइ
स्लिपी
केही भएको छैन यता फेरि दुईटा फुच्चेहरुको टिकट चाहिँ नआएको रे क्या त
हरि मजा आयो त्यो
म त बस्दिन्थे म त हैन म त जान नि कतारबाट जान नि ल्याङ लागिरहेको थियो केटाहरु पुगे न्युज सुनेपछि त कतारको फेरि भोलिपल्ट आइहाल्दो रहेछ आउँथे खुसी भएर त्यहाँ दुईजना फुच्चेहरुलाई छोड्नु पर्दाखेरि पो अन्स दुईटा फुच्चेलाई होर भएर छोडेको छ त्यहाँ नेपाल आइपुग्दा त एकजना एसटी एकजना डिआरएस फेरि फर्किनु के गर्नु कुरामा छोड्नु भएन भोलि 11 बजेदेखि होला गेमहरु भोलि 11 बजे हो गेम
नौ गेम भनेपछि त अनि अर्को 2 घण्टा एक्स्ट्रा लाग्यो नि त मेबी आई डोन्ट नो अहिले स्ट्रिम शेड्युल देखाइहाल्ला त
यहाँ छ एकछिन 2 बजे GMT +8 भनेपछि यो हामीभन्दा 2 घण्टा 15 मिनेट अगाडि छ भनेपछि त 11:45 देखि रहेछ त स्ट्रिम चाहिँ सुरु
ठिकै छ उठेर भात खाएर लाइभ गर्न पर्ने जस्तो
अहिले भएको ब्लग त स्क्विड गेम भन्दा लामो छ त रे थ्यांक यू यार एचबी मंकी जुट्स छैन छैन
हेरेको त डकुमेन्ट्री नै रहेछ हो मलाई जित्दै रहेछ
हो भाइ ब्लग अनि 40 मिनेटको बनाएको थियो अस्ति नैको अनि भएन यो ठुलो चाहियो भनेर कमेन्टमा रिक्वेस्ट आयो अनि आफ्नो ऑडियन्सले रिक्वेस्ट गरेछ त गर्नै पर्यो
दाइ 2 घण्टा 15 मिनेट हो कि 18 मिनेट थियो अनि काटेको हो दाइ
काट्ने हैन के जाम 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 जति ट्याक्क आफुलाई लागेको क्लिप हाल्ने अनि झ्याम 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 गर्ने हाल्दिने हो ट्याक्क
अनि फेरि कति पार्टमा काट भनेर कति पार्टमा काट्ने पनि थियो नि त के बोले नि केटाहरुले अनि त्यतिखेर फेरि सब रिसाएको थियो एयरपोर्टमा यसलाई पनि गाली गरेछन्
अनि अन्स त्यहाँको त्यो उयोलाई हैन हेल्प डेस्कमा गयौं हैन एक अनि त्यसलाई भने मैले हाम्रो 3 बजेको फ्लाइट छ 1 बजे कसरी हुन सक्छ भनेर मैले त्यसलाई भने त्यसले मलाई के भन्यो 3 बजे त तपाईको वहाँको टाइम हो नि त यहाँको त 1 बजे हो रे यसो म्याप पनि फोन खोलेको दुबईमा त्यतिखेर अझै 2 घण्टा ढिलो थियो क्या हामीभन्दा यहाँ 1 बजे दुबईमा 10-11 बज्दै छ क्या के भन्नु त्यसलाई त्यो केटीलाई त्यहीलाई थाहा छैन केही अनि साइको यार इन्फर्मेसन डेस्कको केटी मुजी बिल्ला मुजी यत्रो मुजी त्यो के रे त्यो लिप्स यत्रो ठुलो बनाछ अनि मेकअप तलेको छ के आउँदैन बोल्न नि आउँदैन इंग्लिश के पनि आउँदैन
बस भइहाल्यो त त्यति भएपछि रिक्वायरमेन्ट
त्यो साइको यार इन्फर्मेसन लिन बस्यो कि दिन बस्यो त्यो केटी त्यहाँ
लेने देने का दोनों का
कस्तो बिल्ला ठाउँमा गयौं नि हामी बिल्ले बरु एटलिस्ट नेपालीहरुलाई इंग्लिश चाहिँ आउँछ है त्यहाँको मान्छेहरु त हेल्प गर्न नि खोज्दैन न अन्स एउटा हैन त्यहाँ ट्याक्सी भाडा हैन त ट्याक्सी भाडा हुन्छ तेरो एकचोटी चढेको हुन्छ लगभग 1500 जति हुन्छ हैन अन्स
नेपाली
1500 चाहिँ हुँदैन हुन चाहिँ 700-800 हुन्छ क्या नेपाली अनि 700-800 हुँदैन कान्छुन 1500 हुन्छ म त्यहाँको 5000 हुन्छ नेपाली 1500-1600 हो अनि त्यसलाई दिन्छु लिँदैन फिर्तै दिदैन फिर्तै छैन भन्छ
चेन्जै छैन भन्ने
हरेक चोटी चढ्दा के हरेक चोटी चढ्दा नो चेन्ज भन्छ
हरेक चोटी चढ्दा 5000 जान्छ हौ
ए माया कसम
अनि चढ्दाखेरि चाहिँ हाम्रो ब्याग पनि बोकेर हाल्दैन आफूले आफै हाल्नुपर्छ अनि त्यसले नो चेन्ज भनेर खुसीको साथ राख्छ त्यसले 5000 त्यहाँको त्यसपछि चाहिँ आफै उतारिदिन्छ खुसीले
हरामी रहेछ त
हरामी देश गएको नि
नेपाललाई टपे
नेपालीहरू त राम्रो छ नि हन्स
अलिअलि
त्यो कोही इन्डियामा पनि बस्ने त्यस्तोहरूले चाहिँ 2-3 वटा कल्चर सिकायो हुन्छ नि त
यो पिसी चाहिँ कसले बनाउन खोजेको अहिले निन्जा
पिसी चाहिँ के हो भन्दाखेरि हामी ठ्याक्क एसएल फाइनल भन्दा अगाडि स्लिपी सन्दन दाइले मलाई कल गर्यो मैले केटाहरू देखाएँ हामी मिटिङ बस्दैछौँ भन्यो अनि ट्याक्क मिटिङको बेला सन्दन दाइले स्लिपीले अनि दाइ पिसी बनाउनु नि त मलाई वर्ल्ड कप क्वालिफाई भयो नि भन्यो सन्दन दाइले अनि जोसमा हुन्छ भाइ 2 लाखको पिसी बन्यो भन्यो बनिहाल्यो नि अनि
ए त्यसरी भनेर आफ्नो शब्द राख्ने साथीहरू पनि छन् शर्त लगाएर म त सबै त्यस्तै होला नि भन्ने
बनिसक्यो हो र दाइ त्यो त अहिले मेसेजमा त खै तिमीले त आवाजै बुझेन है के भने जस्तो लाग्थ्यो त अहिले स्लिपीको मेसेजले
कस्तो उसले त्यहाँ कुनियोमा कुरा गरिसक्यो स्लिपीले लिने मात्र हो पिसी
ए हो अनि
यता त साथीले सर्च जितेछ पिसी नै पाएछ मेरो चाहिँ सिनै हुन छोड्यो यार यस्तै छ केही छैन याद गरौला
निन्जा भाइ तर हैटे भाइ चाहिँ लकी केटो रहेछ घुम्न पाइहाल्यो अरे त्यस्तो होइन हामी चाहिँ लकी रहेछौँ हैटेसँग घुम्न पायौँ हामी
ए
त्यो सोच्नु पर्यो हामीले
अनि
हैटे भएपछि हाम्रो गेम हेर न सुध्रेको त्यहाँ हैटे रुयो नि अन्स त्यहाँ
ए
निदारको नसाफु लिने गरी रोयो भने
ग्वाकी
अनि फर्स्ट हुने गेम सेकेन्ड भएपछि को रुँदैन दाइ
ए त्यहाँभित्र भेट्ने त्यहाँभित्र खुसीले उम्केको क्वालिफाई भएपछि खुसीले उम्केको
सुन्न फर्स्ट हुने टिम सेकेन्ड हुँदाखेरि रुनी भन्दा त मलाई
दाइ पिएमएनसी को याद आयो कि मलाई पिएमएनसी को
के पिएमएनसी मा के याद आयो तिम्रो के याद आयो
पिएमएनसी मा के फाइभ हुन्छ अनि कति पोइन्टको लिड थियो त 60 70 पोइन्टको लिड थियो त नि
40 पोइन्टको लिड थियो स्काईले लोपा खिलाइदियो नि त
नाची जित्यो अनि स्काई दाइले त्यसपछि
यिनीहरुको दबडा नि हेर्न लायक थियो त्यतिखेर
अझ त्यतिखेर त सेकेन्ड दिनमा के दाइ अझ सेकेन्ड दिनमा जित्यो भने कपाल सवाल काट्न गरे केटाहरु ट्रफी उचाल्नु पर्छ भनेर बिहान ढिलो आएर
तर राम्रो ल्यान्ड गराको यार त्यतिखेर त्यो
एनसीएल को लागि पनि अब यो पालिको ल्यान भयो पैसा आएको छैन
मालदिप्समा ल्यान्ड हुन्छ भनेर हल्ला चलेको थियो यार पिएमएनसी नेपाल
अहिले एकदमै नेपाल त नै साउथ एसिया अहिले पनि धेरै छ राम्रै हल्ला छ
हो र
धेरै राम्रो हल्ला छ अब आई थिंक गभर्नमेन्टसँग कुरा सुरा भएर उनीहरूले यति बजेट हामी दिन्छौँ इभेन्टको लागि लगायतका कुराहरू पनि सायद भएको ओए ल हेर त बिचरा गनै नपाइ मरे यार डब्ल्युबी
हैटो तिमी एक्लै हेर बस्नु यार मर यार तिमीले गरेर डब्ल्युबीजी
दाइ अघि मैले जौलिजले कस्तो सपोर्ट गरेको थिएँ हेर्नु नि त्यहाँ
चिन्छौ तिमीले नि डब्ल्युबीजी को केटाहरुलाई
ल भेट्ने भनेको छैन मलाई अब छिटै
कोसँग फोटो खिच तिमी हैन डब्ल्युसी मा गएर को छ तिम्रो आइडल
सबैसँग खिच्ने हो दाइ चाइनिज प्लेयरहरु जो भेट्छ सबसँग खिच्ने हो
चाइनिज प्लेयरसँग चाहिँ यो अल्फा सेभेनहरुसँग नखिच्ने
यिनीहरुले त पिट्ले जस्तो गर्छन् हौ दाइ यार जोस हेर्दा त
कस्तो चिच्याउँछ चिनहरु
अनि
ठीक छ त
कहाँ गयो यिनीहरु के पीएम जिओमा के गरे भन न यिनीहरुले यिनीहरुको टिम मरेपछि हुटिङ अति गर्देको क्या त्यो बजाइ सजाइ दिएर अरूहरुलाई त्यो हुन्छ नि
बुझे मैले
आवाज सुन्ने नदिएको क्या यिनीहरुले राम्रो खेल्न कस्तो चुतियाहरु नि अनि यिनीहरुले अति कम्प्लेन खाथ्यो नि हान्ने पर्छ यार अर्डर 1 एचपी मा भए पनि
ए रबिन आइसक्यो बिजनेस आइसक्यो
नाइस भित्र छिरेर किलुडा नाइस थर्ड पार्टी आउँछ बीटीआर को जस्तै दुईटै टिम मर्ने हो
हान्दे
अथे अर्डर ड्रिंक कम
16 का तिमी
लेट आउँदैन र
3x गर न
दाइ टाइमिङ भन्नु त
मेरोमा 3 10 11 12 13 14
कहाँ छ 3 10
3-10 त कहाँको
टिम हो अलाइभ टिमको साइडमा हो त्यत्रो टाइम रै है
ए
ए त्यो देख्दैन क्या
मेरो नि देख्दैन रहेछ
मुनिको चाहिँ भन म्यापको मुनिको चाहिँ भन्न
म्याप मुनिको 27 26 25 24 23
भाइ तिमी कहाँ छौ
22 21 20 19
19 यो भाइ सँगै छ त पछाडि छस्
अहिले कति छ 16 पुगे मेरो 15 14 ठिक छ
बल्ल
ठिक छ
भयो
ठिक छ ठिक छ आयो थर्ड पार्टी
अल्फा 7 कहाँ नै छ र पिटिआरबाट लैजाला 2-3 पोइन्ट लाने हो लानेमा फेरि कति 3 पोइन्ट कति पोइन्ट लान्छ 2
मरे यार भोलि 152 को हुने भयो अन्स थ्रेसहोल्ड
9 गेम एक दिनमा त अति हो यार तर यार
कति जनाले कटाउँछन् होला त थ्रेसहोल्ड कटाउँदैन होला है अन्स
गाह्रै छ हो साथी
अनि हेर न त्यही त यो लामो क्रिस फुच्चे आएर के लेख्दै ठुल्दै लेख्दै आएको छ हौ मलाई पो चाट छ त यार यो फुच्चे चिन्चस्तै
यो क्रिस त्यही भाइ हो लामो त्यो वेस्ट मिनिस्टर कलेजबाट खेल्ने बटियामा भुराबुरी लिगमा गएर ठुलो मान्छे यार त्यहाँ
बफर भयो यार
बफर भयो मेरो पनि अड्के के
यो पहिला डिआरएस बौचा भन्ने थियो क्या हाम्रो उयो लाइनअप अकाडेमी लाइनअप क्या अन्स त्यही हो
यो भाइ हिजो वेस्ट मिनिस्टर कलेजबाट खेल्नेवाला हो किन भन्छ पहिला
खोइ यसले होइन भन्छ
होला यार माया टक्ने मलाई त्यस्तै लाग्यो यार नाम पछाडिको त्यो नम्बर सम्बर पनि सेम थियो
त्यही त
ओ बरकुटो यारमा आएको छ यार भाइहरुको लिगमा गएर भयो यार यो त यार गली क्रिकेटमा गएर मा विराट कोहली
एसएल क्वालिफाई भएको प्लेयर हो मुजी कति पोइन्टले 4-5 पोइन्टले मात्र छुटेको यसपाल त गर्छन् होला हो यसपाल त एउटा को छ यार यसपाली नेपाली त बिर्सियो त यार अब त नेप्याक्स पार्टीको भाइहरुको त टिम छुटिहाल्यो
एएसटी आफै राम्रो छ नि
डिआरएस एएसटी
हानि हाल्छ डिआरएस आफै छ भयो टिटी के गर्छ हेर
लियोको त हतियारै यहाँ बसेर
यो पनि छ त यो के अरे यसको नयाँ लाइनअप लिक्विडको नयाँ लाइनअप छ अनि अर्को उसको यो हिमसनको नयाँ लाइनअप
दाइ
हिमसनको नयाँ लाइनअप पनि काण्ड गर भन्दै बस्दै गरेर
अर्को लाइनअप नि छ हइटे भाइ तर अहिले चुप लाग तिमी
त्यो लाइनअपले त मार्केट खान्छ नि दाइ
खाइसकेको छ खाइसकेको छ
अस्ति नै त फेरि के भएको दाजु अनाउन्समेन्ट हुन अगाडि
के भन्नु भाइ लिग भन्नु अनाउन्समेन्ट अगाडि नै
ए पोडियम छ नि पोडियमको भाइहरु राम्रो खेल्छ त
अनाउन्समेन्ट अगाडिपट्टि खुल्केको सबसे बवाल त त्यही थियो यार एउटा
केओएम को भाइहरु नि छ त उनीहरु राम्रो खेल्छ
छ के अझै छ अझै दुईटा पोडियम छ केओएम छ
तर गेम कलपति भयो होला नि त
आरजीको त सक्यो हैन
आरजीको त यो क्रिस भाइहरु हो कहाँ छ अहिले यिनीहरु के क्ल्यानबाट खेल्दै छन् थाहा छैन
नयाँ टिम गएको जस्तो लाग्थ्यो
वेस्ट मिनिस्टर कलेजबाट त्यसबाट पनि एनसीसी लड्थ्यो भन्ने यिनीहरूले हरि भाषा आयो क्या वेस्ट मिनिस्टर कलेजले टिम रजिस्टर गर्ने बेलामा कलेजको स्पेलिङै गलत लेखेछ कि स्टुडेन्टले देखेन सिओएलएल एजी लेखेछ फर्स्ट म्याचमा कलेज लेख्यो मैले भने प्रोडक्सन मुला बिल्ला गर्दैछ कलेजको नाम गलत लेख्ने हो भनेको त होइन प्लेयरले फर्मै यही भरेको भन्दो नाम कलेज लेख म हरि भाषा मैले त पहिला प्रोडक्सनलाई भने के गर्छ यार यो त्यसपछि कलेज टुर्नामेन्टमा कलेजलाई यसरी लेख्ने भनेर पछि त साथीहरूले मलाई फर्म पठाएर दाइ भरे कि यही हो
बहुत सबैले लेखे होला त्यो
होला
कलेजको टुर्नामेन्ट यही थियो र अर्को नि हुँला दाइ कलेजको टुर्नामेन्ट
छैन यही मात्रै
अञ्चल अस्तिको कलेजको टुर्नामेन्टको पैसै क्लियर भएको छैन होला अहिले किन फेरि गराएको नयाँ
कुन कलेज
त्यो त इसानको हो दाइ
यो अर्को टुर्नामेन्ट हो दादा
इसानको त मैले हामीले पाएन हो दाइ
मेरो कमेन्टको रिप्लाईको के को पाउनेवाला त्यो त इसानको टुर्नामेन्ट हो इन्टर कलेजको निके भन्ने त्यो त पहिला आइजीले गरेको टुर्नामेन्ट थियो आइजीले त दियो होला पैसा दिन्छ आइजीले त कमसेकम
आइजीले त दिन्छ आइजीले त दिन्छ
त्यो एउटा कलेजको टुर्नामेन्ट त्योभन्दा पहिला क्याम्पस क्लच भएको थियो तिमीहरूले जितेको होला त्यसको पनि पैसा पाइसकेको हो अब बच्यो यो त भर्खर भएको छ देला यिनीहरूको 90 दिनमा
हैटेको इन्स्टा बायो चेन्ज भयो कि भएन?
ए भएन यार दाइ।
के लेख्ने WC क्वालिफाइड ब्लगर भन्ने कि के?
हैन PMSL #2
ए
अनि
PMNC #2 त छ अनि
ए PMNC #2 छ
सरी ऊ हुनुपर्ने PMNS #1 छैन?
छ त्यो छ दाइ PMNS को
ए
#।
भगवान हेर त साथीहरु अनि तिमीहरु भन्छ हामीलाई एक्सपेक्टेसन हाई राख्नु पर्छ सपोर्ट खोइ
हैटेको फोटोमा त मेरो फोटोभन्दा धेरै लाइक छ यार।
दाइ अनि मैले हल्का पहिले हाइप बनाउन पहिले राखेको थिएँ कि केटाहरूले जितेपछि राखेँ मैले त नअड्ने राखेँ क्या प्रोफाइल भिजिट आइरहेको थियो लाइक हानेर गएको थियो।
हैटेको त यार फलोवर्स चाहिँ मेरो भन्दा धेरै छ यार।
दाइ त्यो चाहिँ कुरा नगर्नु है।
अञ्जन राईले इन्स्टाग्राम उडाएछ हैन के काण्डसाण्ड बढी हेरेर हो कि के हो मैले अस्ति
पोरोको?
खोजेँ भेट्दिन अञ्जन राईको त छैन इन्स्टाग्राममै मेसेज गरेको त मेरो त इन्स्टाग्राम उडाउँदै भन्दो रहेछ
आइसक्यो त ए होइन नयाँ रहेछ
नयाँ छ हो मुला 100 फलोवर वाला 100 150 फलोवर वाला
14 फलोवर छ हौ
ए हो 100 150 धेरै भनेछु
निन्जा राईको नि उडे हैन दाइ तपाईको नि इन्स्टा पहिला
पहिले 20000 पुगिसक्यो
त्यस्तै काम गरेर हो कि तपाईले
अनि कुनै गड्स ग्याङ टुर्नामेन्टहरु जितेको छैन तिमीले त्यो #2 मा राख्न कि के हो हैट भाइ
हैन दाइ गड्स ग्याङलाई चाहिँ त्यसमा गनिदैन मैले नेसनल एमभीपी पनि छ दाइ ल्यान्डको
ए निसाको पनि
नम्बर 1 ब्लगर पनि लेख हौ भाइ अब
ई स्पोर्ट्स ब्लगर हो नम्बर 1 ब्लगर स्पोर्ट्स ब्लगर नसा फुलिने गरी चाहिँ को रुन्छ हो म्याट
त्यो कराएर हो के दाइ
को के क्वाकीको
हैन के भएको हो नि दाइ
पत्र भाटा देखिदो रहेछ
कन्ट्रोल गरिरहेको थिए कि दाइ हैन फर्स्टमा पछाडी खुसी भए पहिला त क्वालिफाई नै होला जस्तो भएको थियो अनि कले भएर खुसी भएर करायो अनि त्यसपछि काइरोको ढुकढुक भइरहेको थियो रुनै लागिसकेको थियो अनि त्यो पनि क्वालिफाई भएर हामी करायौँ अनि पछि स्टेज अगाडि गएको त ल नो फेयर रोइरह स्काईलाई कन्ट्रोल गरेर बसिरह सबजना त्यस्तै थियो अनि पछि हामीलाई डेस्कमा गएपछि चाहिँ अनि कन्ट्रोल गर्न गाह्रो भयो क्या त्यसपछि अनि अलिकति
अनि तिमीले पनि साथ दियौ
अनि साथ दिए हैन सबैले छोडिसके चाहिँ मेरो सुरु भयो क्या
एकछिन ओए कन्टेन्ट हाल्ने हाम्रो खुसी भइरहेको होला हैटेको च्यानल हैटेले गरेको लाइभको भिडियो हाल्छु दाइले माफी निन्जाले केही गर्दैन सोचेको होला हैटेकोबाट पनि मैले कपिराइट हान्न मिल्छ थाहा छ कि थाहा छैन फेरि
अनि
जान्छ नि फेरि तिमीहरू ल फेरि बनाउन हैटे
त्यति हो सबजना स्टप भयो त्यसपछि मेरो सुरु भयो क्या त्यहाँ चाहिँ
इडब्ल्युसी भन्दा यता कुनै टुर्नामेन्ट खेल्छ कि
पहिला सबैलाई मौका दियो लाइमलाइट दियो हैन एक्चुअल हरि प्लेयरहरुलाई अब मेरो पालो
अनि क्यामेरा सब गइसक्यो थियो नि त अनि त्यसपछि रुन पनि पाइयो नत्र त क्यामेरा खुइ घुमाइरहेको थियो केटाहरूको बेला त चारतिरबाट केटाहरूको त्यो फोटो खिच्ने पनि 4 चोटि गरेको हो क्या दाइ त्यो रामसँग पोज नदिएर त्यो केटाले
केटाहरू थर्ड बार खुसी बचन हाम्रो केटाहरू रोहन हरि रोहन फेरि रुन पनि हो र हरि रोहन
3 चोटि 4 चोटि क्यामेरा फोटो खिच्यो क्या दाइ त्यो पोज राम्रो आएन भनेर
त्यसले भन्छ लोभियालाई उठाएर रोइरहेछ कसरी उठाउनु तर हैटे अति रो यार बिचारा स्लिपी भाइ कन्ट्रोल गर्दै थियो स्लिपी भाइ निन्जा दाइ हेर्नु न भनेर मलाई पो भन्छ
शीतल राई पनि रोयो
रोएन शीतल राई त बिचारा अनुहारमा आँसु मात्र आएन
स्लिपी त गाली गर्दै थियो के गरे भनेर लास्ट दिन
ठिकै छ
तर दाइ हामी त मौका कस्तो चान्स पाएको थियो है अरूले बोनस पोइन्टै टच गरेको थिएन स्म्याच पोइन्ट नै त्यत्रो गेममा नि
हामीले नि गरेन अरूले गरेन भनेर एकले के गर्नु
हामीले गर्यौं त स्म्याच पोइन्ट टच त
अरूले के 34 मा अड्किरहेको थियो त दाइ दुई तीनटा टिम
लास्ट टाइम 34 मा अड्क्यो नि त दुईटा टिम मुनि कस्तो है त्यो कस्तो त्यो कादिसाले कस्तो खेल्दैको क्या लास्ट दिन फेरि लास्ट गेममा हग्दिरा क्या जाँठाहरूले साकाले बचाइदिरा है
अनि त्यो आर्द्रिजीले हान्दियो हैन त घुवाइया गरेमा
साकाले बरु गरे
भन्दै थियो नि त्यहाँ आर्द्रिजीले ड्रप पनि दियो कादिसाहरूको त्यहाँ झगडा गर्न गएको थिए यिनीहरू टिम अप गर्यो ड्रप छोड्यो एकअर्कालाई भनेर
आर्द्रिजी त हान्न नि गएको थियो नि दाइ कादिसाले त लास्टमा हाने नि त त्यो एल्बोजको डाँडामा माथि सेकेन्ड लास्ट गेममा मिरामारको
सेकेन्ड लास्ट गेममा R3G लाई त हानेर किल उठाएको थियो
4 पोइन्ट उठाएर
ओइ टोनिकेले के गर्यो
ल ले
ओइ
सनराज
एपीजी को त 2 जना मरेछ त जिगललाई चाहिँ केही भएन क्या अरे जिगललाई हुँदै थियो जिगल स्काई अनि स्लिपी त बिचरा चुप लाएर न्याउरो पारेर बसेको थियो नि अनुहार स्काई त्यहाँ संसारै सक्यो जसरी बस्दै थियो भेन्यूबाट निस्केपछि त फेरि हाँस्न थाल्यो
अनि टिकटकतिर गएर छाप्न थाले
टिकटक भोलिपल्ट हो
स्काई त आएन नि टिकटकमा नि
अनि हामी त त्यसपछि अनि फ्लाइट थियो नि त हाम्रो अनि त्यति मात्र हो स्टेजमा हुँदाखेरि मात्र हो त्यसपछि त सब ठिक भइसकेको थियो
ए दाइ फ्लाइट डिले भएर नभए त्यही दिन फ्लाइट भए त हामी टिकटकमा लागि पनि बस्न पाइदिन्थ्यो हो दाइ
ठिकै भएछ है केटाले $1000 कमायो तर होइन नि नर्विनसँग हाम्रो रिलेसन हल्का बिग्रियो नि कस्तो गाली गरेँ त नि मैले अनि
चिलो चिलो
अनि अन्स 4 बजे फ्लाइट क्यान्सल भएको छ होटेलै मिलाइदिएको छैन 11 बजेसम्म बिहानको 11 बजेसम्म रिस उठ्दैन
त्यो दिन त उपरै भएको थियो 24 घण्टा नसुते है दाइ
24 घण्टा
11 बजे उठ्दै बिहान अनि भोलिको 11 बजे होटेल पाएँ नि त
नसुते होइन हौ 24 घण्टा तडपेको हौ बरु आँखा मात्र खोलेर यतिकै बस्या भयो नि हो भन्नु
कस्तो कस्तो भएको थियो यार त्यतिखेर त होटेल
भुइँमा सुतेको हो भाइ
होटेल बुकिङ भने होटेल बुकिङ गएको चेक इन हान्दा मिल्दैन 11 बजे चेक इन भनिदिएर
डबल डे पे गर्नुपर्छ भनेर होला नि
होइन फर्स्टमा होटेल बुक गरेको थियो बुकिङै देखाएन रे के दाइ अझ
पैसा नै थिएन होइन अरे अब पैसा चाहिँ के हो भन्दाखेरि हाम्रो सकिसक्यो दिन अनि सबै पैसा सकाइदिएको त्यो भन्दा अगाडिको दिनै किन चाहियो त पैसा भनेर सकाइदिएको के थाहा त 2 दिन अझै बस्नुपर्छ भनेर
चौचौहरू पनि एक्स्ट्रा भएको थियो सब पटुताले दिएको भने चौचौहरू पनि एक्स्ट्रा चौचौहरू
कति जस्तो फालेको कामै छैन लग्ने त होइन भनेर फालिदिएको फर्केर आउँदा त अनि कहाँ थियो त चौचौ अनस्नी लाइभ छ हो रे यस माफिया निन्जा च्यानलमा डीके भर्सेस भुपु
यो त एपिजीले त कुटाइ खान थाले त यार
त्यही भनेको
पिएमपिएस #2 लेख्दो रहेछ त आज ए # 1 लाई मात्र ओए
ओए तँ त फेरि अगाडि पुगिस् त कति छ तेरो टाइम
1:34 33 32
कसरी अगाडि पुगिस् भाइ तिमी कतिमा छौ
मेरो 147 त्यो जोनको हैन 147 144
म त 135 मा छु त 34
अहिले
अन्स त
बफर भएर
पर्खिन त कतिमा पर्खिस् अन्स
20 19 18
एकछिन त पर्खिन अन्स
त पर्खियो र 2x गर न त्यहाँ तलपट्टिबाट प्लेब्याक स्पिड अनि यही आएर एकचोटी बफर
ल
हुन्छ चल्छ
ल ल ल त भन्दै गर
8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1 1 59 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1 0 9
भाइ मैले त भ्याए
भ्या
भोलि होइन लास्ट डे यस भित्र
अंश दाइको इन्भर्टरै टेस्ट हान्न पाएन यार बत्ती नै गएन आएदेखि अस्ति बत्ती जान्थ्यो
कहाँ लगायो त तिमीले त्यो इन्भर्टर
त्यही पहाडी ल्याइदिएको त पहाडी ल्याएर यहाँको
अनि के भन्छ अनि पुरै लाइन त पुरै घरभरि नै उछ होइन या त निन्जाको जस्तो छुट्टाएर लाउनु पर्ने होला कोठाको
छुट्टाएर ला अब खै केटाहरूले कसरी लाछ यहाँ पिसीलाई मात्रै लाऊ भने हो मैले त पिसीलाई मात्रै लाएको जस्तो लाग्यो एउटा मल्टिब्लक चाहिँ छुट्टै लाएको तर केटाहरूलाई पनि बत्ती गयो भने फ्यान स्यान चाहिँ जोड्नु मिल्छ भनेर तिराउँछु नि म केटाहरूलाई यहाँ पैसा सबकोबाट
कति घण्टा टिक्छ र अंश त्यसले त्यो इन्भर्टरले
लगभग 2.5 देखि 3 घन्टा मान्छ होला।
आम्मा
तिम्रो र
या।
त्यो सेम त हो?
सानो होला होइन मेरो त हान्छ 6-7 घन्टै हान्छ।
तेरो यो सेम हो साथी। तिम्रो कतिको ब्याट्री भन त? 160 80 कति हो? उसको 160 हो।
मेरोभन्दा धेरै रहेछ तर किन कम हान्नु त? यो इन्भर्टर नराम्रो भएर हो कि
नै
मेरो
नै
चाहिँ
इन्भर्टर त
इन्भर्टर
तिम्रो
चाहिँ
भन्दा
राम्रो हो।
बवाल छ, त्यसमा ब्याट्री ब्याकअप टाइम देखाउँछ। यसमा के छ भन्दा मेरो पीसीको हिसाबले गरेर भन्ने नि त, मेरो पीसी 1350 PSU हो नि त, तिम्रो त ठ्याक्कै आधा हो, 700 या 800 होला अनि त्यसले फरक पार्छ नि दादा।
होइन म 1350 कै हाल्छु अब। अति भनिस् तैँले। सुपर चेट आएको छ आज, PSU अझै किनेर आउँछु।
पकड हो 1350 त यार, मेरोमा धेरै छ। अब यो
होइन
मैले 60
किन कम चाहिएर हामी पनि
60
कम
सिरिजको
छैनौँ
हाल्यो
त।
भने मात्रै हो। अब मैले यसमा चाहिँ प्रोसेसर चेन्ज गर्नु पर्दैन, गऱ्यो
कुन
भने
डिभाइसमा
जिपियु
खेला
चेन्ज
छन्
गर्नु।
यिनीहरू थाहा नै छैन यार कुन डिभाइसमा खेला होला भन्छ यिनीहरू।
आफ्नै फोन होला, कुनै स्पोन्सर फोन होला सायद, छैन।
या अब केटा हाम्रो टिम पुग्यो भए थाहा हुन्थ्यो
पुरै
सबै।
आइफोन देखेछ होइन र तल 3टा क्यामेरा?
आइफोन
हेर
हो
न
र
त्यो
त्यो हो जस्तो
वेबक्याममा
छ यार।
4वटा क्यामेरा छ ल, आमा 3 छैन
चारवटा
त्यसपछि। वान प्लस
हो।
होला त्यसो भए।
वान प्लस भने
अरूसँग
जस्तो
के
लाग्थ्यो
होला
हौ।
हौ? वान प्लस होला चाइनातिर।
चाइनातिर सबै वान प्लस हुन्छ क्या, त्यही वान प्लस होला त्यसो भए। 3 त ढुक्क छ, 4 चाहिँ देखिरहेछ।
एन्ड्रोइडमै हो। LCD भर्सेस INF। माथिको दुईटै टिम मर।
अन्त यो इन्डियामा बिडिङ सिस्टमहरू के आएको त्यो चाहिँ बुझाउनु त। आहा त
थाहा
अहिले।
साथै मलाई।
ओ लिल बोय।
हाम्रो मैले बुझेको त फ्रेन्चाइजी सिस्टम बनाउन खोजेको उनीहरूले पनि।
मर्यो यो अब।
तर त्यो अब प्लेयर बिड गरेर अलग अलग खेलाउने हो भने त कुनै मतलबै छैन। मैले एउटा टिम बनाउँछु, पार्टनरसिप अफर गरेर ठिकै छ, त्यो बिडिङ सिडिङमा त मैले पनि खासै बुझ्दैन। किन त मैले टिममा
फेडरल
जो छ
कता
प्लेयर
गएछ
छुट्यायो भने त के
होइन।
मतलब भएर।
फेडरल डेथ वुल्स भन्ने टिममा हो जस्तो लाग्यो। के हानेको स्प्रे मिलाएर हान्न। मेरो याद आयो यार मैले नि यस्तै छरुवा हान्थेँ यार।
1350 हाने नि 500-600 वाट नै अरे। ए साथी ब्रदर, प्रब्लम के छ भन्दा मेरो हाई कन्जम्सन हुन्छ क्या साथी, कति युज हुन्छ नि त, फरक पर्छ नि त। 4070 Ti सुपर छ, 9800 X3D छ, तान्छ क्या दादा। मेरो युज केस धेरै हुन्छ। भिमिक्सले कति तान्छ डाटा, भिमिक्स कलले तिमीलाई थाहा छैन। थाहा छ, बिट्टी दिएको होइन। यिनीहरूले त अब ओबिएस गरेर
खोल्यो
ओबिएस
भने
पुस हान्ने
त्यस्तै
हो।
हुन्छ। जेपाते वेबसाइट खोल्यो भने चाहिन्छ धेरै।
मैले फुल स्ट्रेस टेस्ट हानेर नि हेर्छु, मलाई थाहा छ। आई नो। अब म डिटेलमा किन जाने, च्याटमा मैले किन सम्झाउनु परेको छ र? 1350 PSUमा मोडुलर हुन्छ, यति तान्छ उति तान्छ, युजभन्दा बढी तान्दैन, जिपियु लोड बढ्यो भने वाटेज बढ्छ, एनभिडिया एपबाट हेर्न मिल्छ, इफ नट युटिलिटी एप हेर्न मिल्छ।
हामी वाचपार्टी गर्दैछौँ वाचपार्टी। प्याराबो एलजिडीमा होइन जेडिजी। सात किलो हानिसक्यो। त्यस्तो गाडीमा उठाउन गएको यार त्यो धन्नै पड्केको। टिम स्पिरिट त हरिफ खेल्यो त हन्स। हरिफ खेल्यो।
त्यही
पेले यार यिनीहरूले दिमाग लगाएर राइटबाट बरु मिठो।
यहीँ खान्छ यिनीहरूले।
खाँदैन हौ, हान्छ हौ एलजिडी। ए खायो नि राइटबाट।
अनि सक्यो साथी, त्यो लेफ्टको एङ्गलले डुबाउँछ, यसले यहीँ माथिबाट हान्छ। सक्यो खान्छ, नमिठो खान्छ।
नेट पड्का आफूलाई चाहिँ नपड्का, त्यसलाई चाहिँ पड्का।
हान्दै म्याटर नि भइहाल्यो, सकिएको त अब काम छैन। ल साथी, ल कहाँ कता मेरो पुस भयो त।
मात्र हाने है हेरिरहेको छौ नि हैटु
हेरिरहेको छु दाइ
तताइ राख यस्तिकै हान्नुपर्छ तिमीले पनि चान्स पाउने बित्तिकै
आफू त अघि पनि जोत मरेको थियो हौ
टुर्नामेन्टहरु खेलिरहेन अहिले के छ र ओइ झारेन ओ त ल
हो
ओए यसले लाने त हान्छ
के हानेको महाकसम आरामले झार्ने थियो दुई त ओ टिम स्पिरिट साथी
एमबिजल ठाउँ पाउँछ अनि होल्ड गर्न नसक्ने
पिएमएसएल भरि त्यस्तै त थियो नि साथी जोन सेन्टर सेन्टर स्ल्याम गर्दै बनाइरहेको थियो पोइन्ट्स आइरहेको थिएन
एएसटीलाई हार्ने यस्तो चिज आइन्थ्यो नि यिनीहरू
चिचौन टिमहरु सब निस्कियो है
ए बुट क्याम्पमा
बुट क्याम्पमा
त्यो बाइक बाहिर त खाएको खाइथ्यो
दाइ चिचाको नि देखाउनु पर्ने क्या पहिला नेपालमा हुँदै देखाएको थियो चिचाको चिचाको हानेको सानेको सब देखाउनु पर्ने हो क्या
बाँका छौँ पहिलो पिएमएसएल जतिको रमाइलो त आजकलको दुईटा पिएमएसएल भएन क्या फर्स्ट पिएमएसएल डिफरेन्ट थियो क्या आई मिन हरिक थियो त्यो त यार
अनि रमाइलो फ्याक्टरै थिएन नि त दुईटै पिएमएसएलमा छोडिसकेको थियो नि त रमाइलो गर्ने मान्छेले
देखायो भएर यसपालि रमाइलो हुन्थ्यो दाइ कराको देखायो भए त ऊ हान्दियो दाइ एक्लै त
रमाइलो गर्ने मान्छे नै छोड्यो
ऊ
पब्जी
करायो दाइ ऊ देख्नु त होला
हल्का जोस थियो 1v4 हान्दियो त्यसले टिम स्पिरिटलाई मैले भने त भगा खान्छ अब यिनीहरूले
ठिक छ वे बोले भोलि फर्स्ट गेममै तानेर दोस्रो गेममा सकाएर घर जाने पिएमएसएल सीएसए
35 पोइन्ट चाहिँ कसरी तान्ने हो नि तिमीले 35 पोइन्ट भने हैन त प्लस
30 20 किल सेकेन्ड
प्लस 30 त अनि त दुई तीन म्याच त लाग्छ 30 पोइन्ट तान्न कम से
हामी 10 पोइन्ट तान्न 3 गेम लाग्छ दाइ
3-4 गेमै लाग्छ नि हन्स
रेस्पोर्ट्स खेल्यो भने त डे इन्डसम्म पनि पुग्थेन होला है 9 म्याच
अल्फा 7ले 6 गेममा त नि 29 को एभरेज छ हन्स थाहा छैन यार यो पिएमएनसी को पोइन्ट टेबलमा पोइन्ट्सहरु किन डिडक्ट गरिरहेछ रे हन्स
डिडक्ट गरे हैन एड चाहिँ नभए हो मा यिनीहरुले अझ गिद्दी लाग्छ हो गरी त दुईटा बेस्ट म्याच हो भनेपछि कसरी जोडिन्छ हो 4 म्याच खेलेछन् यिनीहरु इराङ्गलमा 4 म्याचको पोइन्ट जोड्दैन भनेर अनि दाइ मेरो पोइन्ट जोड्दैन भन्दै आउँछन् क्या पुरा त्यो स्क्रिनशट देखाएर यति पोइन्ट्स आएको छ अहिलेसम्ममा यति मात्रै आयो भन्दै हरेक क्वालिफायरमा त्यही हो यार रिल पनि बनाएको छ मैले मेरो पिएमजी को रिलहरुले पनि सबै क्वालिफायर एउटै हो भनेको पनि छ फेरि कति कहिलेबाट हो भन त यो टप 2 बेस्ट म्याप काउन्ट हुने भनेर सुरु भएको 4 वर्ष भयो 5 वर्ष भयो
हामीले पिएमसी जित्ने बेला नि त्यही त थियो नि
सबै सुरुमै हो त्यही त भन्दै 4-5 वर्षै भयो टप 2 मात्रै जोडिन्छ सबै गेम जोड्ने हैन खेले जतिको भनेर
स्काई र नोफियाले युज गरेको इयरफोन पिएमएसएल को चाहिँ लजिक टेक जी हो कि सी हो 33333 के पो थियो
त्यो तिमीले उसमा मलमा गएर किनेको वाला भनेको G333 G333 हो
यसपालि त सब कति छुट्टै हेडफोन लाथे सबै टिमहरुले इन्डियाको केटाहरुले अर्कै लाग्यो
तिनीहरु आईएम मा खेल्दै थियो हैन डीआरएस को
कस्टम आईएम त होइन होला
कस्टम आईएम त कहाँ के भन्छ एयर को मोडुल बनाउन त पोसिबल छैन यहाँ त छैन
कति लिन्छ हैन धेरै लिदैन नि जसै पनि $1000 त लिदैन नि 700 कि 800 भन्थ्यो कस्टम गरेको
पर्छ राम्रै पर्छ यार तर पहिला त्यो एयर शेप बनाउनु पर्यो अनि त्यसपछि दिनु पर्यो अनि उनीहरुले बनाउनु पर्यो यति छ नि
आईएम नै राम्रो हुन्छ हो एयरफोन भन्दा
आईएम राम्रो हुन्छ साथी एकचोटी आईएम को बानी परेपछि तिमीलाई नर्मल मनै पर्दैन मैले नि यो रेजर को आईएम लगाए नि त्यसपछि आजकल मैले
हेर्छु बनाउने अनि आईएम किन्ने हो के तिमीले अब बुझेन आफ्नै
मैले नि यो रेजर को आईएम किने नि त्यसपछिबाट मैले अब कास्टिङ हेडफोन लगाउने छोड्दिएँ त आजकल
हो र म साउदीमा कति लिन्छ $300-400 मा आउँछ
आईएम पर्दैन साथी पट्टु जाँदैछ मगाउने अनि रेजर को तर यसमा माइक हुँदैन आईएम धेरैमा हुँदैन हुने पनि पाइन्छ फेरि नपाइने
माइक त चाहियो नि
खेल्नलाई त चाहियो स्ट्रिम गर्नलाई भने मलाई त स्ट्रिम गर्ने पर्पस हो नि त
त्यो हेडफोन लगाएर कामै रहन्छ दाइ हेडफोन यत्रो हेडफोन लगाएर खेल्दा राम्रो हो लास्ट जाने इयरफोन नै हो
एउटा हुन्छ क्या एउटा सिग्नेचर इयरफोनले बानी पार्यो भने चाहिँ साउन्डमा सजिलो हुन्छ क्या चेन्ज गरेर राख्यो भने बिट्टी हुन्छ बानी परिन्छ मलाई यो यति मन पर्न थाल्यो मैले कास्टिङ हेडफोन युज गर्न छोडेँ त्यो मायाको यत्रो महँगो हेडफोन किनेको यत्तिकै छ भने यो चाहिँ
तेरो त्यो मलाई बेच्न त त्यो सोनीको
XM5 ल आधा पैसा कति छ आधा हेर त पैसा त्यसको आधी दिन आधी
सोनी XM5 हाम्रो बजारमा पाउँछ
45,000 जति होला साथी नयाँमा अहिले नेपालमा
इन्डियाको हेर्छु नि म अमेजनमा
इन्डियामा त झन् धेरै होला साथी इन्डियामा त वारेन्टीसँग आउँछ नेपालमा वारेन्टीसँग आउँदैन मैले इन्डियामै किने त्यो अमेजनबाट किने
प्राइस इन नेपाल
माइकवाला केवल चाहिँदैन साथी मलाई माइकवाला केवल अनि किन्ने भए किनिसक्थेँ पहिले
च्यानल अर्कैको हो कि मान्छे अर्कै हो स्लिपी यार मलाई थमाइदियो हौ यता जेलोले
कस्तो जाठा रहेछ यार यो दराजले त ओए 64,000 मा राखेको छ कसले किन्छ
यिनीहरू वारेन्टी वाला हो नि त साथी एक्चुअली त महँगो पर्छ नि साथी
भनेपछि तैले मलाई 20,000 मा दिने भनेको
22.5 मा 45 मा बेच्छन् के बिना वारेन्टी वाला आजकल नेपालमा अहिले XM6 आएर घटेको इफ नट 50-55 नै थियो
ठीक छ भोलि यस्तो पैसा कमाउँछु नि म भोलि मेरो गिफ्टरहरुलाई बोलाउँछु
बोल्दै मनी कम्पिटिसन दिन
आउँछ कतिमा थाहा छ 70 मा बेच्दै थियो अहिले नेपालमा नि अफिसियल लन्च ओलिजले ल्याउन लाग्यो त्यसपछि घटाएर 60 हाल्दै रहेछ अनि
आधी आइराको छ हौ बीचमा गएको छ तेरो माइक राम्रो बना न तेरो
मेरो त्यस्तो त छैन हो दादा यार
हैन त यसले बोल्छ हल्का अनि हल्का गान्छ फेरि आउँछ के कन्टिन्यू हुन्छ
ल साथी मैले नजिक डाइनामिक माइक अगाडि बोल्यो भने मात्र राम्रो
17 कि लानो हो यसले 10 कि लानो एक्लै
ओइ
आन देऊ अब
आन त 1v2 आन त
आने न जोले च्यापिसक्यो राइटकोले
ला राइटकोलाई लेफ्टकोलाई दियाल
त्यो नहान्न ल अब हान्यो अब त हान्यो अब त हान्यो
ला एक एचपी मा बाँच्यो
थियो यार लाग्यो थियो
ओ पर हान्थ्यो यार
ai 10 एचपी थियो अगाडिको फक यार
आने थियो यार केटा
10 एचपी थियो अगाडिपट्टिको नि
हिरोइक मोमेन्ट भइसक्यो थियो
बीटीआर यत्रो ठुलो अर्गमा बीटीआर भाइटालिटी भयो है नाम चाहिँ
दाइ यो लकेट चाहिँ के हो सबले यही रकेटमा फोटो खिच्छन् त
त्यो उसको उ भएर हो क्या भाइ अहिलेको ट्रफीको थीम छ क्या
ट्रफी हेर्दा छैनौ
ए
त्यसरी फिर्ता गएर ट्रफी हेर न ट्रफीमा छ क्या सबको ट्रफी त्यो लकेट
सबले इन्ट्रीमा पनि यही ल्याएर हाले थियो क्या ट्रफीमा एउटा
ए
हानेको थियो यार त्यसले स्वेप्सले
खै साथीको अब हेलमेट भेस्ट सही बचाएको थियो भन्नु बुस्टर सुस्टर दियो भन्नु हानेकै हो ल्यामो लभली चिकन हान्दै यार मजा आउँथ्यो त्यसले चिकन हानेको भए त अघिल्लो म्याचमा पुस हान्न गएको कस्तो बिल्ला मरेको थियो त बिपी होला हान्थ्यो डिआरएक्सलाई होइन डिआरएक्स डी प्लस कियालाई
टिकेले हानेको नि बिपीलाई ओके टिकेलाई यु
तिनीहरूले हानेको अनि पछि फेरि उनीहरूले पुस खाएको
हाइपर एक्सको क्वालिटी नराम्रो देखाएको आजकल मन नै पर्दैन मलाई हाइपर एक्स क्लाउड 3 त बिल्लै छ है
3 धेरैले मन पराएन मलाई ठिकै लाग्छ
2 त अनि बनाउनै छोड्दिसक्यो अब पाउँदैन
अहिले एचपी को नाममा बन्छ नि त
हो र अस्ति नै त्यहाँ कुरा गर्दाखेरि जति छ मार्केटमा त्यति हो भन्दै थियो का
त्यसले गफ हानेर यस्तो हो क्या किङस्टनको हो के अरे हाइपर एक्स किङस्टनलाई एचपीले किनेको हो यो हेडफोन डिपार्टमेन्ट अनि एचपीको ब्रान्डिङमा आउँछ क्या अहिले चाहिँ पुरानो किङस्टनको आउँथ्यो किङस्टनको धेरै दामी थियो मैले मेरो हाइपर एक्स क्लाउड 2 कसलाई दिएको हो कसले भएको मेरो क्लाउड 2 सञ्जनले अझै पनि सायद त्यही युज गर्दैछ उसले 3 पनि किनेर ल्याइदिएको थिएँ मैले 3 किनेर लगाएन सायद
अच्छा क्या 3 ल अब आजलाई यति नै गरौँ है हैटु तिम्रो बन्द गर अब स्ट्रिम
ल दाइ अब भोलि त म मेरो च्यानलबाट गर्छु तपाईँलाई कम्पिटिसन दिन आउँछु भोलि
ठिक छ त भाइ मेरो ब्लगिङ खाइहाल्यौ अब मेरो स्ट्रिमिङ पनि खाऊ के छ र BMW मा स्म्यास रोल छ भइहाल्छ नि केटा अब
आइसक्यो
स्म्यास रोल सबैमा हुन्छ केटा GC मा
समथिङ न्यू ल्याउन खोजेको हो अब कतिलाई मनपर्छ कतिलाई मन पर्दैन सेम स्याचुरेसन भयो क्या पोइन्ट्स टेबल चेन्ज गर्न सकिँदैन 10लाई 6 बनाउन थियो त्यही भएर पनि हो क्या
त्यो हेर्न चाहिँ ओपर मजा आउने त्यो रुलले त
आई मिन अडियन्स पिओभीबाट त मजा आउँछ टिम खेल्नेलाई पो गिद्दी हुन्छ जो लिडमा छ उसलाई चाहिँ गिद्दी हुन्छ
हाइपरएक्स एयरबड टु नेपाल किन महँगो छ हौ रे हाइपरएक्सको एयरबड त बिला छ नि केटाहरूलाई त मन त पर्दैन
हाइपरएक्सको एयरबड्स 2 भन्ने त्यो वायर्डवाला पनि मन पर्दैन केटाहरूले युज गर्ने होला
राम्रो थियो तर लजिटेक लाएपछि चाहिँ त्यो राम्रो लाग्यो भनेको थियो है
लजिटेकको सजिलो पनि छ क्या त्यो कानको फुड्किलो पनि नर्मल के भन्छ ट्रेडिसनल इयरफोन टाइप छ होइन अनि माथिबाट त्यो नोइज क्यान्सलिङ गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ कान
साउदीमा गएर अब सबलाई त्यही किन्दिने हो क्या हुन्छ
दाइ त्यो वाला त्यो उले युज गरेला किन्नुपर्छ क्या हो नत्र त्यो
तिमीले
राम्रो छ नि
कतिमा
त
किनेको रे साथी वहाँ गएर
9000
अमेजन
नेपाली
इन्डिया लेट्स मी चेक है कति पर्यो लजिटेक G123 इन्डियामा 5000 आइसी छ 8000 पर्यो इन्डियामा
हामीले त्यो 9 मा किने
9000 मा किने बहुत धेरै कुरा महँगो थियो तिमीलाई मैले किबोर्ड सोचेको तर त्यो पनि त्यस्तो महँगो थियो
है त्यहाँ चाहिँ उहरू चाहिँ महँगो रहेछ इलेक्ट्रोनिक्सहरू
तिमीले किबोर्ड सिबोर्ड पनि किनेर ल्याएको थियो होइन
केटाहरूले किन्ला जस्तो गरेको थियो मैले त किन किन्नु र ल अन साथी ल भोलि है भोलि अब
के छ त भोलि
ल
कतिखेर थाहा पाउनु
ल हैटु भाइ भोलि है तिमीसँग नि
ल हस् भाइ ल भाइ
ल केटा हो सबजना
बाइ गाइस म पनि जान्छु भोलि चाहिँ अब आफ्नै च्यानल लाइभ गर्नुपर्छ यो च्यानलमा सबले सब्सक्राइब हानिदेऊ जिगलको पुऱ्याउनु पर्ने हुन्छ अलिकति सब्सक्राइबर बढाइदियो त जिगलको 18K पुग्नु पर्ने हो यार जिगल नबसेर हो कि नत्र 18K पुग्थ्यो क्या त्यहाँ गइज जी बाई बाई सबजनालाई म चाहिँ लाइभ आउँछु अब मेरो च्यानलमा गेम खेल्नु पर्छ आज रातभर बाई बाई